This is going to be a very interesting topic. हमारी जो टीम है फिनिक्स स्पोर्ट्स, अभी हमारे 6 मैच में 59 पॉइंट्स और अभी हम पे 10 मैच और हैं। तो अभी हम जाके हमारे आईजीएल को देखते हैं कि आज हमारे 6 मैच है, फुल डे हमने खेलना है। तो देखते हैं आईजीएल क्या कर रहा है अभी मैचेस से पहले। ये है हमारे कोच कह सकते हैं आप इन्हें, टीम मेंटोर। दिस इज टीम, जो लोग नहीं जानते हैं ये है बहुत ओजी इंसान है, टीम IND क्रांतिवीर जी हमारे। और आईजीएल साहब नहा रहे हैं हमारे।
हेलो, हाउ आर यू? आई एम अंडर द वाटर।
अब हम क्या करें, चलिए आप ही कुछ बताइए कि आज हमारा क्या टारगेट है, हम क्या करना चाहते हैं।
आज हम क्वालिफाई करना चाहते हैं।
क्या जोक मारा भाई।
कल के लिए नहीं छोड़ना चाहते, आज ही खत्म कर देना चाहते हैं। और उसके बाद कल जो भी टीम्स हमें दिक्कत दे सकती हैं उनको हम दिक्कत देंगे। तो यही गोल है।
टॉप 12 जब तुम आ जाओगे आज, उसके बाद बच्चे मैचेस में क्या करोगे। तो गाइस ये है सेंसे का रूम, तो चलते हैं और देखते हैं सेंसे क्या कर रहे हैं। ओह माय गॉड, हियर आई कम। हेलो
हेलो,
आपका नाम?
डॉक।
डॉक,
अच्छा।
मेरा नाम सेंसे है।
अच्छा।
तो आपके कितने पॉइंट है अभी तक?
पता नहीं, 70 कुछ।
कितने मैचेस खेल लिए आपने?
पता नहीं, रेड पड़ गई क्या मेरे? 9 शायद 9 मैचेस कुछ खेल लिए।
अच्छा, तो बच्चे मैचेस जो आप पे हैं उनमें आप क्या करने वाले हो?
कुछ नहीं, नॉर्मली खेलेंगे, चिल होके खेलेंगे, कुछ ऐसा है नहीं।
अच्छा, जो आपका गोटेन है,
हाँ।
कल उसने मेरे वेरोन से हाथ नहीं मिलाया, तो कहाँ है वो?
क्या हुआ?
नहीं मेरे को जानना है कहाँ है
वो अंदर है वो, लेकिन छोटे प्लेयर से नहीं मिलता वो।
इधर आइए, आप इधर आइए। ग्रेविटी स्पोर्ट्स के उससे आइए इधर आ।
मैं बैठा हूँ किस्मत के भरोसे।
नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। तूने अभी तक मारे ही नहीं?
मारे।
कितने मारे?
कम है।
कम है? कितने कम है?
मैं नहीं बताऊंगा।
2 3 4 5 4 मारे। कितने मैच में?
नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन।
किसी और पे चलते हैं। हाय शीख जी। हाँ, तो कल आपने खेला है ना? कल आपने कितने मैचेस खेले? 3 मैचेस खेले। कैसे गए आपके मैचेस?
ठीक थे, अच्छे नहीं थे बट ठीक थे।
ओके, तो ओवरऑल आपका एक्सपीरियंस, मतलब आपको क्या दिक्कत है?
दिक्कत थोड़े सिनर्जी इश्यूज थे क्योंकि मैंने टीम के साथ खेला नहीं है पहले कभी, तो या बस वही था।
जैसे अभी इस बस में भी आप देखोगे कि इन सब के बीच में आप एक अकेली लड़की हो, तो आपका क्या माइंडसेट रहता है कि कभी आप ऐसे ये चीज़ को आप आने देते हो कि मैं लड़की हूँ? ये चीज़
नहीं, हाथ से खेलना है ना, हाथ तो सबके सेम ही है, तो इसमें क्या फर्क है? कुछ फर्क नहीं।
Dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Draven Xsuit. Get now.
Hello everyone, my name is Shoaib, but you can call me Zyrex, and I play for Los Hermanos. In my team I have Kalan, Spy, Shadow and Evil. Kalan he's an amazing individual player, and Spy, he tries to balance the team. He's an amazing fragger. And also for Evil, he does the balance, and he tries to read the finish feed and stuff. The stage looks very neat, and ये कलर्स वगैरह ना वो भी बहुत अच्छा है यार, एंड उधर खेलने में अलग ही फील है, प्लस उसके ऊपर ऑडियंस भी है ना जिससे और मज़ा आ रहा है। ये फॉर्मेट बहुत सिंपल है यार, एंड इट्स वेरी अमेजिंग एक्चुअली। पिछले बार थोड़ा मुश्किल था फॉर्मेट, बट इस बार सब टीम्स को ना बहुत सारे मैचेस मिलते हैं, जिससे मतलब हम लोग देख सकते हैं कि ये टीम अच्छा है कि नहीं वगैरह। क्योंकि जब मैचेस कम है ना, हम लोग को उतना सही से खेलने के लिए मौका नहीं मिलता। द ग्लोबल स्टेज इट्स नेक्स्ट लेवल, एंड अगर इफ़ एन इंडियन टीम प्लेज, I'm pretty sure that they will actually play good, because it's the second one after the previous team. We all are very excited because it's a big opportunity for everyone, and I'm pretty sure an Indian team will play very amazing. We are well prepared क्योंकि इससे पहले जो इवेंट हुआ था ना, उसमें हम लोग #3 आया था, और इस बार मेरा रिसेंट एडिशन हुआ था लाइनअप में, और आई बिलीव कि हम लोग बेटर कर सकते हैं। एंड जो टूर्नामेंट में हम लोग #3 आया था, उसमें हम लोग खेलने वाला था WC में, बट जस्ट मिस में बाहर हो गए। टॉप 3 में शायद एक तो हम लोग ही होगा एंड उसके ऊपर गॉडलाइक और GDR भी अच्छा कर सकते हैं। एक तो आदि है जो बहुत एक्सपीरियंस्ड है, उसको जो भी लाइनअप वगैरह देगा तो वो फिर भी अच्छा करेगा। इस बार हम लोग के पास 3 स्लॉट है, जो हम लोग एज इंडियंस वी डिज़र्व इट ग्लोबल स्टेज पे खेलने के लिए। एंड वी ऑल एज अ प्लेयर सब खुश है क्योंकि 3 स्लॉट मिल रहे, एक नहीं 3। एंड आई बिलीव जो भी क्वालिफाई होगा ना, दे शुड वॉच द आउटसाइड मैचेस एंड स्टफ ज़्यादा, क्योंकि उसका कंपटीशन अलग ही है यार। वी हैव टू बी वेल प्रिपेयर्ड, एंड आई बिलीव दैट वी कैन डू इट दिस टाइम।
मेरा नाम लूसीफर है और मैं टीम गॉड्स ओमेन के लिए खेलता हूँ। और मेरे साथ मेरे 2 असॉल्टर हैं जो फ्रंट लाइन खेलते हैं, बीस्ट और मैक्स, और एक फ्री मैन है जो शोगन है, और एक 5th प्लेयर है हमारा आर्टो। और बात करें शोगन और मैक्स की तो दोनों काफ़ी ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस कैरी करते हैं, तो वो हमें हेल्प होता है इन द गेम। और हम भी काफ़ी लैन वगैरह खेल चुके हैं तो हमें भी एक्सपीरियंस है। तो शोडाउन हमारे लिए काफ़ी इम्पॉर्टेंट है एज अ टीम, क्योंकि पास्ट कुछ टूर्नामेंट से हमारी परफॉर्मेंस उतनी अच्छी नहीं रही है। और इसके साथ ये टूर्नामेंट काफ़ी ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट बाकी टीम्स के लिए भी है, क्योंकि ये एक ऑब्वियसली इंटरनेशनल स्लॉट आता है इस टूर्नामेंट से। तो फॉर्मेट काफ़ी ज़्यादा इम्प्रेसिव है, मतलब सारी टीम्स के लिए बहुत ही अच्छा है, क्योंकि एक तो लैन है पूरा फॉर्मेट, तो टीम्स के पास इनफ मैचेस भी है। जैसे कि पहले होता था 6 मैच या 3 मैच वगैरह मिलते थे, तो उसमें लक फैक्टर एक आ जाता था कि जिस दिन किसी का लक है उसका अच्छा हो गया, किसी का बेकार चला गया मैचेस, तो वैसा था। तो इसमें काफ़ी ज़्यादा मैचेस मिल रहे हैं, तो सबके पास फेयर चांसेस हैं। एक तो ऑटोबॉट्स हो गई, वो काफ़ी बढ़िया खेली थी, उनका प्ले स्टाइल भी मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा। मतलब जहाँ पे मारने का अप्रोच वगैरह उनका था, जो एग्रेसिव अप्रोच था, वो बहुत बढ़िया लगा। और एक M4 हो गई, वो भी बहुत बढ़िया खेली। तो अभी के हिसाब से तो जो सबसे बड़ी कंटेंडर लगती है वो है OG, क्योंकि पास्ट टाइम्स में उनका जो रिसेंट टाइम में जो परफॉर्मेंस है वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा अच्छा रहा है, और वो स्प्लिट्स वगैरह जो मेंटेन करते हैं वो काफ़ी बढ़िया लगता है उनका, तो वो प्रॉपर कंटेंडर लगते हैं। तो ऐसा है कि मतलब ये इवेंट जो है INDKR और जापान की जो मिला के होने वाली है वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा हेल्प करेगा, क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली बाहर की जो टीम्स आ रही है, कोरिया और जापान, वो ऐसी मतलब अच्छा खेलते हैं वो कोरिया और जापान की टीम्स। तो उससे थोड़ा बहुत सबको नॉलेज हो ही जाएगा कि कैसा गेम स्टाइल वो लोग अडेप्ट करेंगे, कैसा हम लोग मतलब उनके अगेंस्ट खेल पाएंगे। स्टेज तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा सूदिंग है, मतलब जो कलर कॉम्बिनेशंस वगैरह जो है स्टेज की वो भी आउटस्टैंडिंग है। वो बेसिकली जो ग्रीन कलर, ब्लू कलर, ये सब जो नया नया कलर आया है वो सब बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है देखने में, तो एज अ व्यूअर बहुत अच्छा लगता है देख के। तो एक तो ये इतने दिन का लैन है, तो मतलब बेसिकली लैन जो पहले होते थे वो 3 दिन के होते थे मैक्सिमम, तो ये इतने दिन का लैन है, तो एक अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस कैरी करेंगे वो, और आगे आने वाले जो फ्यूचर इवेंट्स होंगे उनमें उनको काफ़ी ज़्यादा हेल्प करेगी।
देखिए, कमबैक की जब कहानी लिखी जाती है ना, तो डे 2 पे ही लिखी जाती है और K9 के प्लेयर्स ने वो कारनामा करके दिखाया। स्लग, मैं आपसे समझना चाहूँगा डे 1 में क्या मिस्टेक्स हुए और डे 2 में ऐसा क्या किया कि इतना बड़ा गैप देखने को मिल रहा है ओवरऑल स्टार्टिंग में?
तो डे 1 में वही था, हमें थोड़ा टाइम लगा समझने में कि हो क्या रहा है। सब एकदम, हम लोग जो लॉबी खेल के आ रहे थे उससे बहुत अपोजिट खेल रही थी यार। लॉबी बहुत ज़्यादा सीरियस, बहुत ज़्यादा वो खेल रहे थे रुक रुक के। तो वो चीज़ कल हमें समझ आई कि हमें हड़बड़ी नहीं करनी है और आज हम उसी माइंडसेट से उतरे थे। बट स्टिल हमारा पहला मैच थोड़ा इश्यूज हो गए थे नेटवर्क वगैरह, बट ठीक है, फिर भी हमने वापस कमबैक कर लिया अपने आगे वाले मैचेस में। फिर भी हमने लास्ट 2 मैच हमारे चिकन हो सकते थे, हमने दोनों मैच थ्रो कर दिए क्योंकि K9 और थ्रो ना करे।
इसी के बारे में मैं बात करने वाला था, इसके जस्ट बात की। हाँ, वो फिनिशेस आ रहे हैं बट इंडिविजुअल मिस्टेक्स बहुत सारे हो रहे हैं और आप लोग अभी रिसेंटली ट्रॉफी उठा के आ रहे हैं, उसके बाद भी इस तरीके का स्टार्ट, ये क्या हो रहा है?
तो ये मुझे लगता है बहुत पुरानी सदियों से चला आ रहा है कि K9 का लीग स्टेज हमेशा वैसा रहता है कि बहुत हार्ड रहता है हमारे लिए। हमारे भी सांसें यहाँ तक रहती है और हमारी और की भी और फैंस की भी, ये लास्ट मोमेंट पे क्वालिफाई करते हैं। बट ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, इस बार हम लोग अभी जो मिस्टेक्स करी है उससे वापस जल्दी सीख जाते हैं हम लोग। ऐसा नहीं है कि वो मिस्टेक्स वापस रिपीट करते रहेंगे, वो वापस हमने देख लिया। आज भी घर जाके देख लेंगे जो इंडिविजुअल मिस्टेक हुई और कल आज से और बेटर करेंगे।
ओमेगा काफ़ी ज़्यादा बातचीत कर रहे हैं आफ्टर मैच, कुछ बता सकते हैं कि एग्जैक्टली क्या वो बता रहे हैं? क्योंकि बहुत कम देखा है ओमेगा को स्टेज पे बात करते हुए।
हाँ, मतलब ये चीज़ है कि मैचेस के मरने के बाद हम लोग एकदम इंस्टेंट ही वो चीज़ डिस्कस करते हैं कि क्या हुआ, क्या कर सकते थे एंड नेक्स्ट मैच में क्या करना है। तो वही चीज़ डिस्कस करके वो यही बताते हैं कि रीसेट हो जाओ गाइस, कोई बात नहीं, हर चिकन आया है तो भी रीसेट होना है और कोई 0 पॉइंटर है तो भी रीसेट होना है। तो वो चीज़ रिमाइंडर कराते रहते हैं, तो आपको दिखता होगा वो हर मैच के बाद।
जी हाँ, द हम्बल आईजीएल उन्हें हम प्यार से बोलते हैं और वो काफ़ी हम्बल तरीके से आप लोग को ही बता ही रहे। बट अभी भी देखिए, काम समाप्त हुआ नहीं है, कट ऑफ बहुत आगे जाने वाला है। 58 के साथ डे 2 आपका समाप्त हुआ है, लेकिन अभी भी जो कट ऑफ की पूरी डिस्कशन चल रही है वो 100 के आसपास है और ये जो मिस्टेक्स हो रहे हैं कहीं भारी पड़ सकते हैं। क्या प्लान है आने वाले मैचेस के लिए?
आने वाले मैचेस में यही प्लान है कि हम लोग अपना एवरेज पॉइंट्स निकालते रहे हर गेम, क्योंकि हमने पिछले भी मैचेस देखे, जो कौन सा था अराउंड लोअर ब्रैकेट के मैचेस भी देखे थे, तो उसमें भी कट ऑफ में ऐसा ही था कि हर मैच जो टीम 6 पॉइंट्स ले रही थी वो उनका लास्ट में आते आते क्वालिफिकेशन हो जा रहा था। क्योंकि 6 पॉइंट अगर तुम हर मैच ले रहे हो, अगर एक टीम तुम्हें ऐसा मिलता है जो बड़ा पॉइंट भी देता है, तो वही चीज़ हमारी भी है। आगे के मैचेस हम थ्रो नहीं करेंगे अपनी साइड से और मेन फोकस यही है जल्दी से यहाँ से क्वालिफाई हो और एक लंबी छुट्टी क्योंकि हमें जीतने के बाद छुट्टी मिली नहीं है, तो हम लोग चाहते हैं इसी से छुट्टी ले।
देखिए, अभी बहुत आगे भी जाना है, अगर ये जीतेंगे तो फिर ग्लोबल स्टेज आपका इंतजार कर रहा है। बट अपनी स्टाइल में एक बार करिए ना वो जो करते हैं,
साफ करेंगे ना, अब तो मोटा हो गया वो।
थैंक यू सो मच लग और ऑल द बेस्ट सबके आने वाले मैचेस के लिए। एक्शन अभी इसी तरीके से चल रहा है, आप एंजॉय करते रहिए। कल के दिन पे शुरुआत हुई थी इस पूरे क्वार्टर फाइनल की, जहां पे हमने सोचा था एक बार फिर से अपर ब्रैकेट की टीम से कि वो डोमिनेट करके जाएंगे, लेकिन ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि लोअर ब्रैकेट ने दिखाया कि किस तरीके से शुरुआत की जाती है क्वार्टर फाइनल की। और आज के दिन पे कमबैक से तो काम नहीं चलेगा, आज ओवरटेक करने की जरूरत है उन सारी टीम्स को जो फिलहाल स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं उस बॉटम में। हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का BGMI शोडाउन 2025, जहां पे मैं रहने वाला आज के दिन पे आपका होस्ट रावण। और देखिए, मैंने क्यों बोला ओवरटेक करने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि फीनिक्स ने दिखाया कि किस तरीके से शुरुआत की जाती है। 6 मैचेस में 65 पॉइंट निकालना कोई आम बात है क्या? लेकिन उनके लिए आम बात रहा। मेटा बदला है, रोटेशन बदला है, तो आईजेल के प्ले स्टाइल में भी तो बदलाव होना चाहिए ना। और एग्जैक्टली प्ले स्टाइल में बदलाव भी आया। ऐश रहे वो खिलाड़ी जो कि 6 मैचेस में 11 फिनिशेस निकाल के अपने असॉल्टर का काम आसान कर रहे हैं। यही कारनामा उन टीम्स को करने की जरूरत है जो फिलहाल बॉटम में। बट चलिए, बातचीत बहुत ज्यादा हो गई, एक्शन की शुरुआत करते हैं और उसके लिए सीधा चलते अपने एनालिस्ट की तरफ।
Well, thank you so much for that amazing opening, Ravan. And of course, the setup for the day is clear, ladies and gentlemen. Another day in the quarterfinals. And of course, a few big names still struggling at the bottom of the leaderboard. Day number 1 was filled with a lot of surprises, but we are hoping it's going to be same on day number 2. My name is Super Johnny, joined by Necro and Icy alongside with me. And lads, yesterday, I mean, it was very difficult to predict how the matches were going to go at the start of the action. And by the end, we were left with our jaws on the floor.
Pretty much with how the action kicked off. Generally speaking, I never even thought that NoNx Esports is going to be the one to lead the pack, right? But yeah, here we go. NoNx Esports once again showcasing why they're over here in the first place. And we all thought the teams from the upper brackets might just be doing a bit better. We had so many expectations from teams like God's Reign, Victorious Sumus, but no, they're nowhere to be seen in the first half.
And that was a surprise we weren't really prepared for. But Icy, talking about the action yesterday, we have the top players on our screens. And of course, big moments coming from Vasista Esports. They had a consistent run. Victorious Sumus as well did a lot better than they were in the round 1 of the upper bracket.
Yeah, and of course, Mysterious Fall, definitely a team that kind of stood out the most in yesterday's performance, just because of the fact that they were under the radar for the longest time, even in low bracket as well. No one kind of expected them to be doing this well as well. But again, the stakes are higher this time in the quarterfinals. Being in the bottom 12 means you are going to be eliminated. They are definitely bringing their A game to try and retain those spots in the top 12s. And I'm hoping to see whether or not Mysterious 4 is going to be able to replicate the same thing again today, considering that, again, in their name itself, they are mysterious for a reason.
I mean, that's what the name says, but again, we always, in fact, at least as far as the top players are considered, we're going to see a lot of moments coming from NoNx Esports. Necro, day number 1, phenomenal performance, but we know Phoenix have a tendency of dropping the ball on day 2.
I just hope that we're going to see that consistency continued from the side of NoNx Esports.
In terms of dropping the ball?
No, not exactly. I just mean that we are going to see them constantly hammering down the squads left, right, and center, right? That's the NoNx Esports we all like to see. And finally, Ash now driving that team into a complete aggressive force. We all like to see that as well. And speaking of what exactly was happening yesterday, let's have a look at the overall standings too. NoNx Esports on the first spot with 65 total points.
NoNx Esports, as you mentioned, sitting on number 1, Mysterious Esports on the second, but both these teams have played 6 matches. One of the impressive runs yesterday also came from Nebula Esports, who sit there on the 3rd position with 3 matches played, and they're doing well. They're doing that 12 points per match average. I think Nebula Esports, they have what it takes, but as we move on to the second page, this is where the situation gets tough. Godlike on the 12th. We have BotArmy, Blitz, SINEWY Esports with a fall in their performance on the 15th of Victorious Summers. They had one good game. Apart from that, the other 2 matches, not so much.
Well, for all things considered on this page, a majority of them have only played 3 matches, so they still have a lot of chance to work with. But Reckoning Esports and Blitz Esports, that is a sign of concerns here, because they've played 6 matches, they've only gotten like 70 and 24 points, which is not exactly that great. And it's the same, it is going to be a tough grind for them, considering the fact that in this bottom half, there are a lot of hounds hungry to try and push themselves into the top 12 here. See, Marcos Gaming, White Walkers, Wyld Fangs, Blitz Esports, Autobotz, God's Reign in particular. It's a kind of a surprise factor for me for God's Reign to be in second, bottom second. Second from the bottom all the way through. To see them there is a little bit awkward, but again, for them to catch up on towards Reckoning Esports is not that hard.
I mean, it is not hard, but I want to know, Necro, and in fact both your thoughts on this, because God's Reign yesterday was a nightmare, and it's not just them. we are seeing names, especially from the upper bracket, that did quite well in their opening rounds, struggle in the quarterfinals. Why is that happening? There's God's Reign, there's Wyld Fangs, there's Reckoning Esports, but Reckoning, their struggles just continue from round one.
Johnny, look, at this point, I've been repeating this like a broken record. God's Reign, they need to be aggressive. Come on, let's be honest. You cannot just stick to that passive playstyle and hope that things are going to be good and dandy for you. But yeah, speaking of these two teams as well, Nebula Esports played 3 games yesterday. They're on the first half of the board. Revenant Xspark as well played 3 games. They've got 30+ points. Both these teams doing fantastic.
Exactly. Yeah. And at the same time as well, I want to add on towards the point that Revenant Xspark is going to be playing 6 matches today in general. So just playing 3 matches and being in the top 8 at least for both Nebula and Revenant Xspark is really, really impressive. So if you were to multiply by that 2, they should be in the top 3 as well, alongside with PhoenixX Esports. So I would say this was the top performance based on yesterday's game. So will Revenant Xspark be able to be consistent enough today again is going to be a completely separate matter.
It's a big question, as you said. It's a completely separate matter, but at least we can be happy about one thing for Revenant Xspark, that the momentum that was there in round 1 of lower bracket hasn't been lost. Because I really like that stat. Nebula Esports and Revenant Xspark, wouldn't you guys agree that these 2 names are the only ones that have completely carried the momentum from their previous rounds?
I know, right? For Nebula Esports, once again, their strong suit has always been about playing that aggressive game. And no matter which team they go up against, Nebula Esports is never going to let go off their primary form and primary playstyle. And that's something that's really helping them. Speaking of Revenant Xspark, pretty much the same thing is happening once again.
Yeah, and I agree. And of course, before we continue on as well here, to keep you guys updated and what people are watching at home as well, this is pretty much the schedule on screen right now. We're starting things off with AC, and then we are going to switch things off after Game 4 with Groups A and B. So Group A is going to be playing a total of 6 matches in total, and that means we will be seeing a lot of Revenant Xspark if they maintain their performances of Day 1 itself.
All right, who else from Group A do you want to see make a bounce back? I mean, Autobotz is going to be an obvious name, along with EVOX, Metal Esports, Victorious. Group A is not doing well, are they? I mean, Revenant Xspark is in a decent position. Apart from that, Vasista Esports have done okay-ish for themselves. But 40R, Metal, Tamilan, Autobotz, all these teams are just struggling way too much.
I know, right? And there's still a lot of names that are on the struggling side of the spectrum, right? We also mentioned about SINEWY. And SINEWY, for some reason, on the Day 1s, they never like to perform. It's always the Day 2s, Day 3s, and Day 4s where you will see SINEWY just make that major bounce back in the overall standings. But back towards the conversation of Revenant Xspark, right? If you remember in the lower brackets, in just the span of 3 games, they were at the top of the board.
Exactly.
And once again, Revenant Xspark not exactly replicating the same performance, but they're still doing really good.
I mean, the same signs are there. We hope to see Revenant Xspark reach the top again, and today is going to be the perfect time for them to strike. But the problem is that the day they had 6 matches was not a great day for them at all. Do you want to say something?
You know, to be honest, I feel like I have a lot of expectations coming to this year, but the person that can give us a little bit insight is the guy who's going to be interviewed right now on screen with the players here. We have the guys on stage happening to give us a little bit insights.
थैंक यू सो मच एनालिस्ट। देखिए, लोअर ब्रैकेट से सफर की शुरुआत करना, पहले दिन में ही काम को आसान करना हेक्टर की मानो आदत सी हो गई है, और कुछ इसी तरीके की शुरुआत हुई क्वार्टर फाइनल में भी। 3 मैचेस में मानो आपने एक एवरेज के अकॉर्डिंग अच्छे पॉइंट्स कमा लिए। क्या माइंडसेट था और क्या अलग कंपटीशन है लोअर ब्रैकेट से इस क्वार्टर फाइनल में?
कंपटीशन तो सेम ही है, ज़्यादा डिफरेंस है ही नहीं। हमें अपने स्टैट्स पे खेलना है, बेस्ट देना है अपना, बस वही था। हमारा माइंडसेट बहुत स्ट्रांग था कि हमें एवरेज निकालना है कल, तो बस हम उसी हिसाब से खेले, बेसिक से स्टिक करें, आ गए हमारे पॉइंट्स
काफ़ी बेहतर से। लेकिन हेक्टर प्लेइंग 4 में बदलाव होना इतने बड़े स्टेज में बहुत दिक्कत होता है, बाकी सारी टीम्स को हमने देखा है। बट आपने कैसे मैनेज कर लिया, क्योंकि कुछ फर्क नहीं दिखा, आपने अच्छे तरीके से सारे मैचेस में वो पॉइंट्स कमाए।
अनफॉर्चुनेट मोमेंट आते रहते हैं लाइफ में, हमारे साथ भी एक हुआ हमारे टीम में, तो हम रेडी थे कि ठीक है, अब हम पे चॉइस नहीं है, बट हम गिव अप तो नहीं करेंगे, हमें बेस्ट देना है अपना। तो बस वही माइंडसेट था हमारा। प्लेयर्स लोग भी मेरे थे कि हम कर लेंगे करके, तो बस हमने कल अपना नेचुरल खेले।
काफ़ी बेहतर आपने खेला भी है और उसका परिणाम हम देख रहे हैं। लेकिन ना सवाल कुछ इस तरीके से बिठाया जाता है हेक्टर के ऊपर कि हाँ, ये वो टीम है जो क्वालिफाई करती है, आगे बढ़ती है, लेकिन ट्रॉफी के आसपास नहीं पहुंच पाते हैं, वो ट्रॉफी नहीं उठा पाते। बहुत सारे हेटर्स तरीके से अगर मैं बोलूँ तो वो आपके ऊपर सवाल उठाते हैं, उनको क्या कहना चाहोगे आप?
उठाना भी चाहिए, क्योंकि अब तक प्रूव नहीं किया हो। एंड जब मैं था टॉप पे, तब एक अलग लेवल के पे थे हम लोग, सब लोग डोमिनेट करते थे, तो लोगों की एक्सपेक्टेशंस है, अगर फुलफिल नहीं करूँगा तो सवाल तो उठाएंगे, एंड जायज़ है। जब तक प्रूव ना करूँ, मेरे अंदर भी वो नहीं होगा कि मैं बेस्ट हूँ।
चलिए यहाँ पे हेक्टर का भी यही मानना है कि जब तक वो ट्रॉफी नहीं उठाएंगे तब तक वो अपने आप से भी सवाल पूछने वाले। बट एक आखिरी क्वेश्चन, आज मैचेस जिस तरीके से होने वाले, क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन लेके आए? क्योंकि ग्रुप्स जब चेंज होते हुए हम देखते हैं तो थोड़ा हेक्टर लेफ्ट राइट होते हैं।
6 मैच है हमारे, तो हमें बस फ्लो पकड़ना है, मोमेंटम पकड़ना है। एंड आज ही हम खत्म करने के माइंडसेट में आए हैं कि 6 मैच है, लॉन्ग मतलब बड़ा दिन है हमारे लिए, तो आज ही 70-80 तक का पॉइंट्स निकाल के खत्म करते हैं।
काफ़ी बेहतर, और मतलब मुझे लगता है कि उतने इनफ रहने वाले हैं उस क्वालिफिकेशन के रेस में डे 2 के लिए आज से। बट फिलहाल एक्शन उसकी शुरुआत करते हैं और उसके लिए चलते हैं सीधा कास्टर्स की तरफ और उनसे जानते हैं वो कितने एक्साइटेड आज के दिन के लिए।
I am very hyped up to see what Vasista Esports is going to do in the matches today. But I have a question for you guys. You specifically, Necro, because you were there when the whole backstory sort of developed between K9 Esports and Vasista. What could be worse? You failing
what story?
or your opponents doing better than you?
To be honest, I feel like the worst thing could be actually you failing at the same time your opponent's doing even better than you.
Yeah.
I feel like that's just the salt at top of the wounds, and right now Omega and the boys are doing extremely fantastic for themselves, right? But it's not just about these two teams, right? There's also a couple of teams that played 6 games yesterday, and we haven't seen that performance yet from them, and I guess NINZA is one of those names that we need to speak of. NINZA, what's going on with them? We are once again seeing that passive playstyle, and the playstyle they possess requires a lot of luck.
I agree. The last time we saw this team IC during the Pro Series, they were doing actually quite well. They were aggressive, they were very confident in their firepower, their zone rotations were phenomenal as well, because of which even during the finals we saw them do quite well for themselves on the overall leaderboard. But in this showdown, it seems like NINZA are completely absent. Their performance faded away.
Hey, for all things considered, even though they are inconsistent in their overall performance here, let's talk about that one chicken dinner, you know, coming from NINZA. You know, out of nowhere, Reaper comes in, steals the chicken dinner as a solo warrior and gets himself 14 points. Hey, that's not the end of the world. Again, we have to talk about the fact that, hey, with that points as a base point, they still are in the running to actually play catch-up.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? They played 6 games yesterday, and considering they played 6 games, the amount of points they've got, it does not justify the amount of games they played. And once again, the only reason why NINZA ended up getting that game was based off of pure luck. Let's be honest, just one man surviving, getting those 14 points. Those 14 points is still not a lot in the overall standings, by the way. And after that, we did not see NINZA pick up the pace at all.
I agree with you on that, because even in that game itself, at the end of the match, when we actually saw the player reactions, the team that lost the chicken dinner did not even mind losing it that way. They were just like, all right, you take the win, we're going to take the points.
And I guess after that, the funniest thing was Reckoning Esports just chasing down Hero Xtreme Godlike till their deaths in the end. That was probably one of the most funniest things ever in my life.
But we are going to hope for a few funny, a few intense moments in this game 1 of day number 2 of the quarterfinals. Ladies and gentlemen, the map of Erangel begins right now.
As the next game's going to boot up on the screen, and this time, once again, the plane's going to be in the skies, starting all the way from Milta Power towards the opposite side, which is going to be Primorx. Once again, this plane flap pad tilted extremely down south. If the teams do want to move in towards the northern side, for example, Severny or even Stalber, now that's going to be an impossible stretch.
Well, it is going to be a very, very difficult one here, considering the fact that it is pretty southern approach, right? So that means we are going to be expecting some sort of collisions along the highways for vehicles, especially for teams heading down north as well. So they have to be very, very careful, especially around Shelter, the highway down Shelter, north of Pochinki. The farm highway is also going to be highly contested as well for a couple of vehicles, so they have to be very, very smart about this. But of course, there is also another alternative, which is going to be taking away vehicles from God's Reign in particular, knowing for a fact that they don't directly drop inside military base. They do sometimes often drop on the outskirts to loot out a couple of vehicles before actually heading in, just to secure that mobility factor.
Yeah, for God's Reign, I just hope they're going to be proactive today. That's the only thing I'm going to hope for God's Reign. I would like to see God's Reign partake inside of a few early drop clashes as well, and maybe go for those early fights. Even that can help them quite a bit. But as of now, for God's Reign, luckily enough, no one really around their drop location. We do see that one man from Victoria Sumus, but I highly doubt he's going to be any sort of a threat for the players of God's Reign. So things looking good and dandy for them. Speaking of Godlike dropping around that quarry side, it's for the first time I'm seeing Hero Xtreme Godlike drop around that vicinity.
Yeah, they have actually mixed up a little bit here as well. But all things considered here, we've seen them play around 70 and Stalber for quite some time. But this time, They are going to be playing Quarry, so looks like nothing super crazy coming from Hero Xtreme Godlike. They're not expecting some sort of company as well, which is A-okay. But
Wyld
looks like we
Fangs.
will have a first casualty. It seems like Wyld Fangs is going to find the first pick of Medal, I believe.
Yeah, that's a way to kick things off. And unfortunately for maybe Metal Esports or maybe BotArmyEsports, it's a bad start to them. 3 players of Wyld Fangs making that push against just that one Lion who's trapped in the upper floor. He's got a Thompson to play with, but I highly doubt that's going to be more than enough to dismantle the foes. And at this point in time for BotArmyEsports, they do require a bit of that cavalry. Slowly and steadily, BotArmyEsports, they're just getting ripped to shreds, but there's also Metal Esports right around the horizon. And maybe for BotArmyEsports, this is going to be good news. Fragger as well, just trapped in that upper floor. Wyld Fangs, they need to be a little bit more careful and cautious with this approach because Metal Esports, they already did find that knockout. And here we go, the pounce comes in the picture. And somewhere down line, BotArmyEsports, now they know they've got the pace under control as they make the pounce against the remaining man of Wyld Fangs. But White Tiger, it shuts them both down. But the third party from Metal Esports, that's active.
Yeah, but now Metal Esports, they're going to try and play clean up as well. White Tiger, he's got his shotties, but he is surrounded in a 1v3 situation. The entire hallway has been completely choked as well. And as you can see, the push comes through. Now Wyld Fangs, oh my goodness, he finds one. He denies them the full cleanup, and they will lose a player. But the damage has been done. Wyld Fangs and BotArmyEsports right from the get-go, they lose their lives. And guess what? On the screen as well, we have a complete different straggler, and that's going to be Pro OP from Vasista Esports.
It's unfortunate for Vasista Esports. They want to execute that passive playstyle, but not this way. We do have Hector coming in the close quarters, but I highly doubt Hector can do anything. Wants to execute the rescue operation, but it's going to be extremely tough, and even Hector is getting chipped up pretty low. Pro OP gets pushed up and eliminated from the game. Vasista Esports off to a bad start, but now Hector, he needs to find an escape route. But unfortunately for Hector, his teammates have already committed to this fight. Even Hector falls apart slowly and steadily. Vasista Esports, they're losing the grip inside of the fight as Marcos Gaming, they're on the verge of winning this. But still for Vasista Esports, they've got 2 men standing. And the same thing can also be said for Marcos Gaming. These 2 players, they need to try and get things under control. As for Marcos Gaming, what can they actually do to try and make this bounce back? This is tough.
It's going to be very tough here, but as of yet, Vasista Esports, they do have a little bit of control here. Stone BGMI is a little bit separated here, but oh my god! What was that flick from the sides there? He finds the pick, but now it comes down towards a 1 versus 1 now. Scary Jot, he has options. Pick up his teammate or go in for the cleanup, but it is going to be very risky, but he sees a push as well. As Stone was a complete... Well, I would say this is a little bit awkward spot here for Gyro God, as he pushed down, but Scary Jot, he does have the DBS to work with. As you can see, comes down towards baiting. Do they want to go for the reset here? Both losing a lot of members now. He's going for the cheeky peek, but he just can't find the pixel. He needs a confirmation. Okay, no, he's prone block. He can't shoot through it. Oh no, he might be able to get the pick up here for Marcos.
That's got to blow. Marcos Gaming hitting that quick reset. Fallen Comrade back up on his feet, and maybe now Marcos Gaming, they want to try and execute a few shenanigans. Vasista Esports just taking that revival. Scary Jot really wants his team at this point in time because he knows that's the only factor that's going to save the day for Vasista Esports. At least go away with a bang, right? Get a few elimination points before you get eliminated from the game yourself. He does not even have a lot of bullets in the shotgun. That's the main problem. Just 3 shells. And Scary Jot, he needs to make it count. What a way to kick things off, though. Vasista Esports, even they're on the verge of being completely taken away from this game. And Scary Jot running thin on ammunition. It's not the best possible circumstance they're being put into. But for Marcos Gaming, even they're not making the pounce yet.
Yeah, they have to be very careful about this play as well here. It's taking a little bit too long. They might be attracting a little bit of unexpected visitors very, very soon. But for now, Hector going for a couple pre-fires. But Marcos Gaming, they've got it completely locked down. And guess what? This time, Stone BGMI, he's going to go in for a crossbow, trying to chip away their healths. They know for a fact that they've denied the resources away from Vasista Esports here. They've looted up the 2nd floor, they've looted out the 3rd floor as well, but oh no, Stone BGMI. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it just blew himself up. That explosive bow, not exactly paying what he needed to. Shots were taken from Hector, just pre-firing around the corner, waiting for someone to peek out from Marcos Gaming, but that's not the case yet. And for Vasista Esports, I'm not even sure what they can do to try and break out of this entire deadlock. Stuck in the upper floor, Hector, he's constantly trying to find that breaking point, but it just gets even tighter. And Marcos Gaming, the players are just camping out around the corners now, waiting for Vasista Esports to make that mistake, just step out in the open, and the moment that happens, Marcos Gaming, they will go for the strike! The first shot disconnect, but the man's not knockout yet, and still somehow Scary John, he replies back in a great fashion as Vasista Esports, they flip the odds, and they flip the charts.
Oh my goodness, a big, massive round here for Vasista Esports. They've got themselves 4 finishes in the bag, but they are going to be expecting company here because look at the horizon. Victorious Sumus was able to drive through this, but do they want to go in for the crash is going to be the question here. Vasista Esports is still kind of hurt. They are not exactly looted out themselves, and they haven't exactly started their loot phase if you think about it.
Yeah.
Considering the amount of time that has been wasted here.
And luckily enough for Vasista Esports, the team nearby is Victorious Sumus. And knowing Victorious Sumus, they're not really going to go for this clash no matter what. So things are looking good and dandy. No third party for Vasista Esports, no possible casualty over here after losing those 2 players. So things looking decent. Of course, starting things off with a 2-man squad, it's going to be probably one of the toughest things to do. But at least Vasista Esports, they've got 4 elimination points to kick things off with, and then maybe if they can make the survival in the top 5, that can be the added bonus.
Yeah, but of course, when we talk about the rest of the world here, 8 minutes has pretty much passed here in this game itself. And as of yet, you can see based on the utilities, not enough meds, not enough utilities, not enough manpower as well. It's going to be a big problem for Vasista Esports. They need to figure out exit strategies. As you can see, the circle is going to force them out as well, as it is going to shift all towards the northern side of Quarry. Godlike is still in play as well, and Hero Xtreme got like very early rotations for them. Well, considering the fact that they dropped around the vicinity, so they have tips on center control, and it seems like they are playing center this time, and everybody might actually run in towards Hero Xtreme Godlike, and I'm curious how how are they going to fend off every single team looking to try and rotate in this time.
True that. Medley Esports, all the players around Gatka. Then you've got Godlike as well around the centric part. I like the fact that Godlike, once again, they're quite proactive. They've got the decent spot to play with. But let's see how the conversion's going to look like. At the end of the day, having a solid game is what everyone wants. And if Godlike is not able to convert it into that one, then the problem's definitely going to start to strike once again in the overall standings. Yesterday in 3 games, Godlike did manage to secure a decent bit of points. So you can't say it was an okay day for Godlike.
Yeah, but oh, Punk! All
Disgusting.
Right. Okay, Punk. Seems like he's got some insane shots. Looks like he's going to try and play the cleanup here. Anyways, I was about to mention as well, Hero Xtreme Godlike, they do have a significant advantage over the rest of the world because of the fact that they had early drops and first dips in towards this place. So technically, in terms of economy-wise, they do have more than everybody else, alongside with Troy Tamilan, alongside with Godtrain, alongside with White Walkers, just because they have the easiest pathway right from the get-go since the flight path to begin with here. But Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're expecting company. Punk, that was a sick shot, but he needs to find those conversions on Vasista Esports very quickly.
And we are seeing that separation between the boys now, which is not a good thing. For Autobotz Esports, we have seen a bit of that shift in the playstyle since the lower brackets. It's not the same Autobotz Esports anymore that we saw in the lower brackets. Autobotz is struggling too much, and Revenant Xspark taking the advantage of that exact fact. Finding one loose straggler, a reap down and dusted. Unfortunate start for the boys, but let's see how the conversion's going to look like in the upcoming games. Autobotz Esports just driving around, looking at the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike, which are right around them. Simp and Mina right next to each other. Utilities tossed out in the outskirts as well. And Autobotz Esports, now they also spot out the players for TR. Just roaming out in the open field. I'm not a big fan of what's going on here.
Yeah, they can't really do too much. They just do not have the information on what's the best spot right now. They don't have tabs on wherever the other teams. And that's the downside of this entire flight path itself. Right? It's a very long one here as well. But Zinwei looks like they will have a free spray down on towards Autobotz, but they need to find a little bit more connection here. Autobotz still narrowly escaping for their lives here. It seems like they are forced to get crash on towards Moksh. Moksh panicking, and he's going to back out and regroup with his teammates here. Considering the fact that he is expecting a lot of unwanted guests, so that's going to be the hard reset coming from Autobotz as they find themselves some sort of cover down to the north side. But is this exactly where they want to be in here? Because circle is going to shift, and it is going to shift to the east side instead. So that means Autobotz, they have to reposition quick as well.
I know, right? Or Nebula and Godlike just sharing the same proximity now. That's a little bit anxiety-inducing. We all know Nebula is doing fantastic in the overall standings, while for Godlike, they've still got a Herculean task they want to try and execute. And both the teams just in nearby proximity, that just induces even more anxiety. But as of now, for Autobotz Esports, they found a bit of that stable compound.
I'm surprised Hero Xtreme Godlike didn't actually go for the full commit on Vasista. They actually got the reset from that shot coming in from Punk.
Yeah, they ran away, and it's because Nebula Esports pulled up in the close proximity, so Punk instantly backed away.
Well, it seems like they do have sensor control this time, so I'm curious to see how they are going to be taking advantage of the situation. And they have a lot of teams they have to fend off. Those compounds are not exactly the greatest, but it seems like we are going to be expecting a slam here coming from EVOX on Hero Xtreme Godlike now.
Yeah, and Simp is isolated, which is not a good thing. Admino is walled in nearby compound. Things not looking good for Godlike. Simpy gets outside, but Admino, he still starts to strike. As EVOX, now the players are getting absolutely dismantled. Even Punk steps inside of the playing field. And Simp, he finds another strike. EVOX getting absolutely dismantled in this fight. Ripped to shreds, and Godlike for them, it's like an easy conversion. But hold on to that thought, even Admino falls down. But Simp, he closes on up, and he shuts down the remnants of EVOX. What a way to take your opponents back home.
What an insane clutch coming from Admino and Sim, man. Like, Sim won his 1 versus 1. Admino won his 1 versus 1, making it into 2v4. Punk was able to find a pick on the sides as well, making it into a 2 versus 1 situation for Hero Xtreme Godlike, and it just completely shut down EVOX. So what a clutch here coming from Sim, and Hero Xtreme Godlike, they are definitely stepping up the game. But it seems that Revenant Xspark here, they tried to go in for a crash on those Nebula. They are weak. Goat had dropped down pretty low. But Nebula Esports, they need to go in for the reset as Adi has been knocked off. Kratos is going to be playing on the sides. Unfortunately for them, there's not a lot of teams looking through. But the nades, oh, they get the re-knock on Adi and Revenant Xspark. They may look to try and push this. But from the sides as well, Fierce, they got picked off from the sides.
Oh no, Nebula Esports.
Oh no, they've
a
done
lot of threat in nearby proximity. Things not looking good. They're also surrounded by too many foes. And that's why these shots, they're quite devastating for Nebula, as they're losing the grip inside of the fight as well. And Sensei, that was a beautiful presence of mind, finding that one confirmation. Perfectly played from Revenant Xspark, but they still need to get the fallen comrade back upon his feet. Things under control, but Nebula Esports, they messed up big time.
Yeah, they definitely did. They went for a 2-2 split as well. The long range wasn't able to provide some sort of resistance. And God's range, they're still hounding on Revenant Xspark. Those vehicles pretty much exposed. So that means Revenant Xspark, they are going to be stuck there for quite some time. And based on how the circle is going to shift, they are going to be A-OK for now. But only if they get the full resets through. And it seems like it is going to shift off. So God's range, they have only one option left. Slam them when they're weak. And they definitely should do it right now. But
I highly doubt.
God's Rain has been hesitating in this kind of plays, which
yeah,
is very
that's the
weird.
whole point, right? That's one of the main reasons why God's Rain has been struggling. Once again, God's Rain just wants to play it passive, wait for the zone to pretty much pop around them, and then maybe go for those fights. But playing it passive is not going to get you the cake. Let's be honest. You need to be a little bit more proactive. You need to be someone who needs to be the one to initiate the fights.
This is so greedy of Hero Xtreme Godlike to take so much space, and it's somehow working out for them. But let's take a look at the replay on that iconic moment here. In that moment where EVOX tries going for a slam, Sim was able to win his 1 versus 1, takes down 2 in the final moments, and even Admino as well was able to shut down one of the players before actually getting knocked here. So very, very quick takedown coming from Sim as well as Punk. Despite being so far in terms of proximity, they were somehow marking each other's back, which is, I would say, not too bad of Hero Xtreme Godlike, comparing their performance coming from upper brackets.
I'm pretty sure it was one of the most unorthodox pounces from the side of EVOX. They did not even calculate it properly. They just straight up made the send, and then later on realized, okay, yeah, Godlike is over there, and we have been completely destroyed. Which is not the way you're supposed to approach the game. EVOX, things should have been coordinated better. They should have played for the intel first, knew exactly where Godlike would position, and then maybe make the pounce. Then things could have been much better. Utility utilization as well was missing from EVOX's approach. And that was one of the main reasons why Godlike's players were always in their comfort zone. Easily dismantling them, and it felt like EVOX just never even stood a chance.
Yeah, but God's Rain, they somehow found an entry point to dodge the entire scuffle from Revenant Xspark. And Neo's going to be holding a small little shack, which doesn't really provide too much cover in terms of cover fire, but it does provide him that safety net, though, as a potential solo warrior. Tamilan going to be making their approach from southwest as well. They do have a small little high ground, which will help them momentarily before the next phase of zone. And you can see there is God's Rain, and that in that ton of vision coming from Dazzle, I believe that is Delta from God's Reign is still driving around the open fields, hoping to pick a couple of snakes around on the ground here.
4TR, with how the spread's looking like, it definitely does seem like 4TR, they're ready for a battle. But that too against a team like God's Reign. Let's see how this one's going to fend out. All the players from 4TR, they've got a decent spread, but they've got so many teams nearby as well. The moment this fight does happen, there's also going to be an instant third party. So both these teams will need to think it through, but hold on to that fact. We've got another fight popping up on the screen. Vasista Esports against the players of Autobotz Esports. This is probably one of the most awkward engagements, and eventually it is Autobotz Esports to come out on top.
Yeah, he was pretty much stranded as well. Hector was all by himself. Scary Jot was picked off, unfortunately to say, but Autobotz finds a little bit of redemption points despite losing Ari right from the get-go. And as you can see, they are going to be driving around. Ralphie actually gets picked off, and Mino is able to get a nice pick here. As Hero Extreme Godlike, do they want to push out from those compounds is going to be the question here. They're still inside the zone. But Amino, he is going to try and find conversion all by himself. The nades comes true. That's one. That's two. And Ralphie is still somewhat alive. Autobotz may look to try and save his life here.
Yeah, the main problem for Autobotz Esports is that the position they've got, it's too exposed. And since a lot of those teams know that Autobotz Esports is hurt, I'm pretty sure a lot of them would want to contest and at least take the advantage of that fact. Look at the players of Autobotz just out in the open. Godlike taking the advantage.
Wow.
This is what I'm talking about. Autobotz Esports, the position they've got, it's not too good. It's too exposed. Another man down for Autobotz, and now Lobster, the man's just making a run for his life. He does not want to be against the players of Godlike. And I'm loving this Godlike. I'm loving this aggression. Just absolutely ruthless.
Yeah, perfect push as well. Got an off angle onto his Autobots. You can see the hesitation from Autobots just because they know for a fact there are teams behind them. And that's why they're a little bit hesitant on committing to the save. And because of that, they get picked off. Lobster was actually picked off on the sides as well. Just like that, they lose their placements. And we're down towards the final 10 teams in this game. And Hero Extreme Godlike looks very, very solid in clearing and checking their corners here.
I know, right? The communication seems fluid. It's extremely good. The information, the intel, it's being conveyed properly, and that's why Hero Extreme Godlike, they know exactly where to move and when to move. And it's been working out like a charm. All the four players still on the block. You've got Nebula Esports in the close proximity, and luckily enough for Nebula Esports, they've got a decent compound to play with, but unfortunately enough, Nebula Esports lost out on 2 players. As of now, for God's Reign, Destro is out in the open. He's only got a shack to work with, and that vehicle is on the verge of being completely blown up. Tamilan Esports, they find themselves a bit of that pit stop, but it's not a good pit stop at all. They've lost out in 2 players.
Oh, no.
Smokes need to be tossed out. There's also God's Reign taking those shots against him from the sidelines. And Tamilan Esports with nowhere left to go. God's Reign, they're constantly just ripping him apart. These bullets, they're just getting too much, and eventually Tamilan Esports, they've been eliminated from this game.
This is so risky of God's Reign's plan, but it's worked out so sweet as well. They've got the entire south side covered because of the fact that Destro does have an off angle for anyone who's going to be looking to try and rat their way through. And because of that, Tamilan Esports just get completely shut off. But it's such a risky move if anybody discovers that Destro is all by himself. For now, the journey continues for Hero Extreme Godlike from the northwest corner. They're not exactly in zone yet, but they do see a couple of stragglers out in open. Jonathan sees a stray, finally finds the connection, and that is going to be another team that bites the dust as Hero Extreme Godlike gets another, well, I would say another team eliminated, but it wasn't Jonathan that actually got the finish, unfortunately. So close.
Middle Esports, too many shots against this vehicle. On the verge of being blown up as well, but at this point also he's only got 1 goal to get the fallen comrade back up. Parks the vehicle right in front of Termi. Tosses out a smoke as well, which makes a lot of sense, and now he's going to go for that stick. There's also Godlike, and Godlike probably does want to punish the players off Middle Esports. Yeah. But luckily enough, Termi's back up on his feet, and now look at Jonathan. He's already pushed up deep. 7 nades in the hand. 1 is being cooked up. This nade, if it's going to find the mark, Middle Esports, they will be in shambles. It does find a bit of that tip damage, but it's not enough. Middle Esports still looking good and dandy. Godlike slowly and steadily making that pounds, getting up close and personal, while Middle Esports, they're just being anxious in those smokes. They never know how Godlike's going to make the pounce. They never know what nade's going to be tossed against him, and when they will be knocked out.
Oh my goodness. Here comes the rush as well. Sim push through. They find Thermi. L2 gets naded out through the smoke as well. Hero Extreme Godlike, perfect timing, perfect execution once more. They knew Metal was blind, and the nades kept coming through. The panic, the paranoia, the fear, completely striking in towards their formations, taking them out. Very, very tactical plays here coming from Hero Extreme Godlike.
Where was this Godlike in the upper brackets? That's my question. Where were these coordinated plays in the upper bracket? This does not seem like the same Godlike that we saw in the past couple of days. It's a completely different Godlike. It's a turnaround in the team's playstyle.
This is the Godlike I saw during BGIS. It's been a while now.
Communication's on point. The team synergy as well. It does seem like everything is going pretty well. Calls are being communicated pretty well, but hold on to that thought. Nebula Esports, they once again decide to strike, but this time against the boys of Victorious Sumus. All the three players around the same shack out in the open as well. It's not the best possible spot, but Victorious Sumus now need to adjust with whatever they've got. Make something out of nothing.
They lost the player, but all things considered, they were able to get a grand slam on Revenant Xspark, taking them out. Down with the final 5 teams here. Phoenix pretty much losing a lot of health. Nomi going to be providing some sort of support fire here to try and pick him up, but Phoenix gets knocked in the midst of the smoke as well. The sprays are good, but now 4TR is going to try and reap these rewards as well. Victorious Summers, do they get the point, or will the nades from 4TR snatch that away?
Yeah, the utilities, they're getting too much. Being tossed up close and personal. And soon Phoenix, he might just meet the makers. For 4TR, this has to be one of the best possible games you can ask for. Yeah, they've just got one finish point. That's a bit unfortunate, but all the 4 players still standing. They seem well coordinated as well. But Godlike is the only possible threat for Z-God and the boys, and they need to be a little bit more careful. They need to be more communicative as well. They run into the open arms of Godlike. It's not looking too good. They're taking too many shots. Morty's taken down extremely low, but eventually paid his life. He finds the first knockout. Simp is up close and personal with Z-God. And Simp bests Z-God as he shuts him down and puts him to sleep. But still, somehow, things looking good and dandy. 4TR, they're on the verge of making a bounce back in the fight. It's too up close, but eventually Godlike, they once again find themselves on the advantageous side. But Godlike is also getting third party by the players of White Walkers. It's too much back and forth. It's too many teams taking fights. It's too many players engaging in this one scuffle at the same time.
Yeah, it's all hungry. They're hungry for points right now. You can see White Walkers. They're looking for flesh. They're looking for a pound of Hero Extreme Godlike. Jonathan knocked. They've lost Sim. And Punk now is going to try and set up to try and play a little bit of defensive maneuver to try and buy time to regroup and reset. And it seems like they are able to pick up Jonathan for now to keep things alive. 13 finishes in the back from Hero Extreme Godlike. They've lost Sim. A lot of great 1v1 situation for Sim. Unfortunately, was backstabbed from INF God. Wasn't expecting that coming from Hero Extreme Godlike, but they're right at the edge of the zone, and the nades comes through. A perfect nade by Arthur to shut down Punk, and now Jonathan, he needs to reset Punk once more. And fortunately for them, they are right on the edge of the zone. They're going to be able to get the reset unless White Walker, do they want to go for the push? Flash is thinking about it. Oh no, so many nades.
Oh,
that's it for them. Jonathan is done for as well.
It's overwhelming. They just can't deal with it anymore. And for Godlike now, Admino is the only person, the only glimmer of hope left alive, and he's taking those shots against White Walkers. But I highly doubt Admino is going to be the difference maker. Just one man against the entirety of the White Walkers. It's too much to ask for. Yeah, he does have a decent spot to play with, and maybe Admino can make the most out of it, but now it's just getting shot at from underneath that vehicle and eventually gets eliminated from the game. Victorious Sumus, they will be the one to put the full stop. With not a lot of elimination points on the board for Victorious Sumus, it definitely does seem like this can be their game.
Yeah, this is a comeback here. Always a veteran in the scene, one of the longest standing, most experienced BGMI player that is still playing competitively thus far. Now making a mark to try and qualify their way through into the top. White Walkers finally also making a bounce back here, considering that they have an amazing track record known as Volcano Esports during their BMPS run. It is going to be huge, and guess what? They find a pick, and that's going to be Delta that gets shut down here by God's Rain.
That's going to be a bit rough, I'm not going to lie. And that's going to sting due to the boys. White Walkers, 6 finishes on the board. They have been playing a patient game as well. Yes, they did strike between the chaos that erupted a while ago. And that's one of the main reasons why Godlike is now eliminated. But with the way things were really there in the final few moments, we never even thought that God's Reign can make it. But yes, they're over here with just Neo surviving. Inside of that one shack, Util's being tossed around it as well. They really do want to threat that needle. Just find that one connection through the shack. It's going to be tough. The range is too much. But Urchin, he's going to go for a second shot. But Neo eventually, he surprises him with that peek. And that's going to be a massive knockout. That should buy enough time for Neo to at least get a bit of that repositioning. But no, he's not going to do so.
Yeah, he's all by himself. He's a little bit afraid. He's got 7 nades to actually go through as well. But considering that they are in the top 3, he's done his job. He's got decent amount of positioning points. And I would say asking for top 2 is going to be a far stretch. But considering that the zone is favoring onto his Neo, he has no reason to push out. Everybody else has to push in instead. Well, Victorious Summers, they're still thinking, what should they do? They know for a fact that Neo inside the chat is kind of annoying to deal with. And they themselves are going to be playing a little bit preemptively here. Neo going to preemptively launch a couple of nades here to try and bait out any kind of rushes, which, again, it's not happening anytime soon here. But, oh, the nade seems to be a close hit for Mafia. Neo, he is in a lot of trouble, but the Molotovs comes through, and he is done for from Neo.
Yeah, he just can't do anything. The flames, they engulf him. The man gets incinerated to death. And now for White Walkers, even they're getting funneled in. As slowly and steadily, they're losing the grip inside of the game. Final 2 teams standing. It's Victorious Sumus against White Walkers. And both the teams, they're looking equally strong. But for White Walkers, if they do get the revival back upon towards Arjun, then maybe the advantage can we with the... It's also an uphill battle for the players of Victorious Sumus. They still need to be the one to at least assert some sort of dominance in the game. There's also Flash around that shack, and Flash is not going to let go off that position that easily. And Psycho's nade is going to threat the needle. It finds a knock towards Mafia. Victorious Sumus down to just a 2-man squad. Man advantage now in the hands of White Walkers. Urgent's back upon his feet, and it seems like this is White Walkers' game to lose. They've got every single thing with them, and now Xian's position is also revealed. He did miss those shots, but eventually he does find the confirmation. White Walkers, now the situation's taken down to a 2-on-1. Another nade tossed out, but it's not going to make the deal. It's not going to make the cut. This nade, it does seem like it's up close and personal. But to be honest, for Victorious Sumus, they do get the revival back upon the fallen player.
Yeah, they are looking for those conversions as well. Always, he's down towards his last 40 bullets. He's getting shot here from Flash, but then Panda nades comes through. They need to get the re-knock. They need to make it this into a 2 versus 1. They find those confirmations. They find those points, and it all comes down to a 2 versus 2 now. Psycho needs to reset his health. Flash still inside those shack. Biggest threat so far. But with the zone coming in, Victorious Summers, they've got to make a play, and this is going to be the push here. The Grand Stab onto his Flash. They need to find the pick, and no, they do not get it. And White Walkers, they will snatch the chicken dinner away from them as they clutch it out big time here in day 2 for the quarterfinals.
I'm not gonna lie, that was still too close for comfort. But oh boy, for White Walkers to be able to snatch away a game like that, it's definitely gonna make him feel good. And Johnny, I'm not gonna lie, even for a moment, I genuinely thought that God's Reign's not gonna stand a chance, but they were still there in the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, a beautiful turnaround coming from God's Reign and Victorious Summers. I mean, that final fight, being able to bring it down to a 2v2 was very impressive. And then they got a little greedy. Xian tried to go for the finish secure instead of knocking out Psycho in the backlines. Had Psycho gotten knocked out or had Flash been taken out of the way, it would have been a White Walker's chicken dinner. But then again, points are points. They get 10 finishes inside of the game and a top 2 finish.
Yeah, I know, right? That was quite a solid, outstanding performance from them. And yeah, speaking of Godlike as well, this was the Godlike we all wanted to see, right?
Really?
Now it seems like the communication's on point. The synergy as well is looking fantastic. Every single outcome they're having inside of the game, I just hope they're going to have the same way in the future games as well.
You know, it's been a while since I've seen this Godlike coming in from during BGIS days. It's nice to see they're back in form, back in action. But again, can they be consistent here? Because their upper bracket one completely disaster for them. But this time, seems like they're back in action.
I think it's quite a good sign that it's just game 1 and Godlike popped off in a nice manner. God's Reign did quite well. Victorious Summers, White Walkers. This is a team that we did not talk about much, but this is also a team that is struggling in the middle pack right now. Day number 1 wasn't great for White Walkers, but with this chicken dinner now, there is hope brewing up that maybe we're going to see them secure a top 12 finish.
And luckily enough, all the teams that were not doing too good yesterday are now starting to pop off in a good fashion, right? Victorious Sumus, God's Reign, White Walkers, they once again do pretty good. Godlike as well, they once again get a solid performance in their hands. For White Walkers, yes, not a lot of finishes, but it's still a decent outcome they've had, and a decent amount of points as well will be added to the overall standings. For Hero Xtreme Godlike, we saw those well-coordinated plays, things looking good.
I just wanted to say, I mean, it seems like Psycho got about both the players from Victorious Thomas in the end. Flash is there. 0 damage, 0 finishes. Not 0 damage, 400, mid 400s damage, 426 if I'm not wrong. And 0 finishes and 0 knockouts.
You know, in that final moments there, Psycho was the biggest MVP in terms of winning that fight because he was able to find opening knocks onto his Victorious Summers despite them having a 4v3 situation, right? They found the initial knock, but Psycho was able to trade things off and then force Victorious Summers to spend so much time, which resulted in them getting taken out.
Hey, but I mean, we can talk a lot about how these teams are playing and what their plan looks like at the start of the day, but the players themselves know what they want to execute, where they want to be at the end of the day. So we're going to head over to a very special interview, ladies and gentlemen. And after that, it's going to be match number 2. Don't go anywhere.
थैंक यू सो मच कास्टर. देखिए ये जो पहला मुकाबला गया है ना, मैं वहाँ पे बैठा हुआ था, मैं डर रहा था कि ये क्या हो रहा है, कौन चक्कर निकाल रहे हैं, बट आखिर में वाइट वॉकर इनके नाम जाता हुआ आज के दिन का पहला मुकाबला. फ्लैश थोड़ा समझाइए मुझे, क्योंकि नंबर्स जिस तरीके से आपके पास थे, फिर नंबर अगेंस्ट हुए, फिर बातचीत बराबरी में आई, तब जाके वो चक्कर निकालना पॉसिबल हुआ. ये क्यों हुआ? क्योंकि आपके पास पूरा नंबर्स था, एडवांटेज होने के बावजूद भी इस तरीके के हालात.
दिक्कत आ गई क्योंकि हम फोरमैन थे, वहाँ पे हमें एक बंदे का इन्फो नहीं था. अगर उसकी वो भी गलती हमारी थी, अगर हम उसका इन्फो प्रॉपर से अच्छे से निकाल लेते तो गेम हम इतना डिफिकल्ट नहीं होता. हम आराम से चिकन हमारा था, सारा एडवांटेज हमारे पे थे, जोन भी थे और जोन का सेंटर भी हमारे पास था. तो जोन अपने मतलब हमारी साइड से गलती हो गई कि इतना डिफिकल्ट हमने बना दिया इतने ईजी चिकन को.
बट स्टिल आई मीन डे 1 वाइट वॉकर्स थोड़े से गायब थे. हमने जब आपको पहले देखा था, पहले के राउंड में स्टार्टिंग से वो डोमिनेशन था. क्वार्टर फाइनल का प्रेशर था जो पहला दिन आपका उतना बेहतर नहीं जा पाया.
नहीं, प्रेशर ऐसा तो कुछ है नहीं. हम फिनिशेस के लिए जा रहे थे. अगर हमें फाइट्स मिल रही थी फर्स्ट डे था, हम खुल के खेल रहे थे एकदम, मतलब कोई ये नहीं, किसी से डरना नहीं. फर्स्ट डे पे हम पूरा फिनिशेस के लिए जा रहे थे. आज सेकंड डे है, थोड़ा हम दोनों का सर्वाइवल पे भी थोड़ा ध्यान देना है, तो उस चीज़ को हम लेके आज स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं.
काफ़ी बेहतर आज का दिन स्टार्ट हुआ है. लेकिन अर्जुन, मुझे थोड़ा आपसे कंप्लेन है. हमें जिस अर्जुन को देखने की आदत है, मानो आ भी रहे हैं गायब भी हो जा रहा है, ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है? वो बैलेंस अर्जुन कहाँ है?
फ्लो नहीं मिल रहा था. चिकन आया तो धीरे धीरे फ्लो बनेगा. वही सेम वापस पहले जैसे अर्जुन मिलेगा, जो मारता है, घुस के आगे पीछे नहीं देखता, सेम वही अर्जुन मिलने वाला है आपको. अब
कितना ज़्यादा साथ मिल रहा है? क्योंकि ओवरऑल देखिए अभी भी जो पॉइंट्स की डिमांड है 90 के आसपास, 95 के आसपास बातचीत जाने वाली है. आने वाले मैचेस को किस तरीके से आप देख रहे हो? क्या एग्रेशन या स्लो डाउन?
एग्रेसिव मारना है बस. अब तो मिल गया फ्लो.
चलिए, वो आज के आने वाले मैचेस में हमें ज़रूर पता चलने वाला है. बट फिलहाल अभी एक ही मुकाबला समाप्त हुआ और इतने सारे एक्शन हुआ है. सोचिए अभी और भी 5 मैचेस है. बट फिलहाल चलते हैं अपने एनालिस्ट की तरफ, क्योंकि वो पूरी तरीके से तैयार है अपने सवालों के साथ, जिसका जवाब इन्होंने दिया.
Yeah, I mean, of course, with how things really kicked off, one thing is for sure, none of us thought that we're going to be able to see so many comebacks in just that one single game, right? We did see Victorious Sumus pop off in a good fashion, and for a moment, I personally thought even 4TR could have done a lot better, but the moment they took that fight against the players of Godlike, there was also an instant third party from the side of White Walkers. That's why things were just not looking too good.
I mean, that slope of the hill was a trap for anyone who was at the higher ground. We saw Godlike fall, we saw 4TR fall over there. White Walkers, they survived because they had a brilliant angle to work with, and Victorious Sumus was a big distraction for anyone that was already playing the slope. And I think it all just came down to timing. But yeah, I mean, 3 names in particular, or at least 4 names in particular, were the ones we weren't expecting to finish in the top 4. 4TR, we're gonna. I want to see a lot more finishes from them.
I know, right? And yeah, speaking of what exactly happened at the start as well, it's quite unfortunate for Vasista Esports to get caught off guard in a scuffle like that, isn't it, Salty?
Absolutely, and I think this has been happening for a while for Hector and the rest of his lads, where he hasn't really been able to figure out which are the good fights for him, which are the bad fights. I feel like he wants to go aggressive, but then he gets himself in the middle of a third party in the middle of nowhere, absolutely.
You know what the best part about that entire conflict is? It's the fact that it happened right after we had the morning interview with Hector.
I know, right? And we had so many expectations from the man as well. But hey, jokes apart, I would say in that previous game, Godlike was definitely popping off, and it's all because of this one man. Once again, Admino doing fantastic, getting 6 finishes on the block. Then you've also got Simp now popping off. To all the haters that were saying Simp is not doing good, well, here you go. Simp getting 4 finishes on the board as well. Cheyenne right there for Victorious Sumus getting 4-2. Now, as we move on towards the standings, Victor Sumus, yeah, they've gotten 16 points. Godlike getting 17 and White Walkers getting 17.
Oh man, those placement points were very important for White Walkers to secure in the end. 17 points. Now this helps them bounce back. But as we move forward, on the 4th, we have God's Reign with 9. 40R with 5. Wyld Fangs was there in the top 5 as well. And while the interview was happening, we saw Manya in a very heated discussion with Miami. Not heated actually, but it was just an intense discussion between the coach and the IGL.
I think these things do happen, and I'm pretty sure White Walkers, especially after White Tiger's performance, there will be that little bit of safety net, but I think there's still a chance for Seth and Spraygod to step up, because I think these two lads, they have definitely underperformed.
But Necro, now we are, well, during the pre-show, we spoke a lot about SINEWY, we spoke a lot about Autobotz, we spoke a lot about EVOX as well, as a matter of fact, but that first game, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, not exactly the way we wanted to go, right? We all thought day 2 is going to be the day of comebacks, even for a banner like SINEWY. And SINEWY does not exactly like to perform on the day 1s, but on day 2s and day 3s is where SINEWY, you will see them at their prime. But so far, that's not the SINEWY we all wanted to see. And even for Tamilan Esports, that's not the Tamilan Esports that we all expected to see, right, Salty?
Absolutely. I think there's been a conversation with me and Ranveer where I asked him, why are you not playing? Why are you not leading the pack? He's like, I want to play with all 4 assaulters. I want to be the first IGL who wants to lead the team from off the battlegrounds. And this is very new for me, but I kind of feel like they're going to work it out somehow, maybe.
I think I found the problem. Salty went and spoke to them.
Yeah, I know, right? Maybe that's
I was the one who made
Esports is not doing good now.
Yo, guys, I was the one who actually predicted White Walkers. How can you call me the problem?
I mean, come
Did
on,
you actually
Salty.
predict White Walker?
Yeah, I
Predict
did.
the winner for the next match?
Maisie predicted Godlike with 22 finishes. They get eliminated the first thing.
All right, let's see if your word is going to turn true as we jump into the match. All right, it is game number 2, day number 2, the map of Miramar. And after the surprises that we had in the Erangel before this, I am expecting a few more on Miramar. But Salty, going back to the question, I was asking you to predict the winner for this game. Why are you telling me Maisie's prediction?
No, I said White Walkers, they were my prediction.
Yeah.
For Maisie, it was Godlike with 22 eliminations. But then, keeping that aside, I think that is a conversation we'll have later on, ladies and gentlemen. Because the flight path is in front of us, and it is moving in from Impala on towards Chumasera, this time on the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, and potentially another opportunity for Vasista Esports to trouble the scores a little bit more, because I feel like they must be tired being on the second page of these standings for a while now. Especially Scary Jord, who's been so brilliant so far. I think the rest of the lads will have to pull up their socks, Johnny.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Scary Jord, he has been getting all of those finishes for the team, but we know Vasista Esports, they have Sahil, they have Pro as well, who are quite brilliant in their own right. And, of course, seeing the players as they drop onto the map. God's Reign in Impala, of course, the flight path favoring their drop location. Then there's the cluster in Los Leones, Revenant Xspark, 40R. An early fight always expected in Miramar whenever these two teams are playing. Sensei needs to be careful. Majority of the times, whenever there's early action in Los Leones and Revenant Xspark is involved, either Sensei or Fierce end up being the first casualty. And, well, all right, he wasn't able to do it yesterday, Destro.
Yeah.
But today, considering they have done quite well on Erangel, I am expecting that God's Reign might just have a brilliant match of Miramar up ahead.
I pray you, Johnny, please let's keep God's Reign aside. Let them do their job for now and let's not jinx it, right? It's been a long time we've actually seen a big chicken coming in from God's Reign, and I'm pretty sure the fans are going to be starving for it. Good circle for sure, but this is not an Impala circle. It's kind of centered on around that La Benedita region, which has also been God's Reign and their graveyard majority of the times.
I mean, for sure, running out into the open towards the west from that city, it's a risky maneuver. And majority of the times it only works out when there's no one there to give you trouble. Talking about people giving trouble. All right, what is going on with 40R? Look at Morty and Z-God, and then the other two players are still in Los Leones. We'll talk about that in a bit, because turns out there's early action inside this match. Nebula Esports, they find themselves quite close to one of the players from Marcos Gaming. Another cluster towards the western edge of the map. There's Nebula, there's White Walkers, there's Marcos Gaming, who have lost one man. There's two players from the side of 40R. So there's a lot of surprises here towards the western edge, the end of the flight path. Marcos Gaming, though, they survive with 3 players. about 400-500 meters north of where Nebula Esports is. Nebula, since they do not have a lot of compounds around them, they're going to be looting these small shacks wherever they find.
Absolutely agreed over there. But Johnny, also one more very important team in a very important position has to be Vasista Esports, right at the periphery of the circle. I feel like that is exactly the point where you get the migration from the western part of the map from. And if you are in that position, it means not only a lot of traffic is going to come towards you, it also means that you will be in a position where you can get those finishes. Have a look at that, the grenade count at 3,708. I really want to see that 5,000 mark being touched, because imagine 5,000 nades in a tournament that spans not as long as a month. That is a lot of explosions.
It is a lot of explosions. It's a lot of bodies picked off after those explosions were over. But Nebula Esports, Adi, he saw the glider, picked up the glider, went up further ahead, found the bus, and now he's going to go to pick up his teammates. But they have to be careful. There's a man lurking around the corner. Luckily for Nebula Esports, Morty, the man from 40R, who's right next to them, does not have an AR to work with. He has an Uzi. And at this distance, that micro Uzi, it's not going to do a lot. So Nebula Esports, they can breathe a sigh of relief. But still, I do not understand what is this. How much distance is that? Let me figure it out. That's 3,000, around 3,600 meter split between the players of 40R. As I said, 2 players to the extreme west of the map, the other 2 in Los Leones.
Yeah. And of course, the ones you were talking about on the western edge, Morty was actually one of them.
Yeah.
The last time you actually said that Uzi at that range won't work, Levi found a knock on the map of Erangel. I still remember that moment and I'm never going to forget it. So I won't doubt these lads. They are extremely overpowered. But of course, with the Uzi shooting down a glider, of course, will be difficult. Still waiting for the teams to rotate inside the circle. I think this is possibly one of those first times when teams are taking their sweet time looting around that map of Miramar. Usually we get to see those early rotations towards the central parts of the circle itself, but it seems like teams would rather take their time, their sweet time. I'm waiting for that hardship, Johnny, because that will dictate the pace of the game from that point on.
Of course, I mean, the stage 2, stage 4 shifts do throw these teams off, but we have this Camel Rider on our screens, INF code. I want to see if he actually makes it all the way towards Los Leones without getting caught off guard. Almost got very close to the players of BotArmyEsports, but he's going to be safe for a while. And talking about BotArmyEsports, they try to move towards the east along the southern highways and run into the arms of Tamilan Esports. A little bit of damage dished out to Fragger, but he's still alive.
He certainly is alive. BotArmyEsports, I want to find out where the rest of the lads are, because it seems like he is rotating all by himself, which definitely is surprising. BotArmy always used or always known to be hunting in packs. All of a sudden, they just find themselves individually positioned. Victoria Summers, we've got to talk about this team, to be honest, because last game was brilliant, around 16 points they did acquire. And now, I think on the overall standings, Victoria Summers, they're going to find themselves possibly in a comfortable position for the first time in this competition.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think for the first time, Victoria Summers, they are going to be feeling A-okay, but it can go away as well. That's the only thing. They have to make sure that what they did in the last match, they're getting close to that every single time in every single match that they play. And same goes for God's Reign. That fumble on day 1, you have to recover from it, and you have to do it as quickly as possible. They have initiated the process, but it's all about being consistent.
You know, I still feel like Ovis is second-guessing himself. Ever since this team has lost Thunder, it kind of feels like Victoria Summers, they aren't really as aggressive as they used to. Initially, he used to have that confidence that Thunder is going to back him. Cheyenne is, of course, there. But then Cheyenne, of course, after losing his teammate and comrade in kind, partner in crime, rather, he has sort of lost that glimmer of hope that Victoria Summers always had, especially in those firefights. That seems to be missing. But another team whose firefight seems to be missing, Wyld Fangs. I talked about them during the segment as well. I still feel Spray and Saf together can do much better. It seems like it's now only White Tiger who has been holding the mantle for Wyld Fangs.
I agree with you on that. I mean, Spray God and Saf, they have been incredible athletes in the past, and we are still waiting to see them put up similar numbers on the board. I mean, Spraygard, he's like a legend in his own right, has a legacy now after the run they had last year. But EVOX, looking to write their own name in history. Not a great start to their matches in the quarterfinals. An executor spotted out by the players of Wyld Fangs. Although not enough shot connections for the NoNx executor on his way.
Moving towards the shorelines, never really a good option, especially if you want to counter circles like these. Have a look at that. The hard shift might just be coming through, ladies and gentlemen. The second phase of the circle, which takes us to Lost Leonis. This is a good one. We love urban battles, and it seems like we are going to be delivered one right on a silver platter.
I mean, we are going to get an urban battle in the end, but the problem is that Lost Leonis Circle means this is going to be a very, very slow, grueling match for everyone.
Yeah.
Teams, as you can see, have found some space in or around the city. The squads that are still outside the zone, especially moving in from the west, might face challenges or gatekeeping being done by the teams that are going to be playing the periphery, the western periphery of Lost Leonis. Namely, 40R is going to be there. Wyld Fangs is going to be one of those teams. Tamilan, BotArmyEsports breaching the southern edge of the circle. Well, they might feel a little bit of hurt if they run into an off fight against 40R. But everyone else, once they find cover, they're just going to keep their heads down. Although, Marcos Gaming still in ruins. And Nebula Esports playing from El Pozo. Yeah, exactly. What are those teams going to be up to? But as we were talking about other names, 40R, they find an opening for themselves as they pick off Arjun from White Walkers.
Now that is one important player down from White Walkers. The rest of the three players, of course, in proper positions, but I don't think they're going to re-engage into this fight. Arjun was kind of caught off guard, and 40R officials really quick on their trigger. Pain is life. Has been that one man from 40R, I feel like, who keeps the hopes alive for this team. Z-God needs to step up. INF God and Morty, of course, these two lads have also been there. We've seen glimpses of their performance. White Walkers. Well, Arthur, Arjun's brother, who has always been that impact fragger for White Walkers now. I feel like they understand that there is no need to actually force out this fight. They still have got themselves enough space to control their positions well. 40R officials, it seems like they pose no threat to their positions as well. So why just re-engage back in that fight?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You take whatever point you get and just be comfortable, especially if you have the zone on top of your heads. And White Walkers, they kind of have recovered all three players together instead of just a 2-2 split going on. Morty still on his way to Lost Leonis. It's going to take him a while now, though, since there's going to be a lot of teams around the road blocking his way. If Morty regroups with 40R, it's just a miracle happening in front of our eyes. But EVOX, an early fight against Victoria Sumus, they found an opener for themselves, but can they keep it going? Can they actually convert the finish over there? Is going to be a big question. Revenant Xspark on the other side. High ground advantage for Goten, but I don't think he has info about EVOX on the other side of the ridge.
Yeah. Goten always extremely far away from the rest of his lads. Now, a lot of fans of Revenant Xspark might feel this man has that tendency to just go on a free roam, but it's also the scouter responsibilities that Goten has picked up on his shoulders to try and get information from the enemy territories. Now he does have the high ground right at the edge of the circle, and he's got so many teams approaching him, namely Godlike as well as Tamilan Esports, who come in from the southern fringe. I guess if they do keep themselves open, Goten will have a line of sight, potentially taking in those shots as well. But I think his job is much more important over there, Johnny. Yeah. I think he's got to protect the rest of the three lads who are much deeper inside the circle.
That is very true. I think, as you mentioned, he is going to be the scout for the team, eyeing the threat ahead, but it seems like EVOX completely forgot about that fact. And a little bit of a run-in against Wyld Fangs, PMW IGL, a lot of shots fired on him. He's still standing though, not knocked out yet. RD07 is there right behind his IGL, and EVOX should be able to get themselves in some cover at least. But I want to see the reaction of Wyld Fangs to this threat. Will they go for a push? Will they be the ones engaging into this fight? It's an actual option, but Godlike and BotArmyEsports. Oh, there's so much commotion on the southern edge of the circle. Look at that, 4 teams and BotArmyEsports Brilliant way to kick things off as they knock out Sim from the side of Godlike, and the finish is going to be confirmed as well.
I guess each and every team in this position is aware of the threat. Wyld Fangs, I think, SprayGod and Mania, the way they are positioned, they are looking for frags. Wanted will be taking down BotArmyEsports in the midst of this fight. But surprisingly, Godlike Esports, they had this little valley for themselves and they managed to escape out of that. This is insane. Survival instincts come kicking in through for Punky. Knew that he's got one opportunity. Meanwhile, Wyld Fangs, their attention was kind of diverted by BotArmy and their presence, and Godlike just got the heck away from that position. I like it. I like what I'm seeing so far. It is the threat of elimination, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
It is on every single one of their necks.
Also, this is a very awkward circle because while the early stages did give teams the luxury of staying inside Los Leones, now we are in the middle of nowhere. Los Leones, La Benedita and Impala, all three major cities outside of the play zone. And it's just these hills that are west of Los Leones and a little bit of the La Benedita hills that the teams will have to employ for themselves to find the angles, to find the opportunity to engage. But Wyld Fangs, they knock out Fragger. It's a 4 versus 3 for the next few minutes. Although no information about the rest of the players from BotArmyEsports. SprayGod on the flank. Prateek is going to be the man he needs to deal with. Prateek, not having been spotted out yet, actually uses the opportunity to go a little bit wide. Sev gets knocked out. What a brilliant turnaround from Prateek. It could have been the last few seconds for BotArmyEsports in this fight, but they find a re-knock, a trade against Wyld Fangs, and now the fight turns into a 3v3.
Prateek in that position, he was always supposed to be brilliant. He was not supposed to get that finish off Saf, but unfortunately or fortunately, he finds it. Wyld Fangs on the other side. White Tiger has always been the best of positions amongst team. Keep on raining hellfire, and now look at that. Seems like Marcos Gaming from the backlines. They're going to steal away one finish from Wyld Fangs and their claws. Fangs are not really as wild, are they? Also on the other side, you've got inside of the circle a couple of players from Godlike Esports. Punk a little outside, I guess, will be marking the exits. Marcos Gaming for them. Problems seems to escalate.
I mean, in an instant, BotArmyEsports just annihilated as they were surrounded. There was Godlike, there was Wyld Fangs, there was EVOX, Marcos Gaming, everyone taking shots on them. And when you're surrounded, it's very difficult to survive. Lesson learned the hard way for BotArmyEsports. Executed. That has to be pure luck, man. That's the second time this man has avoided getting knocked out in a very, very awkward position. And EVOX still 4-man strong, but it is going to be difficult for them if the circle moves up north. They are being chased. Look at the radar. Wyld Fangs still keeping a close watch onto EVOX along with Revenant Xspark from the high ground.
And I love this position from Revenant Xspark, Fierce especially. I guess he is going to be uncontested, but his job description will be to not overextend from this point on. Information will be there. There are going to be multiple opportunities in front of him to try and go aggressive, potentially steal a couple of those finishes away. But then the amount of risk it poses in him getting taken out, it's not worth that risk. Nonetheless, we will keep on talking about Godlike Esports because Punk just let another team in the name of Marcos Gaming slide by. Even Fierce, as a matter of fact, a couple of those sprays did come through, but no connections found. Have a look at that. Almost got himself a knock, but that will be taken away by Sensi. Revenant Xspark seems to be in a dominating position. Meanwhile, Marcos Gaming, they just slam in at the foothills of this position, and I don't think this is a good area.
I mean, as of now, even the other teams agree with you because Marcos Gaming, they are getting punished. Wizard looking for a revive onto Bad OP. But White Walkers, they've closed in a lot of distance, and this could be brutal for Marcos Gaming. Here comes the slam, and Psycho, the frontliner, he takes out one, the re-knock onto Bad, but the angle not there for Arthur to go for the cleanup. Now, as Wizard steps out, that's the end. Final nail in the coffin. Marcos Gaming headed to an early exit. On the other end of things, Godlike as well on the verge of elimination down to the last man, but Wyld Fangs finally, they've been tracking them for a while and now decide to make a push onto the players of EVOX. Opening secured as two players from the side of EVOX are knocked out, and SprayGod runs onto the flank, secures the frag for his team, but White Tiger, he needs backup, he takes out Executor, gets traded out, but still, Spray God, the shotgun spam and almost had it. Pixel of HP onto PMW IGL. Wyld Fangs, they got the squad wipe. They almost had the squad wipe, but no, says the leader of EVOX. That was awkward. That has to be heartbreaking. He was down to 10 HP.
White Tiger once again kept on calling for help and Spray God was nowhere to be found, and these errors have to be punished. I feel like Wyld Fangs, this has been a major problem from the backline. Spunk gets taken out. He did find BMW IGL, but always from victorious Sumus is going to clean things up. Godlike go back to the lobby with just 2 elimination points, no position points to be found. Everybody just falling because of the circle itself. This is uncontested terrain and nobody is aware of where the third-party threat lies.
A lot of problems for all the teams that were playing the southern edge. No one got any time to celebrate or just figure out or think how to move up north, how to move to the other side of the hill. You talk about it started off with BotArmyEsports. They were in a fight, got a few finishes, but instantly got finished off. Godlike was there. They got finished off. White Walkers got done for. But White Walkers are still here. Marcos Gaming got done for. And it's just those few loose stragglers that you got to pick up. No one has been able to secure a complete squad wipe all by themselves in a 4v4. But we have had a look towards the southern edge. Now shifting focus towards the north. SINEWY against Medal. Termi knocked out. Although there was a trade, but Metal Esports, this is a very uncomfortable position to be in. A high toss nade over the wall. And Altu and Venom are going to be taken out of the game.
I think their position is still yet to be marked. Metal Esports, they are keeping that ambiguity of their positioning. Just keep on moving around inside of these compounds. And these light maneuvers is what is keeping them at bay. But SINEWY Esports, they don't really care as Moksha leads the charge. The rest of the comrades, of course, they do have their shotguns themselves. Can Metal Esports escape from this territory is the question. Darmi is still down and out. Altu goes out, but he gets one knock. Instantly gets swayed off, and Venom, I guess he is going to live to fight another day. But anyway, Esports, this was good pressure coming in from them.
Yeah, this was good pressure, but Metal, they are going to lose bodies in this one. We did see one of the players from the side of Metal, Levi, actually just running out into the open. They still have Venom and AimGod remaining in the game, by the way. But Altu finished off. Termi still knocked. That finish is eventually going in the back for the players of SINEWY. There's no way Venom or Aimbot can do anything to bring him back unless they just knock out 2 players here from a single spray. But a third party comes through as soon as I say that. And it's going to be Autobotz to take out NINZA from the side of SINEWY. Lobster now focusing his attention on the other players. Oh! What was that? A few seconds here and there, and SINEWY, they just disappear from the map. Multiple third parties. Vasista Esports took shot, God's Rain took shots, Autobotz lent a helping hand, and this is just great news for Metal Esports.
Yeah, this is great news for them for sure, and great for Autobotz, to be honest, because 300 meters as the spray down was... It was dirty, it was disgusting, to be honest. Did not expect Lobster to just stand up and use his 6 times to that extent, but nonetheless, we move on. Revenant Xspark fierce. We didn't know that he was in an aggressive position, supposed to scout out information for the rest of his lads, but it seems like that backdoor engagement did take his life away. Revenant Xspark will be feeling the heat of Vasista Esports, and they decide to disengage.
And Vasista towards the western edge of the circle. Big threat up ahead is going to be Autobotz, so they want to clear the back lines and they move in for those frags. They move in for the final blow. Ralphie knocked out, Toxic under pressure, but Pro gets taken out as soon as the slam comes through. Another nade to pick off Sahil OP, and he gets knocked out as well. The decision from Hector was on point, but the execution, one of the worst we have seen from Vasista Esports. Why is the best player on Vasista Esports not willing to take these fights? What is going on with Scary George should be a question after this game.
Johnny, I'm not even sure if the decision to actually push up against Autobotz is good enough. I've always said that Hector doesn't really know how to differentiate between the good fights and the bad fights. And now look at this. They're moving outside the circle to fight against Autobotz to clean them up. But they have no utilities, no initial knocks. They just straight up slam inside of that compound and try and play it out of luck. That is not how you get those fights in your bag. But nonetheless, Scary Jordan, a duel has been locked. Nades exchanged as Venom and Scary Jordan do try to discharge the damage, but damage is yet to be done. Scary Jawed a little bit of cover with the vehicle itself. That is all that she has. And Autobot, as soon as they decide to push up, I guess both these loose stranglers, they might just be taken down.
Yeah, I think both of them are going to be picked off, but 40R versus Revenant Xspark over here, and Pain is live in the back lines. There's a player on the flank as well that can cause some trouble. Goten needs to avoid that nade. It was almost at his feet, runs behind the car for cover, needs to stay back while it explodes as well. And I love the fact that Zygote, look at how proactive he's getting with this play, but ends up giving his finish to Goten. And that's going to be the 5th point secured by Revenant Xspark in this game. Now Pain is live. He is the last survivor for 40R. Oh, and he's still standing. This is going to be a tough battle for him. But as we were talking about Vasista Esports and that push towards Autobotz, I felt it was a decent move.
Yeah.
Because they had Ralphie knocked out. It was a 3v4. But then they end up just giving a 3v3 even fight to the players of Autobotz, even though they had the upper hand, which is the decision that I do not understand. Had all 4 players committed, they could have charged either into a 2v1 situation or maybe just a 3v1 situation. Just pressure the one guy. Make sure that you always have the upper hand. But it wasn't the case. And, well, Vasista Esports, one by one, all of them got picked off. In the meanwhile, though, that conflict between Revenant Xspark and 40R comes to an end. We're down to the top 6 teams all of a sudden in this game.
We just spotted Vasista Esports get taken out. Venom did win the duel against Scary and got that finish in the back. So for Medal Esports, it seems like Venom has successfully evaded the bad fights, and now he's picking off any player that he can, actually. But how long will he keep himself alive will be a question. Autobotz Esports still yet to enter the circle as it keeps on forming on top of God's Reign. We always talk about it. They love to hold the central avenues of the circle itself, and now God's Reign, they're doing so much better. Revenant Xspark, in fact, they are absolutely shunned from mobility. Victorious Summers on their right-hand flank, meanwhile Autobots from their left-hand flank. I guess their wings might just get clipped.
I mean, the possibility is going to be there, but talking about God's Reign, I have to say, I mean, after the fiasco that happened, start of the day, we had an interview with Destro where he said he was going to try to do his level best, but it was a disaster for God's Reign through and through. I think today he's hoping for another interview where he finally gets to redeem himself and just tell everyone that, all right, we might have played bad on day 1, but let's not forget who we are, what we've accomplished in the past, and what we are capable of. Top 6 teams, God's Reign still smack center, but Tamilan Esports on the move. Could be in the line of fire for Medal Esports. Aimbot and Venom still waiting, but they're distracted by the players of Autobots not watching the flank. Finally realized there's a team moving in, and Dazzle with a few shots. The distraction enough to get Medal knocked out. Well, Venom knocked out, Aimbot still standing, but this might be the end. Tamilan, they have no utils.
Can I be honest with you, Johnny?
Yeah.
I always get surprised when I see Sensei on that finish feed. I don't expect this man to be there, but look at that. He is a grenadier now. Revenant Xspark, they're doing insanely well so far. But Trace has a little bit of threat. In fact, a threat of an entire army, Autobotz Esports, as they keep on pushing past him. Not a lot of defenses for Trace got from the back lines. Goten has to be in position so that he can provide those cover fires. And seems like both Goten and Trace, they are getting pinned down. Autobots from up top. Lobster lobs down that nade right on the money. Trace gets taken out. Goten quite low on HP. Hasn't really been able to provide the cover that they need. And now Autobots, all of a sudden, Tamilan Esports, they come in the picture and they absolutely destroy the defenses. What is happening, Johnny?
Yeah, out of nowhere, Autobots on the wrong end of this fight. And as you mentioned, that third party from Tamilan Esports, very impressive. They hear the commotion, they see the bodies and instantly start taking their shots. But concrete cover is concrete cover. The advantage that God's Reign has allows them to do so much in the end game. And they're the ones who actually found the opening knock against Tamilan, making sure iQOO was going to be out of commission for the next few moments. But Tamilan, they recover. And God's Reign, they're going to be back to square one. 5 teams, 13 players still alive. Autobots, oh, that nade was quite close. They are still standing. Goten has recovered. Sensei showed up to save his teammate, but he got taken out over there in the backlines. Goten, one good nade from him, and this fight is going to be done and dusted again. Falls a bit short, and now down to the last piece of util. It goes out flying, and it falls short again. Revenant Xspark, this might be it. This might be the end.
This potentially might be the end or the start of a heroic show coming in from Goten. He needs to pull out something insane over here. And of course, he did pull out the Molotov. A little bit of damage being dished out for Tamilan Esports. What have they done? Autobots were actually en route for a chicken dinner, but they've actually spoiled their party. Locked in a duel against Revenant Xspark. Tamilan from the back door has been absolutely brilliant. And now even Victorious Summers aren't really afraid of taking this fight. Godsrain looking to thrive under conditions like this. They've got insane man advantage. And Goten from the backlines. He has the advantage. He has the line of sight. Arib, the only one. He can breathe the final breath against Autobots. And Revenant Xspark might win this fight. Potentially inside the top 3.
And there you have it. Elimination for Tamilan. Revenant Xspark, their journey comes to an end. Autobots Arib, the last player surviving for his team. He does not have any heals on him. Neither does he have utility ammunition in that shotgun running out as well. It's just the M4 that we do not have any information about. But Victorious Summers, massive props to this team. They were shooting over the cover of God's Reign because they knew they can't really challenge God's Reign right now. So they were just going for those points that were available up front, which was Tamilan Esports. It's a 4v3 for Victorious Summers. And the only move remaining is to go charging into the building in front of them.
You know, I am praying for one thing right now, Johnny.
Yeah.
And that is for Autobots to do the same thing against God's Reign that Tamilan did. And Aribin is in such a beautiful position. God's Reign are completely unaware of his surroundings, if I'm not mistaken. Victorious Summers, all they need to do is gather information and try and attract attention from these lads. And that will be the go call for Arib. This can definitely be a cinematic ending, a climax to the map of Miramar, but can God's Reign hold on to their position is the question as they slam in. Victorious Summers looking to charge up. NINZA right up front in front of Destro. And what is he doing? Taking damage without even doing absolutely nothing. And now the first floor is up for grabs. Firing alarms, Victorious Summers, they find success, and now it's a 3v3.
Destro was just hoping that they did not see pixels off his head, but they do. And Autobots, Salty, you asked for it. Autobots deliver. They third party the fight. Victorious Summers lose a man for no reason, but that's going to be the second knock from God's Reign. We are in a 1 versus 2 situation, and there was hope for a second that NINZA could clutch it out, but Gods finally reigning supreme in the map of Miramar. The circle favoring their drop in the early game. Them finding cover for the late game, and the circle just constantly moving right on top of their heads. This was exceptional. This was a dream scenario for God's Reign.
Exactly what we wanted to see from a banner like God's Reign. And speaking of them, right, and even Victorious Summers, back-to-back consistent games now. And Autobotz Esports, a bit of that bounce back maybe from the overall standings as well. We wanted to see Autobotz Esports replicate the same playstyle they did in the lower brackets. And yeah, a little bit of that glimmer is definitely there.
It certainly is there, but then one of the most surprising performances in this entire match has to be Revenant Xspark, because we barely see splits coming in from them. But on the map of Miramar, I think the way they kind of handled out Trace with the initial firepower and then Fierce and Goten going out on their scouting missions, I think Revenant Xspark is trying new things now. What do you guys think?
I mean, they are trying new things, and it did work out quite nicely for them in this game as well. But Revenant Xspark, I think a more aggressive performance is what I expect from them. This time around, because the players were isolated, they weren't really allowed to showcase their firepower.
Yeah, but to be honest, let's be honest, right? Revenant Xspark is already doing pretty okay in the overall standings.
Yeah.
It was not one of those teams that was struggling already, and they were desperately looking for those points. Revenant Xspark can afford to have those type of shenanigans. And yeah, looking at the final blow as well, Victorious Summers, yes, they were a part of it, and somewhere down line, we all knew that God's Reign will be the one to come out on top. They were just sitting in that compound for the longest of the time, playing that defensive gameplay, and of course, collecting a few scraps as well on the way.
I mean, see, I'll be honest, when it came down to the 1v2, I wasn't so sure. We have seen those clutches happen multiple times, and Victorious Summers back to games, second place finish for Victorious Summers. A lot of aggression inside of the matches, and they are doing quite well. This is going to be the best performance we've seen from them.
We spoke about the consistency needed from these banners, right? For Godlike, the previous game was fantastic, but now the transition towards this game, it's not been that smooth. The same thing can be also said for White Walkers too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think White Walkers, they don't really need to think much right now. They have had a good performance in the first game. The second game, they completely bombed, but that's fine. God's Reign, as a matter of fact, I think this is a lore that we are building up inside of the Showdown. Every time the circle is on them, they just do so well.
I know, right? And pretty much the same thing is happening with Godlike as well, right? You spoke about another team, and I would say even for Godlike, just like yesterday, they got that one solid game, instantly started bombing the rest, and this is the same thing they did. Before now, let's move on to a short break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BMSD 2025, and you guys are currently watching the quarterfinals that is happening right here, right now on day number 2. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is two handsome gentlemen. We have Salty and Necro, going to be taking you through what we think is going to be happening here in this upcoming match of Sanhok between these two groups here. Early on, we saw a very surprise victory coming from God's Reign here, holding control of those compounds and completely dominating the competition. But the biggest question here is still, how is Victorious Summers being so consistent in every single game thus far? Salty.
I think it's been that mindset shift from always. I did have a little bit of short discussion with Johnny as well. Ever since Thunder had left that lineup, I feel always was second guessing every single fight, but now he's kind of trusted his boys, the Cheyenne, the rest of the lads. He feels like those boys can take those fights, and I think it's coming out well.
Well, all things considered here, we have to talk about the MVP from that match here. It is going to be NINZA coming from Victorious Summers. They have proved impeccable timings in taking those fights in their favor here, but joining alongside them here, a surprise entry into the top 5 here is going to be Areeb and Lobster. We have been talking about Areeb and Lobster being the star players coming from Autobotz for the longest of time, but this game is their best performing game out of all the games they've played so far from Autobotz. Do you think that they have adapted so far, Necro?
Maybe. It definitely does seem like it. It definitely does seem like a start for the good, right? Inside the quarterfinals, this is the best game so far Autobotz Esports have had. Yeah, if you look at the match standings, God's Reign getting 18 points, Victorious Summers getting 15 points once again. That consistency is impeccable. But for Autobotz Esports, these 14 points, it's going to help them so much move up in the overall standings. This is going to be a big catapult for them.
Agreed, but on the second half as well here, Hero Xtreme Godlike taking a very early exit despite a very dominating performance in the start of the day with the Erangel as well. We saw signs of Hero Xtreme Godlike, which I would say a very dominating performance from yesterday's performance when their debut in Sanhok. But it's been a while since I've seen this play style of Hero Xtreme Godlike since, I would say, arguably from BGIS onwards.
Yeah.
And what happened this game?
To be honest, for Hero Xtreme Godlike, it just feels like they got a little bit too overeager. Yeah, I do understand the game one was fantastic, and Hero Xtreme Godlike, they want to replicate something like that, but it was not replicated that well. Before now, let's head on towards the overall standings. Godlike is still doing pretty solid in the overall standings, right in the top 6. They're untouched over there, looking extremely comfortable. As long as you're there in the top 12, things will be good and dandy for you.
Have a look at the rest of the teams though, even. God's Omen, NINZA, BotArmyEsports, and Reckoning Esports. They aren't really that far away from that cutoff right now. now. 6 matches played for NoNx, 31 points. And have a look at that bot army. They're actually yet to play a game as well. So a few more points and they are going to be good to go.
Yep, and with that being said as well, with that performance coming from Autobotz Esports, they've put themselves in towards the 17th position. So it is a start of comeback coming from Autobotz. But based on what I'm seeing from the point standings in particular, it seems like it's kind of close between all the teams as well. Like the current cutoff is somewhere around the 30-point mark here. And we do see at least about 10 teams very close to that marker. And I feel like it seems like comparing towards the upper brackets and lower brackets, the competition is much tighter now in quarterfinals. And I want your take on what are the thought process that is coming through the team that is going to be playing 6 matches in today's matches in particular?
No, I think they've got to start strong. That is the only way you can play 6 matches in a day, because you know, as a matter of fact, playing 3 matches, it's not really that big of a deal. Yeah. You just go in, you get a 1 good game, you're done for the day. But playing 6 matches means you've got a big target in your head and you've got to fulfill the target mentally. That will be very difficult. Majority of the teams still can't take that role, especially Nebula Esports as well as 4TR. These 2 teams, they've just been consistent at the bottom of the leaderboard.
But I'm not sure if you guys noticed, before heading inside of today's day, only Vasista Esports and Revenant Xspark from this particular group was doing really good.
Yeah.
While the rest of the teams, they were struggling on the latter half of the board. But now we're also seeing Victoria Sumus back inside of the race. We're also seeing a few more teams making those waves. But without wasting any more time, let's just head on towards the upcoming map of Sandhawk.
As the tropical islands greet us once again, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like our warriors, they are ready for the battlegrounds on the map of Sandhawk. But there are going to be 64 warriors inside of the flight, but inside of the cockpit, there are going to be 2 pilots. My name is Salty, and joining me alongside on the co-pilot seat is going to be Necro, this time taking you over from the game of Sandhawk. We are flying from the right-hand side of Cow on towards Sami. Now, this is a flight path which does dissect that map into equal halves. But is it required, Necro? Are we supposed to be talking about the flight path on the map of Sandhawk?
Maybe we are, since sometimes the plane fly path are, of course, quite on the extremities, right? We have seen a completely southern tilted plane fly path as well, where the teams, if they do want to move on towards Camp Alpha, it's now a tough stretch. But luckily enough for the teams, this plane fly path, once again, is going to be quite forgiving. If whatever you want to go, you can easily go towards that spot. You've also got BotArmyEsports heading towards Quarry, and even that cave site. Then you've also got SINEWY heading all the way towards Camp Charlie. For SINEWY, we're still waiting for that 1 activation game.
Yeah, and I think that is absent, especially since after tonight as well. I think that big performance is still not in the mix of things. But have a look at this. Revenant Xspark versus Vasista Esports. A drop fight which not a lot of these players would have expected. But Sensei is already charged up. 17 bullets inside of that SMG. That seems to be enough for him. Meanwhile, Trace with that AK keeps on chasing down more players. Vasista Esports, they are in the middle of nowhere. They've lost 2 bodies already. But now Sahilopi might actually be changing things around. 2 quick knocks, but that is it. Revenant Xspark, they win this fight and send Team Vasista Esports packing.
That's insane from Vasista Esports. To be honest, they tried their best, at least got things a little bit under control, but Revenant Xspark, when you're up against a team like Revenant Xspark, you got to be ready for a fiery start. And once again, Revenant Xspark coming out on top in such an immaculate manner, it just proves this team possesses an insane level of firepower. But to be honest, Vasista Esports gave it all they had. They almost were the one to clutch things out. Silo PAF, he was able to get those 2 crucial knocks that could have actually brought Vasista Esports back on the race, but already too many players dropped down, and that was the main issue. And Revenant Xspark, of course, in the final few moments, getting things under control, things now looking much more fluid and solid.
Now I'm so sorry, Necro, to cut you off there, but Revenant Xspark versus Vasista is actually a rivalry that has been building up for a while now. Both these 2 teams, they know they're going to drop in at the same place, especially when they're in similar lobbies. But they're yet to come to a conclusion to this fight, and I'm loving it. I just hope that they keep on fighting.
I'm not surprised with the outcome, to be honest, because Revenant Xspark is one of those teams that likes to play it aggressive, and Vasista Esports is another one of those teams that likes to play it passive. So, of course, Vasista Esports losing that fight, it makes a lot of sense. Vasista Esports is not a team that's used to the early game violence. They always like to wait a little bit late inside of the game and then maybe chime inside of those fights.
That just means Hector should be kind of taking an exit from that drop area. But then I also did get an opportunity to ask these players if it does involve a little bit of ego to kind of sacrifice drop position to somebody else.
Of course, ego's involved. Come on.
Yeah, they're like, you know what? We would take it with a pinch of salt. We wouldn't take it like keeping our team alive is for sure important, but then we don't want to keep the other team safe. That is the conversation that always leads us to. But God's reign, well, they're always safe as a matter of fact. Whenever the map of Miramar just comes around, they always find themselves with those Impala circles. And now it seems like Destro is finally back at doing what he does best, defending his circles.
To be honest, once again, back towards that topic right off the drop clash. If you think about it, what Vasista Esports is doing is not bad. Because once again, you're not really respecting the opponents. Because imagine, if you're just giving away your drop spots like that, then tomorrow any other team can come over and just slaughter you off your own drop location. No one's going to respect you at the end of the day. So that's why Vasista Esports, right now, they're fighting for the better future.
They certainly are, and it seems like it's definitely not going their way so far. Revenant Xspark just keep on beating them down, hammering them down on the map of Sanhok, and these stories, these lores, they are going to continue. I hope that the next match of Sanhok, I'm not sure if they're going to be in the similar lobbies, but we'll find out very soon. But for now, White Walkers, they are in a little bit of trouble. EVOX, Archit has been knocked down as well. Arjun was the one who also took a little bit of trade, but it seems like they're going to be fine. But I still don't understand, Necro. EVOX, every single game, they deploy a massive split, and that has not been working for them.
For EVOX, somewhere down line, it just feels like the coordination between the players, it's not exactly matching that well. And I guess the first game has to be a prime example of that. They knew that Godlike is holding the compound. They made a mad dash towards the compound. But what exactly about the intel that you're supposed to gather before you make that bounce? And it felt like EVOX had no clue exactly where the players of Godlike were positioned. They just made the pounce, and then later on they got the information that, okay, there's just two players in front of us, but it was already too late. Godlike, they had him in a massive trap, and Godlike was the one to come out on top. So EVOX, in my opinion, the info gathering has to be a little bit more better.
Info gathering and execution of fights. I think both those two factors will make the performance much better. It seems like, Necro, you are quite tempted to get this Macabre Valentine suit for yourself. You can actually do that if you just spin it, and you're lucky. At 10 UC, you will find it for yourself.
Yeah, I wish I could get my hands onto it. But
do you have 10 UC?
No, I'm broke.
Well, you potentially don't have luck on your side as well.
But hey, White Walkers, it seems like even they do not really have the luck on their sides. Unfortunately for them, things are kicked off in quite the bad manner. Godlike, they're the one to find the first knock, and Flash gets knocked out. For White Walkers, the chicken dinner they got in the game one as well. Flash was the man with 0 finishes. And right now as well, the man can be eliminated with 0 finishes on the board, which is not going to be a good outcome, to be honest. So at least White Walkers, they need to make sure that the Flash is going to be back upon his feet. But you've still got Simp just constantly camping it out, waiting for the Flash to actually expose himself. But I highly doubt that's going to be the case.
Talking about the case right now at hand, it seems like EVOX, they are going to disengage from that fight. God's Reign, after a good performance on the map of Miramar, this time will be looking to kind of convert that on the map of Sanhok as well. But the circle is still on top of them. Paradise Resort is actually centered on around this region. Paradise Resort has been God's Reign's home turf for I don't know how long. They've always been here. Since 2023, metas have changed, years have changed, but they still drop in at Paradise. And why not? It's such a lovely position.
Yeah, stacked with a lot of loot. And of course, fan favorite as well.
Yeah.
Everyone would want to get a chunk of that Paradise Resort in their hands. And God's Reign is the one to rule that. But to be honest, if we would see anyone contesting God's Reign towards Paradise Resort, that would be a fun thing that would happen.
I would love that.
Exactly. I would love for someone to actually contest that Paradise Resort drop location and give God's Reign a tough fight.
And the best part is, Paradise Resort has so much loot that two teams can quite easily go run and still find their favorite weapons and stuff.
True.
It's not even devoid of those weapons, ammunitions, you name it, it's there. Paradise Resort is the best position, ladies and gentlemen, on the map of Sanhok.
It's also in quite a decent spot on the map itself, right? Usually teams would want to be around the centric part, but Paradise Resort, it's around the off-centric, which is not bad.
Yeah.
Of course, boot camp's going to be like the prime location where you want to be, but boot camp, usually there's already a lot of teams wanting to go there. But Paradise Resort, it definitely does seem quite isolated. There's only one team, which is God's Reign, and maybe Revenant Xspark, Salty, you can have a talk with them and let them know that maybe you can go towards Paradise Resort.
Hey man, I'm already surprised with the fact that Sensei is doing well. I don't want more surprises for myself. Revenant Xspark, well, did you have a look at the last map? Sensei was over there as the Grenadier.
Oh, well, the moment you talk about Revenant Xspark,
I know,
this
right?
is what happens. There's just no way. This has to be in some of the montages. Top 10 worst timings, I guess.
Yeah.
Or top 10 best timings, depending on what sort of montage you're making. But yeah, the moment we start talking about Revenant Xspark, this is what happens to them. Trace just somehow exits out of the vehicle, and he gets knocked out. And now Revenant Xspark is on the verge of being eliminated. There's just no way. Things cannot be any worse for Revenant Xspark.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It seems like I've got powers. Powers which certainly are working.
We both together.
We both together, for sure. Marcus Gaming, they're going to be thanking us for now.
Yeah.
Sensei, especially taking down early on in the game, that is going to hurt. But Revenant Xspark, I don't think they'd really mind because they are in a better position right now. Marcus Gaming has been spotted yet again. And the three Assaulters, knowing their nature, I guess they might just be willing to take this fight. Re-engagement is in hands.
Oh, look at Nebula. What just happened there? Executor eliminated from the game.
With a stab.
Yeah, well, that too with a shank. Unfortunate.
This map does bring us a lot of chaos, and this time it's just chaotic without any pattern right now. You get to see weird fights left, right, and center as EVOX, yet another off-center fight where they are engaged against 40R officials. Pain is Live has been constantly performing. This time, of course, will find an easy finish to be picked up as Mr. IGL was in the middle of nowhere. Punishments being granted, 40R officials, they get off the mark, Necro.
Yeah, they just keep on finding themselves under a lot of problem. And once again, EVOX in a big world of trouble, losing another man inside of the fight. First Executor got executed by that one man from Nebula, and right now, EVOX, they're on the verge of being incinerated to death. There's utilities that are being tossed inside of the house. Zadi, the man's barely surviving. And at this point in time, it definitely does seem like EVOX. I highly doubt they're going to be standing a chance either. The shotguns up close and personal, they're of course going to start a click as eventually Yadi, he fades away. And Nebula Esports, they're like the Grim Reapers on the map. They knock on the doors and you have to be eliminated. EVOX now with just one man standing, and I highly doubt that one last player can do a lot. It's Nebula Esports surrounding you. There's also 40R surrounding you. You can't do a lot in the given circumstance.
Absolutely, but have a look at this. Nebula Esports, they're currently under fire. Shots being taken. Phoenix and Adi are back under cover, but did they figure out where the threat lies? Will be a question. Have a look at that. The circle this time will center on up around Paradise Resort. Lovely positioning from Godfrey, lovely positioning from Tamilan Esports, but coming back in the fight, it seems like Team EVOX, they are charging. Have a look at that. In the middle of nowhere, no covers to be found. 40R officials, they're going to finish them off.
40R solid stuff that was, and EVOX eliminated with 0 finishes on the board. That's another bad game. I'm not even sure what EVOX can do. Just 13 points in the overall tally with 6 games being played. That's extremely tough. That's extremely bad. And now for EVOX, on tomorrow's day, they have to play the games of their life. If they do not, well, we all know they will be the one to be eliminated from the game and from the tournament. But as of now, for the players of Victor Sumus, things have been looking extremely good and dandy. In this Max Center, once again, Victor Sumus, they've got a solid spot.
Right when the elimination axe just becomes active for Victor Sumus, it seems like always comes back to his peak form. This time, once again, in peak potential. His team has been playing really well around him. NINZA and Shine has been brilliant. Have a look at that, though. Nebula Esports. Brilliances were missing, but this time shots are connecting on top of Marcus Gaming as they have figured out a way to shut down iQOO. A little bit of retaliation comes in from Wizard, which makes 2 players go down on their knees.
Yeah, Nebula, the constant nade parade on top of them. Things not looking too smooth. Another nade tossed up and still right behind that shack. Problems keep on knocking the doors for Nebula. And even the Blues now going to be chipping a lot of damage as Marcus Gaming. It definitely does seem like they've got the advantage on paper, but it's Nebula Esports. You never know. They can flip the odds anytime. This team is used to being in such awkward scenarios. Another nade tossed out, and that's going to chip a lot of damage. Kratos, there's no way the man's going to be alive. Gets knocked out by the play zone itself, and Marcus Gaming now, they've got the major chunk. They definitely do control the pace of the fight. If they want, they can push up and eliminate the remnants of Nebula.
But I guess picking up your own comrade comes first. Marcos Gaming, they are going to use this timing to pick that up. Nebula Esports also. Kratos knocked down, quite important, has been quintessential for their success, especially in those firefights. Kratos and his firepower has to be it was commendable throughout the tournament, but now, once again, another piece of utility. Marcos Gaming from the backline, they strike as Nebula Esports, they go down. 3 finishes is all that they had. We did spot a little bit of resurgence from Nebula Esports. Both those players were kind of revived back up, but constant pressure, Molotovs and explosion. Then of course, the spray comes through. Marcos Gaming, they look to be full of life now.
I know, right? But for Godlike, the previous game was a flop, and now Godlike wants to end things on a consistent note. In a position that is quite decent. Around the northern side, there's also Autobotz Esports in the close proximity, and then you've also got 4TR right next to you. So yeah, soon the problems will definitely start to brew up. The moment a fight happens, there's going to be third parties after third parties. So everyone needs to be careful. Wyld Fangs around the boot camp side. You've also got White Walkers making an entrance inside of the circle from the left. And then you've got SINEWY on the high ground. SINEWY Esports. So far, things haven't really looking that good and dandy. But we know it's SINEWY at the end of the day. They can make a comeback anytime.
But I think they don't want to get complacent. That is the only thing. SINEWY Esports yesterday was sort of not according to the usual standards. Even today, the start hasn't really been brilliant. But have a look at this. Paradise Resort now filled with a lot of different teams. This time, Marcos Gaming and Autobotz Esports, they are going to be going face-to-face. And Marcos Gaming, all of a sudden, they get absolutely hammered down. Look at that. Stone BGMI, completely unaware from where the threat is coming from. Autobotz Esports, they get 3 free eliminations.
Marcos Gaming, with 5 elimination points gathered, eliminated from this game, and no placement points on top of that. So yeah, rough outing once again for Marcos Gaming. Given the stance, given the position they've got in the overall standings, we expect a lot better from this banner. In the past, of course, they've got some insane records too. Looking at the players of Autobotz Esports, once again, they're being ripped to shreds. It's the players of God's Reign knocking on the doors. And we all know when God's Reign is the one to knock on the doors, things will be a little bit dicey for you. But there's also Metal Esports slowly and steadily creeping up from the back lines, and Metal Esports can definitely have the X factor. A man from God's Reign's knocked out. It's Neo who hits the floor. And Metal Esports from the back lines now just gaining even more confidence. They definitely do want to be the Grim Reapers, but they need to be a little bit more careful. There can be an instant third party from BotArmyEsports. But looking at God's Reign, they're just waiting for the players of Metal Esports to be a little bit more complacent. But these shots, they whiff.
What?
And Justin, he misses the opportunity.
Not something that I expect from Justin, to be honest. This man has been an MVP in the past, but he's still shy away from his performances. Kind of still suffering from his own success, kind of. But on towards other things, it seems like Godlike Esports, even they are in a world of trouble as that Hellfire comes through from Autobotz. They do kind of come up with their own nades, but have a look at that Lobster on that flank has been brilliant. Admino has been charged up, and now Ralphie on the other side. He's connecting those shotguns. Beautiful stuff. Spams do keep on coming through as Godlike. They absolutely eliminate, but Simb. Wow. Right in the nick of time, he finds that connection, and Punk and Simb, both of them can keep the ship of Godlike alive.
Once again, the day saver for Godlike, it's Simb. This man just pops up whenever Godlike needs him to. And once again, saving the sinking ship is the only reason why Godlike right now is alive. Somehow he's the one who's a massive helping hand for this banner. Now we know why Simb should be in the playing for. Now we know why this man holds so much value to this banner. Look at God's Reign with just 1 finish on the board. Things are looking dicey. And somehow God's Reign, they were contested in their own home ground and absolutely destroyed. This is what I'm talking about. Taking the spot away of Paradise Resort from God's Reign, I don't think it should be a tough thing.
It shouldn't really be tough. God's Reign, as a matter of fact, I think they are already eyeing on this fight as a third-party threat. But then Metal Esports, are they aware of their positioning? They for sure are. Justin was the man who actually tried to spray them down, but that was completely unsuccessful. But BotArmyEsports from the backline, I think they can deal additional threat.
Oh,
Look at that spray down! Aimbot, are you absolutely nuts?
That was crazy. Man inside of the vehicle with no other option than to take it reverse, but hold on! 4TR, they actually make the pounce, and eventually Godlike. Both the players, they get eliminated from the game, evaporated into thin air. But for 4TR official, now they need to get the rest back up on the fallen comrades. It's also Godlike making that pounce. Delta's out in the open, but he finds that cover in the nick of time. And the man's going to go prone instantly. But look at Nebula Esports reaping the benefits of God's Reign's success. And to be honest, for Nebula Esports, to get those free elimination points, that's going to feel good. Victorious Sumus, 4 players still standing. 1 man's knocked out from that. And probably the revival's going to be stuck soon. There's a team in the back lines that's possessing a constant threat in the name of Revenant Xspark. And for Revenant Xspark, they had to go through a lot of thick and thins. Now Fierce is the only man standing, and Fierce is the only person that possesses a lot of threats, but eventually gets eliminated by the Mafia.
That was not good positioning from Revenant Xspark. They should have actually seen that coming. Victorious Sumus in such a lovely little position. They were able to gatekeep Revenant Xspark and prevent them from giving him any breathing room. But on towards other things, it seems like Victorious Sumus will be moving on to the next objective, and that will be to making that big bad dash inside of the circle. You're still about 20-30 odd meters outside, and that is not good news. Of course, good news for SINEWY Esports. It's Wyld Fangs. They do keep on coming, and it seems like both these two teams, they're fighting outside the circle, so they gotta finish this fight real quick and run for the circle.
They gotta be quick. Gotta disengage as soon as possible. Look at the utilities from SINEWY. And SINEWY at this point in time, even they're quite desperate for the points, and there we go. NINZA's gonna be the man to kick things off. Wyld Fangs getting systematically dismantled. Now you've only got Spray God in the back lines, and 1 more guy up close and personal. SINEWY needs to be a little bit more careful. NINZA is taking the approach of close and personal with the shotgun. And look at the guy going prone. He can hear so many footsteps. Now it's just spamming inside of the smoke in the hopes of finding that one connection. But SINEWY, they're also losing out on too many key players. But NINZA eventually, he was able to find the knock. But Spray God, he gets things under control.
He gets things under control for sure, but can he keep himself alive is the question. Of course, Sappho will get taken down. Look at that. The play zone engulfs. Wyld Fangs, no reason to celebrate because they get taken out in the 5th spot. 3 eliminations is all that they had, and Spray God was a little too late to arrive at the party. Nonetheless, we move on. We keep the party going because Nebula Esports, their explosions and their fireworks, they're still on point. This time against Victorious Sumus. Always barely kind of surviving from that nade itself. Termi has been knocked down on that right-hand flank. Meanwhile, iQOO in the backlines. Is he providing enough cover? I think that decides whether or not they win this fight, Necro.
True that. 5 finishes on the block still for Victorious Sumus. Another consistent game is on the way. How does this even happen? How is Victorious Sumus so consistent? Why were they not playing the same way in the upper brackets? Where was this similar confidence in the upper brackets? Now look at them, just personifying what Victorious Sumus is capable of. And Mafia, the man just goes back inside of the cover. This utility, though, it can definitely be the one to thread the needle and find that knock instantly. But Mafia once again disengages and instantly goes back in the cover once again. iQOO, the man's on the verge of being eliminated from the game, and Victorious Sumus, perfect cover fire as they eliminate the remnants of Nebula Esports from this game. But now you've still got 4TR with 2 men standing at Tamilan Esports with all the 4 players around the block.
I guess they can actually be a massive threat. Tamilan Esports, they've been lying low for a while and they've been waiting for the opportunity to pounce. Right on their left-hand flank, they will find a couple of those loose stranglers in the form of 4TR officials. Morty keeping himself alive. I guess he does have that high ground protection for now. But that security, I guess, will be taken off. iQOO is waiting for the opportunity, and of course, he's dead to pounce on him. Tamilan Esports, 2 finishes on the block, but I guess they're looking for more.
Oh, it's unfortunate. 4TR, they just keep on losing out of men, and eventually now losing the entire team. And you can clearly see the disappointment as well along the players' faces. The first game was decent for 4TR. This game as well is okay for 4TR, but okay and decent is not enough. 4TR, they need to have outstanding games, and that's the only thing that's going to bring the comeback in the overall standings. Victorious Sumus, 8 finishes on the block. Looking extremely confident and good inside of the fight as well. But Shayan, now the man gets peppered down, and he also gets knocked out eventually. Tamilan Esports kick things off in a fantastic manner in the final few moments. They've got the man advantage inside of the fight as well. They've got the only compound inside of the circle, and soon NINZA, even he's going to be forced by the blue. Right behind that tree, NINZA is barely squeezing inside of the cover. NINZA, there's also a few utilities being tossed out against him, but a return knock also comes into play. Tamilan Esports now down to just a 2-man squad. These utilities from Victorious Sumus, they're starting to apply a lot of pressure. iQOO, he needs to hold on to Mafia and Oasis, 2 players at the same time. These utilities, they're starting to put in a lot of work. And Tamilan Esports, if another man goes down, that's going to be it for them. And victorious Sumus, they will be the one to close the grip and come out on top. What a solid game that was.
This is what is called not giving up, ladies and gentlemen. Victorious Sumus, at times of distress, it's always standing up with another glimmer of hope, and he just leads his team to yet another fantastic chicken dinner.
The definition of try, and never give up mentality. Victorious Sumus in 2 attempts of finishing out on 2nd place, finally claiming a chicken dinner for themselves. A very consistent run here coming from Victorious Sumus thus far, but the journey is not over yet because now 3 games done and dusted for them. They have 3 more to go in their next respective matches. But all things considered, they have done their homework for this group between Group A and Group C, and it's paid off tenfold.
Look, all the 3 games, Victorious Sumus, they've got decent bit of elimination points and a lot of placement points as well to contribute to that. And to be honest, it feels like they've already compensated for whatever happened yesterday and whatever's that's going to happen to today as well.
You know, I feel like Oasis is hungry. He knows he kind of missed out on the semi-finals run by just 1 point. He could have actually celebrated. He could have actually had a holiday for the 4 days, but now he's looking to qualify as soon as he possibly can so that he can spend the rest of his days lying quite comfortably.
Now, for all things considered as well, another team that has actually stepped up big time here as well in these past 2 games in particular is Tamilan Esports here. A very consistent top 5 finish in Miramar, but this time top 2 finish with a decent amount of points. I think Tamilan Esports is not out of the game yet.
I know, right? Even Tamilan Esports is doing pretty good for themselves. And to be honest, if they keep on moving up with the same momentum, things are going to look like even better in the future. We've got the winner chicken dinner stats on the screen, of course, for VS. Once again, quite a balanced approach. You talk about NINZA just getting 1 finish, but then you speak of Mafia getting 4. Always, the IGL himself this time popping off with 6 finishes on the board. That was insane.
Yeah, and speaking of insanity as well here, even though in the stats as well, NINZA has got 1 finish, NINZA has done his part as an amazing support in a lot of situations where when they needed somebody to trade, he's always able to find some sort of picks. And interesting enough, those are trades that are very, very far off. It wasn't like a head-to-head fight or anything. It was like off angles, so far apart. When the small little pixel moments when you need him to hit those shots, he gets it done.
And to be honest, I've got another point to make, right? Looking at the circle, this should be in God's Reign's game as well.
Exactly the point.
It was right around their home turf. The only reason why God's Reign lost is because they wanted to contest the entirety of the Paradise Resort. And I've mentioned this time and time in the past as well. Just with 4 players, it's impossible to defend down Paradise Resort. There's just too many breaching points, and that's what happens. God's Reign crumbled slowly and steadily because the players and the teams just kept on stacking around Paradise Resort.
It almost turned into a meat grinder for a sec because there were so many teams in that same vicinity. And God's Reign, have a look at this. They were in such a beautiful position. They had the chicken in Miramar already. They could have actually gotten themselves a back-to-back, but no, they actually went in for finishes, and that did not work out.
Well, fair enough. But all things considered here, I'm curious to see what the winners of the match have to say about this interview because we are going to be jumping in towards one with them right now.
कहा जाता है कभी हार ना माना जाए तो लाइफ में आप कुछ बेहतर करके जाते हो। ये लाइनों में सुना है ना, करके तो एक खिलाड़ी दिखा रहा है और वो रहने वाले ओएस। देखिए ओएस, जब से मैं इस नगरी में आया हूं ना, बीजीएमआई की नगरी में, तब से मैं आपको देख रहा हूं और तब से आप बेहतर ही खेल रहे हैं। कभी ऐसा लगा नहीं कि वो ओएस यार आउट ऑफ फॉर्म चल रहा है। उसका राज क्या है, पहले ये आप बताइए।
पहली बात तो ये है कि फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई वांट टू थैंक माय कोच, जिसने मेरे को बहुत मोटिवेट किया है कि तू बहुत अच्छा कर सकता है, अभी भी तेरे में स्पार्क बहुत है। और दूसरा तो यही है कि मेरा सेल्फ बिलीफ है कि मैं खुद से कभी जल्दी हार नहीं मानता हूँ। जब मतलब मेरा पैशन है, मतलब अभी बहुत लोग आए हैं, वो लोग पैशन से नहीं खेल रहे, वो कुछ पैसों के लिए या किस चीज़ के लिए खेल रहे, बट मैं अभी तक अपने पैशन के लिए खेल रहा हूँ कि मुझे जीतना है, मुझे कुछ करना है। तो उस वजह से ही मैं कभी जल्दी हार नहीं मान रहा।
और ये बहुत अच्छी बात है। आई मीन जितने भी अपकमिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर है, आपके सामने एक एग्जांपल है कि अगर आप सिर्फ पैशन के लिए खेलोगे तो बहुत आगे जा सकते हो। बट अगेन वो इस कल से लेके आज तक की कहानी में एक अलग ही ट्रांजिशन हमें देखने को मिला। कल थोड़ा स्ट्रगल था, लेकिन आज के दिन में सर्वाइवल फाइनली वो चिकन। क्या अलग किया आज के दिन में?
कल हमने बहुत बात की थी कि हमें कैसे खेलना है, क्या करना है, और आई थिंक निंजे को भी ज़्यादा समझ में आ गया है अब कैसे खेलना है, एंड ही इज़ डूइंग वेरी गुड। और बाकी दो उसके साथ अलाइन होके बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि मैं तो अपना थोड़ा आईजीएल रोल पे खेल रहा हूँ अकेले, तो वो निंजे उन दोनों के साथ बहुत अच्छा जम रहा है। तो वही है, बस जो कल बात किए थे आज किए, तो वो सब वर्क हो रहा है।
होपफुली यही फॉर्म आपका अभी चलते रहे। थैंक यू सो मच ओएस, क्योंकि अभी भी बहुत सारे इंपॉर्टेंट मैचेस आपके आने। आई नो आज का दिन अच्छा है लेकिन काम थोड़ा सा भी और बचा हुआ है, लेकिन अभी और काम करने के लिए बाकी सारी टीम पूरी तरीके से तैयार है। फिलहाल चलते एक ब्रेक की तरफ, ब्रेक के उस पार अगला मैच।
Dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dravian Xspark. Get now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Quarter Esports presents Battlegrounds Mobile India Showdown 2025, and this time, after half of the day being done already, the groups are meant for a shuffle. But my name is Tolly, joining alongside with two lovely experts. On the left, we've got IC Baby, and on the right, I've got I Super Johnny. Beautiful people to talk to, but what a beautiful game coming in on the map of Sanhok. I want to know your thoughts, Johnny, first of all. Could have actually been a back-to-back chicken for God's Reign, but that got slipped off.
Yeah, it could have been, but God's Reign, they've been doing well for themselves, but I think I agree with what IC, Necro, and you were talking about before we went on that break. Victorious Sumus, this is the team that has or deserves all of the spotlight for today, at least as far as the first three matches are considered, because day one was not great, but we had hopes based on the performance from the upper bracket, especially the last few matches that they played, that they were going to do well in quarterfinals. Yesterday, we were caught off guard, but this Victorious Sumus that we are seeing is what everyone has been waiting for. And in that interview, always mentioned, he's just playing for passion. He wants to win.
Absolutely, and that hunger is definitely visible. I see, have a look at that stats. It seems like it's A+ on all across the board. 6 finishes, 434 points of damage with a survival time more than 21 minutes. What are your thoughts about him?
And of course, you know, when we talk about Victorious Sumus, they have been very consistent so far throughout this day 2 in this performance. You know, they've definitely done, I would say, if I were to give a marking standards coming from Victorious Sumus, they would definitely score 97 out of 100 based on their homework done on AC. But the next biggest question for me for Victorious Sumus is that did they do enough homework for Group A versus B?
Well, we'll find that out, but have a look at this. 4TR officials, one of the rare occasions when they are inside of the podium finishes, ladies and gentlemen. 10 points secured in that game. Tamilan with 9, Nebula Esports with 9. All these teams who have actually been struggling outside of the top 12, it seems like this map of Sanhok was actually good for them, Johnny.
I mean, this one was good for them, but there are a few teams that are struggling and they do not seem to be doing well. SINEWY is going to be one of those names. The first 3 matches not going their way. Godlike as well today. Game number 1, yeah, they were impressive. But apart from that, that Miramar and Sanhok performances aren't too great.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, you know, let's take a look at overall standings here. Victorious Sumus immediately shoots up to number 1 spot, overtaking NoNx Esports by 3 points. Revenant Xspark takes a tumble in the 3rd place here, which isn't too bad. Xtreme Godlike is somehow able to be consistently able to find some points here and make themselves in towards top 4. However, you know who's missing in the top 8 here?
Oh.
I feel that should be part of this top 8 is Vasista Esports, because it seems like things were doing okay yesterday when they had Justin on board, but now when Justin is out of the equation, things hasn't been looking good for Vasista at all for the past 3 games. And when we talk about consistency, yes, Victorious Sumus is the most consistent out of all 3 games, but guess what? They have to play 6 matches themselves, and Vasista Esports has been consistently at the bottom for the past 3 games.
Absolutely. And but surprisingly, this is supposed to be, they're playing 4. Jocelyn is supposed to be the 5th in this lineup, but nonetheless, it seems like Lady Luck always just works her way around. Madkings over there as well, outside the top 8. But have a look at this. This is where problems do lie. SINEWY Esports, Blitz, all these 2 teams did extremely brilliant, especially in their lower bracket run. Marcus Gaming, Reckoning Esports, 4TR, slowly on the climb. And even Metal Esports now finally joining. It seems like we see signs of life from them.
Yeah, but Metal 4TR, Reckoning and Marcos Gaming, they are used to being at the last page. They weren't doing too well for themselves as far as the upper bracket round 1 was considered. SINEWY and Blitz on the other hand, in fact EVOX as well. Performance in round 1 in the initial few days was very impressive. All of that aggression that we saw them sort of cause on the maps, they were getting those points. Not today. SINEWY momentum is gone. Blitz is also not playing the same way. EVOX has completely forgotten how to use their weapons. So it is surprising. I wanted to talk about Autobotz as well, by the way, on that second page. They have taken a massive leap. Now the question is, can they keep the ball rolling?
I think that has been the problem for Autobotz. Once they find momentum, they can keep it up. But then finding momentum has always been a challenge. We saw that in the lower brackets. I want to know your thoughts from Hero, Xtreme, Godlike in this one, because after that first game, it seems like the next 2 games did not go their way.
Yeah, I agree. But speaking of games here, I would say Autobotz in that scenario, like the 1 versus 1 against Sim, it came down towards just one small little detail. Not enough ammunition, had to swap the weapon. Sim was able to swap it just half a second faster and was able to take him down. So it was a very, very close call fight between Autobotz as well as Hero Xtreme Godlike. You can see the passions coming through for Autobotz. But personally, I feel like Autobotz in today's matchup, it all started from game 2. Things has gotten better for them. And even for Tamilan Esports, they have been doing really, really okay. And I would say in their journey in today's performance is by far their best performance comparing to their performance in the lower brackets as well.
True. I think in the entire competition, Tamilan Esports have looked the most consistent tonight, Johnny. But having said that, he did mention about the problems of Vasista Esports. Vasista, the new Sandhawk is not their forte, especially with the drop clash against Revenant Xspark. Did you watch that fight? Because I think it was just a comedy of errors. Revenant Xspark absolutely threw the ball against Vasista.
Yeah, Revenant Xspark, I mean, if you notice, even in the opening rounds, they were specifically on Sandhawk getting drop clashed, or they were just going after teams in 2 positions. They were charging for bootcamp, they were going for ruins as well every now and then. And I think they have gotten a lot of practice in those early fights. But again, I think we got to shift focus on the teams that will be playing that first match of theirs for the day, Group B. And you were talking about amazing performances. Phoenix Esports, how will they react to being dethroned from the first spot?
I think Phoenix should be fine here, but it is going to be Sandhawk. Sandhawk is going to be a little bit tricky as well. But of course, for those of you who are just tuning in here, we've pretty much completed all matches from Group A and C right from the get-go. Now we're going to be continuing on with A, B, starting off with Sandhawk, Miramar, and then Erangel. But yeah, back to the conversation as well. You brought up about Phoenix, whether or not are they going to be able to step up the competition here. So it all comes down to whose homework is better today. So that's going to be the keyword for them. And on screen for the first, for a second time now for Group A, this is the rosters coming in. We have Victoria Summers, we have EVOX, Metal Esports, 4TR, Autobotz, Vasista Esports, Revenant Xspark, and Tamilan Esports.
I don't know why, but guys, I feel like I really want Metal Esports to perform, because I feel like they've been in the ditches for a while now, inside of the lower brackets, inside of the quarterfinals as well. Now, finally, their day should come around. But Group B, I think they are going to be the new entrances. Reckoning Esports, Phoenix Esports. Maisie predicted it's going to be Blitz's day as well. And Mysterious 4, they've already done brilliant. My eyes are going to be set on Blitz and God's Omen. I don't know your thoughts. I see. Who do you think is going to be that one team standing out from Group B?
Madkings.
Why?
Just because of the fact that they started their journey with -5 alongside with
Wyld
Fangs. But I feel like Madkings, in yesterday's performance, they were doing pretty okay despite the upsides. Like, it took them a while to come online because they had to play 6 matches in a row, right?
Yeah.
So now with proper rest and the proper reset, in this case, I think the biggest reset was waking up, oh, we're going to be playing some games, and then brought to Crafton Room and say, hey guys, you guys messed up. You guys are going to get a -5 deduction because you have broke some rules. And I'm like, okay. That it took them like, what, 3 matches to reset, which was like game 4 before they started coming up online. So I'm looking forward to see Madkings.
And we had an opportunity to talk to Spraygod after the matches yesterday, and apparently Wyld Fangs got scared once Madkings started to bomb in the first 2 games. They were like, all right, is this what's going to happen to us? But luckily Madkings were able to recover because they had 6 matches yesterday. On the other end of the spectrum, as you mentioned, Wyld Fangs, they just got 3 matches yesterday, and I think today was supposed to be the day we were going to see them bounce back. First few matches hasn't turned out the way. Madkings on the other end, just hold on to that momentum. Yesterday they played so well that you could not even feel that 5-point penalty that was given to them, and they're still competing with the top 8 themselves. If they have a similar performance in the matches starting today, I think Madkings might just be on the podium at the end of the day.
I just had a small conversation, in fact, an interview with Shadow after the end of matches yesterday, and he's still pissed about the fact that he missed out on the chicken against, I guess, Mysterious 4 in that position, who is also, by the way, playing, ladies and gentlemen. But I see about your map of Sanhok, hopefully it actually goes well with your predictions.
Well, I'm looking forward to see how it goes here, because we are going to be jumping straight into game now with this fresh new group.
Sanhok once again, here we go. It's going to be the tropical islands on our screens. The one thing that changes are going to be the groups playing in this one. It's Group A taking on the teams from Group B. That means NoNx, Omen, NINZA, Reckoning Esports, Mysterious 4, Blitz, Phoenix, and Madkings return to the party.
Well, for all things considered here, the biggest changes that has been happening here in the map of Sanhok here in upper brackets here is the drop spot down towards bootcamp. So Revenant Xspark has been known to go towards bootcamp for quite some time. They've conceded it today in particular to challenge Ruins a couple of times here, which is kind of surprising here, considering the fact that, hey, you know, Phoenix was in bootcamp, you know, Revenant Xspark just says, you know what, I don't want to play there anymore. So Phoenix, they are going to have this for themselves here, which it's kind of weird considering that yesterday Phoenix actually conceded bootcamp to Revenant Xspark. So it seems like some sort of mutual agreement has been worked out, and that's the reason why we saw Revenant Xspark in the previous game had an early drop clash against Vasista Esports.
I mean, Revenant Xspark, again, I think that has become their game plan, but look at Vasista Esports, middle of nowhere against the players of Blitz, NINZA towards Painan, Phoenix up north. They are going to struggle on that hill. Revenant Xspark taking complete controls of Ruins all for themselves, but I see it's not just Vasista Esports that are in the middle of nowhere. Even Reckoning Esports, I feel a little concerned for them. They're going to have that shack along the intersection of the roads and, of course, one along the shorelines of that main island, but still anyone trying to move from west to east can catch one of the players off guard.
They've been playing there for quite some time now. Hopefully things are going to be for the better, because strategies has been adapted here from Reckoning Esports, especially here in upper brackets. See anything in the moves, rush them, and it's somewhat working out for them compared to their run during the upper brackets here. But Madkings, they saw a couple of remnants here of Lucifer from the sides here. Seems like they are going to try and pursue this and try and take him out. Seems like they are going to be checking every single corner. Almost loses the Vico though, but now Lucifer, he's going to return fire. Now Bro going to be left out in the open there. Lucifer panicking just because he doesn't want to overextend his peak. But guess what? Mistakes has been made. Clutch God gets picked off, and now that's going to be a free point in the hands of Lucifer. And just like that, Madkings, they overcommitted, made a small little hiccup down towards the beach there, and Lucifer is able to capitalize on their mishap.
What a hilarious fumble coming in from Madkings. Pro, I think he got out by mistake. The call was made for him to get back into the vehicle, but he couldn't do that fast enough. And because of that, Madkings now find themselves strangled in the middle of nowhere. Clutch got shut down. He was the only man who charged forward. Even Shadow OG exited that car. A lot of miscoms coming for Madkings, and this is not looking like a good sign for their matches today, I see. If Madkings play like this, I mean, I think we might just see them slip out of the top 8 instead of moving up towards the podium.
Yeah, because of this small little mishap that has happened, Madkings is separated, and the rest of God's Omen are going to be providing some sort of assistance to try and flush them out. So Madkings, now they are at the mercy of God's Omen, unless Apollo says something else, because he is able to find a pick, and Max wasn't expecting a lurking player known as Apollo. Now he's going to find even more. The sprays come through. He's doing some serious damage. He's about to get ran over, and he is going to go down. Beast almost losing his life. But God's Omen, they were able to salvage the fight once more.
Madkings, I think with Pro and Shadow just keeping their heads down, I don't think they have any utility available on them. Apollo, that was a brilliant play, shutting down Max, almost catching Lucifer, almost catching Beast off guard over there, but wasn't really able to find the finish. The headshot connection from the top of that buggy, and it is a 1-for-2 trade in the favor of God's Omen right now. Found an 8, found a DBS. Clutch God seems like the only man with the utility to try and take this fight. Look at Pro. Not enough ammunition in that AKM as well, but Shadow OG, if his position is not compromised, he can catch one of the players from the top of that hill off guard. But it seems like call made by Pro that Lucifer is exposed. Damage dished out onto Lucifer, and Shadow OG moving in to support his teammate.
It's going to be very tricky as well. Lucifer still trying to bait Pro to actually make a play. But from afar, guess what? On screen, on the off fights here, Metal Esports, they are able to find a straggler themselves. And that's going to be Blitz that loses a player while they're in their mid-rotations. It's Metal now going to be making their way into sided zone. And the next competition here is going to be NoNx. And guess what? They go in for another Grand Slam and they find another one. Just like that, NoNx, they lose two so quick. What? That is so awkward for NoNx.
It is quite awkward. NoNx is just having a weird day, to be honest. I mean, 31 points on the board. They've been playing 4 matches. This is the 4th game, and they haven't really been able to perform extremely well.
Okay, what is going on the finish feed here? God's Omen, they seem to be in control. They were hunted down by Troy Tamilan Esports.
Oh. Troy Tamilan also lands towards Haten. They didn't expect Troy Tamilan to just shoot down, move down south on that Camp Alpha Island. I think the expectation from God's Omen was that Troy Tamilan will take the Haten Bridge to go for an early cross on the Eastern Island. Didn't happen. Troy Tamilan Esports took control of the hill. And now God's Omen, instead of Madkings, are the team that are on the wrong end of the fight.
So unfortunate here. It all started with Madkings going on the hunt, and because of that, it drawn the attention of Troy Tamilan Esports for the longest time. The gunfight took too long, and Troy Tamilan Esports was able to stock up, come in, and then hunt them down. And just like that, both Madkings and God's Omen, because of the small little engagement, have put themselves in one of the most disadvantaged positions you can ask for right now in this game.
Look at that, 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining before we have the stage 2. And as of now, with how teams are positioned, everyone is just around bootcamp. Phoenix Esports in control of the main compound, but majority of the teams are present towards the southeastern vicinity of bootcamp. We see Revenant Xspark there as well. Trace God, well, there's no one around him, at least for 100 meters or so, but they still feel the pressure as Sensei gets caught off guard from the backlines. 40R, they find an opening.
Yep, Sensei losing the life here. Revenant Xspark make for a very quick rotation down middle. Unfortunately gets out-rotated by 4TR official just because ruins towards this mountain takes a while here comparing to where they're usually dropped to, which is bootcamp, which takes lesser amount of time. So they may have misjudged their exit timings a little bit too late there.
4TR. This is actually a decent spot for them to work with. It's a hill from where you can just watch your surrounding. All you have to do is just make sure that your backlines are clear. And for 4TR, threat from the rear is going to be in the form of Meta NINZA. Majority of the teams up front. But the problem is once you draw attention, once you start taking those shots, all of these eyes up front are going to turn in your direction. And that can result in multiple teams just shooting towards you. You just have to keep your heads down and be patient at that time. But the circle, wow, it's a shift towards the northwest. Both islands still in play, which is good news for Troy Tamilan.
Yeah, it's also good news for Phoenix as well, just because of the fact that they have center control. But the problem here is the rest of the world are going to be looking to expect that this circle is going to shift directly on bootcamp. So that means Phoenix has got a lot of work they have to do to be doing here, and if they want to try and zone them out. And on screen here, Matter on their merry-go drive-by finally slams on the Blitz, and they are going to lose Termi in the process as Blitz Esports is able to shut them down.
Blitz, Storm already lost. Nova as well gets knocked out. Not looking good for the players of Blitz. Termi, he gets blown up by aimbot, but yeah, that point is still in the bag for Blitz Esports. Now as the charge comes through, Venom takes a lot of damage, but still is able to make that bounce. But Chandan says, no, you can't pick off my teammates like that. And all of a sudden, Blitz Esports, they find numbers equalized in this fight. They have to be cautious. Look at the radar. Vasista Esports, they're itching to move in. And It is going to be Metal Esports actually who feel the pressure of Vasista's presence. As a nade goes out, aimbot gets dropped extremely low. Sahil OP did get knocked out in the play, but it should be an easy revive for Vasista.
Well, it seems like shots are being shot from afar as well. It's not just them that is having a little bit of a scuffle there as well. There's just multiple teams looking to try and stock onto this major fight here. Vasista Esports trying to salvage the fight as quickly as they can, clean it up before they can actually gather their bearings. And now Metal, they've lost out to aimbot, will be flushed out, and Vasista Esports cleans out Metal Esports. Meanwhile, Blitz, what do they do next? Because they are next on the chopping board.
I think at least they've had time to reset, find some pieces of utility to just delay the push from Vasista Esports. Plus, there, as we mentioned, a lot of teams in the surrounding vicinity that will have the line of fire towards these shacks. Just that one piece of information could be enough for Vasista Esports to hold back, but this nade, it's going to be quite close, and it is a 2-point slam dunk from Sarwar as he picks off 2 from Vasista Esports. Numbers equalized, but the players are tucked away in a corner. Blitz Esports, they need to get close. They need to close in the distance if they want these finishes. Oh, if this nade, if he's able to lob it, point right through that door, then it is going to be a knock for Blitz, but no. Chandan gets over eager, and Hector finds the trade. Vasista, they have recovered, but the nade goes flying, and it drops a bit short. Blitz, an opportunity was there for them to actually salvage this fight to stay alive, but over-aggression is going to be the reason for their eventual demise.
And now Sawar, he's all by himself here. Mistakes has been made, and Vasista Esports will be able to clean out all these 3 compounds. And the next big thing is going to be securing those vehicles for themselves, because Vasista, when they came in, they don't have those vehicles. But with that being said, 2 teams clean out. Vasista Esports, they are the biggest victors. They take everything right now to prepare, and they have everything to prepare for. But while this is happening as well, a lot of teams, they've heard all these commotions, and Autobotz is looking to try and slam them as well. So they haven't got time to secure those vehicles that they need for an exit strategy in case the circle shifts west. But no, it does not. So Vasista, they are good, they are safe, and everybody else has to collide on towards them.
I think the happiest of the bunch is going to be Phoenix Esports. All 4 players intact. We haven't seen them in action, so that means hardly anyone will have information as to where the players of Phoenix are. It's just for us to know that they are in the triple warehouses and the hills right behind the triple warehouses. But Autobotz, we are watching this game from their perspective, at least for now, as they exit Paradise Resort, take control of the hills down south. Mysterious 4 still not spotted out by Autobotz. They are not looking in their direction.
Yeah. And speaking of which, Madkings, Shadow and Pro, I'm surprised they were able to sneak along shorelines. And it seems like their strategy here is going to try and rat their way through, be as sneaky as possible. And it's somehow the only logical plan left for Madkings. And they found a pretty decent spot here to try and buy some time. Fortunately for them, Circle does help them out a little bit, because nobody's going to be coming from the northwest side. So that is going to buy them at least 1 circle worth of time. But let's take a look at the circle here, because when we talk about positions here, Reckoning Esports still one of the furthest away from the zone, no vehicles whatsoever. They have to go in for the grand slam from the north. And guess what? Adi buries his mark, tries to scare him off. They themselves also need to make a push down to off from north side.
EVOX struggles in this game. Just do not seem to stop. Owen shut down. Archit extremely low. And he has no first aids as well. I think it's time for him to put up those boosters. He has painkillers and energy rings remaining, but for some reason does not want to combine them with the bandages to bring his HP up. A risky maneuver coming from the players of EVOX. And I wonder, being a part of the cluster that they are, for how long are they going to be allowed that luxury? There are teams around them, and because of that one fact, no one is making that push, but that could change at any moment.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems they are going to be facing here, because the circle itself is divided into 3 sections of the map. And Phoenix Esports is having the northern section here, which is the smaller section of that circle itself. So their next problem is going to be zoning teams on north, and then proceeding inside the zone. And on screen, Troy Tamilan Esports still outside the zone. They will have a free pass down south, but the first obstacle is going to be Victorious Summers, making sure that there are no loose ends on the back lines. they haven't made a lot of noise yet, so Troy Tamilan Esports might need to be a little bit careful here. But Lucifer, he gets scouted out. A couple of nice sprays come through. Lucifer will survive, but that is the indicator for Troy Tamilan Esports if they've heard those shots.
Well, it's going to be a big question, but Waze actually clearly sees that vehicle moving down below. But Archit doesn't really need clear vision of the opponents. The nade around the curve of the hill, and he still finds the knock, but EVOX need a reset. He's the last man left alive for the team, and he just needs to play for survival. He's trying to back off, trying to get into a position from where no one can see him, but back exposed. Reckoning Esports with a frag from across the hill. Phoenix with a shutdown as Shub gets knocked out. He's going to find himself close to Ninju, looking for a revive, but Flock also falling. Ninju out the way. Dion, he's going to be the last man left alive. All of a sudden, all the third parties that we were looking forward to just break out at the same second. Mysterious 4, they got to realize that even they won't have a lot of options available to exit and run towards the play zone. Dion right now running for his life. Will he make it through? He gets quite close, barely inside the edge. But I see even he doesn't have first aids. Where did all the first aids on this map go?
Well, seems like he went to the zone here. Meanwhile, major fight from Victor's Sumus here. They finally collide with Troy Tamilan Esports to try and gatekeep them. They scout things out. They've got the opening knock on Dazzle, and now they are looking for those confirmation. And they found another one as well. iQOO goes down. Victorious Sumus looking to clean out all the loose ends on the south side before they make their first push inside the zone, because the circle is going to shift on towards the mining areas of bootcamp, the eastern side. It is going to be an open fuse battle, so that means you cannot have too many teams alive in order to play the endgame zone. It is going to be tough, but they have to do what he's got to do. Every single team is going to try and wrap things up as quickly as they can.
I think that has to be the play here. You need a little bit more breathing room to work with, especially for all of the teams that are down towards the southern edge and the eastern edge of the western edge of the circle. On the eastern front, it's quite easy if you're Autobotz Esports. They have been the gatekeepers and no one's there to challenge them apart from Vasista, but Vasista not really getting involved in the fights today. Victorious Sumus on the other side. They've lost 2 players, but it seems like aggression is still in play. One more finish point secured by Victorious Sumus. And NON, a decent cover to work with towards this, quite close to the center of the circle, to be honest. Not exactly center, just a little bit off. But they know where NINZA is. We have seen a similar fight in the past. One team in the shack that is in control of NON, the other team where NINZA is, and the one play you have from the perspective of NON is nades. You gotta nade NINZA out of existence.
Yeah, I'm really surprised NINZA actually went for the push down towards the valley itself here, because right now they do not have a lot of space to work with, and they can't really overextend their pick. But it does buy them a little bit of time here for teams trying to panic rush their way through, so they will eventually take each other out and then they hurt themselves. So NINZA, all they need to do is just lay low, wait for patience. Meanwhile, Madkings somehow still surviving here. The bunch of sneaky rats. They bought themselves time early on, but this time they got scared out by Revenant Xspark, who's inside bootcamp themselves.
This is a decent spot for them to be in, but they still need to...
It's still a long journey for them.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not going to be one filled with peace, with Madkings having found out that Revenant Xspark are stuck outside the play zone. Trey's gotten fierce. It seems like some information is there for Revenant Xspark as well, or maybe they just expect a threat from the triple warehouses in the back lines. And now they are going to expect a threat for sure as Shadow OG kicks things off. It's going to be fierce knocked out. Trey's going for a revive.
Ooh, Madkings, they're stuck. They're stuck between Phoenix and Revenant Xspark here. Here comes Knock. Goten finds him, and now Pro OP gets scouted out. He's going to be bleeding out, but Pro OP trades him off. Able to buy himself a little bit of time, but Trey Scott says, you know what? You're not surviving this. You are all by yourself. He's proning his way through, but no, he made a mistake. He got taken out instead. Madkings shuts down Revenant Xspark. What a clutch from Pro, but the circle is forcing him out in the open. He eventually gets taken out by NoNx. Oh, not enough playing space to work with, though.
Yeah, not enough room to work with. And the struggles just continue. NON on the other front, trying the level best to just cause annoyance for NINZA, but they have spotted out Phoenix Esports in the distance. Not really the angle for Anonymous to actually commit anything. 18 seconds remain before NON are forced out into the open. On the other end, though, Phoenix Esports with the charge towards the players of Vasista. This could be the big play they make, but no, says Pro OP. As he knocks out Ash. Now Shiraj with the nade, hoping to shut down the IGL of Vasista Esports, and he succeeds. Now the push comes through. They are desperate for the position, but desperation leads to mistakes. And so is going to be the case for Phoenix. Phantom, he's the last man left alive with Shiraj, and we're on out of the way. The nade connects. But Vasista still have the upper hand over here, I say. I think this game might be coming to an early end for Phoenix Esports.
Yep, Phantom now has to fend off the rest of the world. He's not exactly safe in the zone as well. He needs to cross the road, no man's land, and Vasista Esports has got it completely locked down. Pre-fire comes through, Scary Jaw gets chipped up low, but Phantom, his health is dropping pretty low. He's got time before the zone comes in, but he needs some sort of utilities to work with. And with the nades coming through, so he'll OP with the constant pressure coming in. Phantom, there's only so much he can do. He needs some sort of smoke, some sort of way, some sort of help to help him get by. And seems like Phantom, he's going to try and swing hard to the right side before going in. And he just might be able to find a little bit of space here. But like we said earlier on, NoNx, they need to exit those compounds. He is going to prone his way through. Meta NINZA has been laying low in the valley for quite some time. And finally, with the play zone in their favor, they're going to be okay. Anonymous goes for a pick, finds an opener. Meta NINZA, where are you guys looking? They weren't expecting this.
Yeah, they definitely weren't. Anonymous seems to have quite a few of them, oh god, but he has no utility. He has a stun and a pixel of HP, but shut down by Phoenix. And a Phantom vanishes off the map as well. We are down to the top 6 teams of this game. 14 players still alive. Vasista Esports now look good. 9 eliminations to their name. Still in the prime spot to win the winner chicken dinner. But Autobotz, I think this has to be their game. They see all the threats. They end up eliminating Victorious Sumus as well. 40 are getting pushed by the blue. Meta NINZA on the edge. The next zone is going to flush them out. Vasista Esports are going to get flushed out as well. And Autobotz, they are the kings of the hills. They are there with the high ground advantage. All 4 players intact. The only thing that can sort of turn things around for Autobotz in the overall leaderboard is if they win the chicken dinner in this match and secure all of the points that are there on the map right now.
Yeah. But at the same time, Autobotz, it took them a while, but they are back in action. They've got control on the east side, and because of that, now they're looking for the chicken themselves. Meanwhile, Meta NINZA getting pushed here for 4TR. They push down south, and Meta NINZA now leaving only Poco, last man standing, is surrounded. Once up close with the shorties, we've got nades coming through, but Scary Jaw says hello to help him a little bit, but he still loses his 1 versus 1 to Z-God. And now 4TR has got the backs in their ends. Autobotz is stalking them. We've got Vasista Esports also stalking them as well. Vasista running out of playroom to work with. Autobotz has got 4 players alive. The nade, looks good, but it bounced off.
Yeah, it just bounced off into the blue. But I think that changes nothing. Vasista Esports also know that Autobotz, they have the upper hand over here. And look at that scary job with Syl OP. They want to make this climb up the hill, but every single time they peek, they will lose a big chunk of their HP. Arif gets knocked out, and unless this nade finds 1 more player, I don't think a lot is going to change in the end game. A lot of utility committed by Vasista Esports just to make sure that Autobotz will stay at bay, but there you have it. Scary John knocked out. Syl OP gets finished off. So Vasista Esports finished 3rd. 40R Z-God. He is the last man surviving, and he won't be there for long. 1 versus 4, never a winnable situation. But Autobotz, I think the move from Paradise, just about 300-400 meters down south, was enough for them to be able to secure a decent winner chicken dinner at the end of Sanoc.
A well-deserved victory here coming from Autobotz. They've finally tried, and now they're back in action, they're back in form, and they're ready to play with the top dogs.
You know what, Autobotz today has kind of showed us what consistency looks like. Yesterday was not the best of days, but tonight they bounce back, and along with a very surprise entrant, 40R officials. I've been having a look at this team for a while now. They are coming close to the podium finishes. What's going on with 40R officials?
I think they are doing well because it's very simple game plan execution for 40R. They just play for survival, avoid contact with a lot of teams up until stage 4, stage 5. And even in stage 5 is when they just start looking, all right, we need this position. If we want to take a fight for it, do we have the numbers? How much distance do we have to run? If certain conditions fall true, then they move in. If they feel any sort of threat, they're going to start looking for alternatives. And because of that, they are able to do quite decent. But don't get me wrong on this, there's still a massive difference for 4TR and the teams that are competing for the top spots.
They certainly are, but ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the final blow yet again. And I see, for a second, I kind of felt like Meta NINZA, this might be one of their games, but it seems like 4TR officials just shut them down yet again.
Yeah, it was a very difficult circle for them to play as well here. They made for a gamble to actually play down towards the valley, but what really caught them off guard was a loose end known as NoNx sneaks up to them, punishes them, and because of that, they could not pull off what they wanted to do, which is laying low, wait for the play zone, and then push up. And after that, things just kind of went south for them. But I think the three biggest major factor in this game is actually Autobotz, NoNx Esports, and also Mysterious Force, because these were the three biggest gatekeepers on north side where a majority of teams actually came from, and because of that, everybody was struggling to push inside the zone. There was like 6 to 7 teams on the north side, and I would say Autobotz played the north side the smartest just because they were holding the east side and they had the least amount of contact of the teams entering in the zone, delaying their rotations, while teams like Mysterious Force, teams like NoNx got completely messed up.
I want to add one thing. I see you said you're quite superstitious, right? Since you did not go for True Rippers the other day. I want to say one thing. I am also turning into a man who's going to start believing in superstitions. If you want to secure a chicken dinner, make sure one of your players does absolutely nothing in this game. Because Toxic was there. All stats just reading 0.
I mean, at times these things do happen, right? When you don't want to do much, you just end up doing a lot. But nonetheless, I think there were a lot of surprise entrants, ladies and gentlemen. I kind of hoped that NoNx Esports also had a good game, but it seems like that might happen after this very short break.
I mean, a phenomenal game of Sanhok right before this, but now it's time to head towards the desert. There's Super John, my Necro, and Salty alongside with me. Necro, you weren't there with us during that match, watching from the sidelines. I want to know your take on Autobotz bouncing back, Vasista Esports and their shenanigans, and of course, NON as well. Do we call that a comeback? I mean, they did decent, but the other 3 games were kind of bad.
It's too early to say at this point. That's what I'm going to say for NON. And yeah, back towards Autobotz Esports' conversation. Finally feels like this is the Autobotz Esports that we saw in the lower brackets, right? Once again, back in their true form, back in their true element, and Autobotz Esports is doing fantastically well. But one team that has been slipping under the radar today, it's 4TR. First game, they were there in the top 5. Another game, they were consistently there in the top 5 once again. So 4TR, they're getting the consistent point flow.
One of the reasons why I feel that is happening is because Pain's life has been absolutely bombing every single game. I think this man has kind of stood up from 40 officials, took all the responsibility on his shoulders. Look at those stats, 4 finishes, but 834 points of damage. That is a lot, Johnny.
It is a lot indeed, and I just want to add to the fact that 40 we aren't really seeing those massive numbers on the board, but they are being consistent with whatever they are getting. Trying to go for 9+ points, 10+ points every single time, ending this game with 13. So this was an impressive performance, but then we have the Chicken Dinner winners, Autobotz with 18, Vasista with 15. On the 4th, NINZA with 8 points. NoNx Esports, I really thought this was going to be a game for NoNx Esports for a long while. They had all 4 players. And then all of a sudden, they went up north, tried to reach the northern edge, and then just fell at the hands of Vasista.
Johnny, remember the lower brackets? NoNx Esports, day 1 was a fantastic performance. Day 2, day 3, NoNx Esports just completely bombed it. And it seems like, once again, they're repeating what exactly happened in the past, right? Now we've got the overall standings popping up on the screen. Victor Sumus, once again, on top with the performance they have been putting up so far on the board. It's been immaculate.
It has been immaculate indeed, and I think NoNx Esports, although just 2 points shy, should be able to climb up to the first spot. Over here, we finally see Autobotz Esports on the 5th position, 47 points secured. Vasista is going to be there in the top 8 still, but 40 are. The level of consistency they have maintained today, I think at the end of the last game, it's going to be 9 matches played. I think they need to make sure they are over 50.
Yeah.
If they're not even 50 actually, 55, 60 points is what they should be aiming for. Let's see if they can make it happen.
You know, potentially, if you talk about teams in the last shot, this is where problems do lie, because Wyld Fangs, they perform so brilliantly well. 6 matches played, just 27 points. Not the usual Wyld Fangs that we usually see. And even SINEWY Esports, as a matter of fact, I don't know what is going wrong with them, but something definitely is.
At least they have matches left.
Yeah.
On the other end, Blitz Esports, EVOX, Necro, are we just about to see these teams getting eliminated? Because 7 matches, 19 points for Blitz.
That's a really good question that you asked me, right? And speaking of Blitz Esports, if you once again go back towards the flashback itself, Blitz Esports, they made a major comeback on the last day itself. So for Blitz Esports, I do have some sort of a faith in them. I do believe that they're going to make a major comeback soon.
The only difference between then and now is at least by the time game 2 came to an end, day 2 came to an end, they were still there on the 2nd page. This time, last to first, it's going to be an impressive race, but before that, this game of Miramar.
It's raining matches, ladies and gentlemen, as we just finished off the match of Sanhok, but we're already flying over the deserts because this time match number 11 gets locked and loaded. All 64 warriors, they are flying over the map of Miramar. And of course, your 2 pilots, your lovely little Salty, and then of course your friendly neighborhood Necro is inside of the cockpit. And we are flying from La Cabrera to Los Leones. Necro, another decent flight part to start things off with. The majority of the teams are going to be happy, especially every single location on the map is in their vicinity. They can't spread their wings, but of course, it remains to be seen where does the circle dust pop. Is it going to favor God's Reign yet again? Well, we'll find out.
Unless you want to go towards Valle Del Mar now, that's going to be a bit of a tough stretch for the teams. But yeah, you brought up God's Reign. And to be honest, for God's Reign, today's day has been fantastic. They have been bringing up consistent numbers on the board, and that's what you like to see from a banner like God's Reign. A while ago, Johnny also brought up EVOX on the screen, and to be honest, for EVOX, in my opinion, I'm not exactly sure what's going wrong. For some reason, it feels like the presence of mind, the awareness, is just completely lacking, and EVOX, they just need more intel to play with.
They certainly do. And even more firepower, to be honest, because Archit executed all these lads that do go out on their scouting missions, but they get individually taken out, and I think that has been the point. But have a look at this. There are a couple of loose stranglers being picked off. Blitz Esports versus God's Omen. They already go off after each other. And the circle is right on top of them. So no real stress to finish off this fight. But it seems like they will do so. On towards other things. They've got Nebula Esports as well. They've lost iQOO already at the start of the game. Not really good news for Nebula Esports. This game was quite important for them if they do want to come up on the overall standings.
It's a bad start for Nebula Esports inside of the fight. And for Blitz, Nova 21 and Sarvar, once again, the boys to kick things off. Speaking of Blitz, today's day has been a little bit passive. In general, it's not the Blitz Esports that we saw in the past. Expectations quite high. And as I mentioned a while ago too, Blitz was one of those teams that made a major comeback happen in the final few days. But now looking at the game so far, Blitz Esports, they definitely do seem quite loose. They need to tighten things up. Chandan is the man with the only elimination point, and Nebula Esports trapped in a massive deadlock. While for Blitz, they've got the man advantage inside of the fight. Venom is the only person who's isolated, and if Blitz, if they can make the pounce, Venom can definitely be caught off guard.
You know, but what still remains to be seen is the distance. How do Nebula Esports cover the distance in between them and Blitz Esports? Of course, the man disadvantage is going to play a very massive factor, just like you had mentioned. But it seems like both the teams, they do understand that coming head-to-head against each other or going head-to-head against each other, it will cause them further troubles going on inside of this very crucial map of Miramar. And right at the get-go, it seems like the circle dropping right on top of them just kind of took away all the potential chance of a fight, because now they can just disengage quite comfortably. We saw God's Omen, they were in that vicinity, but it seems like even they have moved away from that fight itself.
But I personally think disengagement's going to be impossible. That's what I think. Given the position, given the stance the teammates have, I highly doubt disengagement's going to be possible. They have to fight it through. That's the only possible way you can find yourself out of that spot. And yeah, speaking of Blitz and the boys, as I mentioned, they've got the man advantage, so in my opinion, they should not even back off from that fight. Just go for it. Just try and get that first strike against Nebula Esports, get another man down, and that's going to put you in a massive advantageous situation. And speaking of the spot as well, it's not going to have a lot of loot in the first place.
Yeah.
So you're just wasting a lot of time in the stage one.
That is what they're trying to do. Look at that, Soham on the flank. Chandan was there as well, but seems like Soham has been knocked off. But Venom, the trade was perfect, and Blitz Esports.
Perfect.
It seems like they've started what you just asked. It might seem like they heard you, but
I know, right? It definitely does seem like we've got some sort of telepathic communication going on. The players heard me. And this is what I was mentioning too, right? There's one isolated player from Nebula Esports. If you do manage to catch him off guard, Blitz Esports will once again swing back to life. And that's what happens.
And all of a sudden, have a look at this. Blitz Esports, they have the opportunity to wrap Nebula Esports from all directions, but from the backlines, Kalyug and NoNx, they might actually be coming into the party. Blitz Esports will shoo them away. They need to finish this fight off real quick so they can deal with other threat.
Once again, the ammunition's going to be a massive concern. Not a lot of bullets, not a lot of resources to play with. They need a few replenishments. And that's where the real problems will now start knocking the doors. NoNx, it's another one of those teams. Yeah, maybe you can say the previous game was a bit of a refreshment from their side. But once again, knowing the standards of NoNx, it's not a game that you would expect.
This survival game has been brilliant so far, but it seems like somehow NoNx, especially inside of the tougher lobby of the quarterfinals, they are struggling. Stranded for space, no real breathing room, and that has been problematic for them. This time though, Kana does have the high ground to work with, did scout out the fact that there were a couple of those fights happening left, right and center, but can he capitalize on the opportunity?
Yeah, and in my opinion for Blitz, the moment they know they've got the man advantage, they should make the pounce. But yeah, the only team they're scared of and concerned of is going to be the team right on top, and that's going to be the players of NoNx. As long as NoNx is right there on top, having that eagle eye, it's really tough to make that pounce against the remainants of Nebula Esports.
Very interesting stat on our right-hand side, top 10 damage leaders, and we can only see a couple of teams, a couple of names in there, namely Revenant Xspark, NoNx Esports, Autobotz. It seems like majority of the ones who are aggressive, you find those names in there, but have a look at this fight. Nades being taken out by Aimbot in a 1v2 situation. Of course, he does have Termi, but Termi is quite low on HP as well, Necro.
Yeah, and at this point in time for Nebula Esports, with just 2 men standing against the entirety of the players of Blitz, it's going to be a tough fight to defend, especially with no utilities backing you up. And Aimbot, he's only got his hands on the DMR, so I highly doubt Aimbot can do a lot in the given circumstance. It's also Vasista Esports from the backlines taking those continuous shots, and unfortunately for Nebula Esports, now it's just 1 man standing on the feet, and Aimbot soon is going to be pressured even more. But Aimbot's ready with the crosses trained, and luckily enough for Aimbot, no one's really making that pounce yet. Nebula Esports, somehow things looking good and dandy, and Termi, the only reason why he crossed that doorway is to get some sort of solid intel. But now Blitz is going to once again get the refreshments and make that pounce, and eventually Nebula Esports will be eliminated from this game with 0 finish on the block. It's an unfortunate start for Nebula Esports, and in my opinion, if this keeps on happening, Nebula Esports will be eliminated from the competition.
They're just feeling underconfident at this point, I feel. They do not have the confidence going into a 4v4 head-on collision. Blitz Esports.
It just feels like they did not have things properly planned.
Yeah.
right? The way they dropped towards that compound in the first place, yeah, I do understand you were caught off guard with that drop clash, but still, you should be good enough to have better communication on the fly. Adjustments need to be there, but Nebula Esports, the moment they lost that first guy, that's where things just came crumbling down. That's what I believe.
Even Venom kind of felt lost in that loose compound all by himself. There was no support coming in from the rest of the lads. Aimbot, who's supposed to be the first one to plunge into fight, was the last man of defense. Now, these are situations which do tell you that communications aren't really going well inside of that metal camp, but that is completely fine. We move on, of course. NINZA, yet another team that has been in problematic shoes, needs to find a way to actually break the deadlock on the overall standings. Their vehicle has been moving for sure. They are moving inside of the circle and moving towards lands where there are fights happening. Majority of them just aiming for the center of the circle, Necro.
If you think about it, NINZA do have a decent bit of placement points, but the elimination point is where NINZA do struggle.
Yeah.
Once again, not really doing too good in the elimination department. They definitely do need to amp the number up. Mysterious 4 on the screen, another one of those teams that can definitely pull off those deadly shenanigans, and we have seen a lot of glimpses of brilliance. And to be honest, for Mysterious 4, the only thing that you can really hope is that we're going to see them in the future stage. The way they've been playing the form is immaculate, it's looking impeccable, and the next zone's also going to pop up on the screen. And luckily enough for Autobotz Esports, they found themselves in the prime spot.
Yeah, the high grounds of Creative Fields, aren't they? They are lovely. They will get themselves so much information and lines of sight on top of everyone. It's almost like a god position, to be honest. But to hold on to that territory is yet another challenge, which we will discuss after a little while. Victor Sumus, the only team who are outside the circle right now, rotating in tandem. The convoy will reach the circle, of course, but as soon as they enter, I think that is when the threats hit the board. A couple of names in the process. Madkings Esports, who have been very aggressive on the map of Miramar, along with Mysterious 4, who are also very good at holding down sites, holding down places, holding down terrains, which are not underneath their control, but they still make it theirs. I think these two lads might cause problems for Victor Sumus.
It's a big might, though. 4TR, another one of those consistent names. And this time, Z-God, the man was up close and personal. A bit too close, to be honest. Pretty much invading the personal space. And for 4TR, they just need to find a way to at least close things off in a better manner. They're getting to the end game, but closing off has been a problem. And now they're also going to stack up against the players of Autobotz Esports. It's not a good position to be in. If you look at the players, of course, they're stacked up with a lot of skills, but so far we're not really seeing that being inflicted inside of the game. But hold on to that thought. Autobotz Esports, they make a major mistake. One man slips apart and he gets knocked out. And this is going to be the probable cause where 4TR might just find themselves on the advantage.
The domino effect might just be there. Have a look at this. Autobotz Esports, they've kind of slipped up, and now that high ground advantage has been given up. Both Lobster, big mistakes coming in from Lobster and Toxic, but will they be able to challenge 4TR anymore is the question, because Painter's life is almost in unmatched territory. You will have those lines of sight available, and he would know that Autobotz Esports were here. So for 4TR officials, I don't think they are going to be well settled, but as Z got from the distance, shots connecting, that just gives away the threat that Autobotz Esports always had. Claiming back the lost territory. Now this is where things do get interesting.
Yeah, the tires busted on the buggy, and 4TR not in a good look at all. Got Omen on the screen, spraying apart the players of Phoenix Esports, still in the far fray. No connections yet. Phoenix looking pretty good and dandy, intact. Solid stance they've got so far, and all the 4 players once again, it seems like they're going to reunite together and now decide to make that pounce against the players of Godlike. And this is a massive mistake. Beast whipping all those shots. Mistakes after mistakes. It's a comedy of error. And now Summer downline Godlike. It's going to be a massive problem for them to deal with the players of Phoenix Esports. One man has already squeezed past him. And around the flanking sides, this is where Phoenix Esports, they find themselves with a major advantage. And Godlike, now they're getting systematically dismantled. 3 players already down, and Godlike, with no fighting chance left to try and get things done. Phoenix Esports, they find themselves with the major advantage. Max, he's still there in the backline, striking down the foes as better as possible, but still eventually the trades can happen. And Phoenix Esports, They eventually stop the entirety of God's Omen in tracks. There's still one man alive for God's Omen, but I highly doubt he's going to be re-engaging inside of the fight once again.
No, absolutely not will be the answer. He just left this entire fight and Lucifer just wants to survive. Shogun was always there. It was the fight that won. It was a fight from Shiraj that actually won them the entire battle. It was brilliant to slip in behind enemy territory and to find a safe haven. It's immaculate coming in from Phoenix Esports, and God's Omen had no answers to the questions that were posed in front of them. Max did try his level best, but then he was way too late for comfort. He did not have any impact in that fight. He did came in at the very end, of course, did find a knock, but that was all that she wrote for him.
Oh, Revenant Xspark in sights and Tamilan Esports. They might just want to bite. Looking at the players from Tamilan Esports, I highly doubt they would want to engage inside of any sort of fight. They're still all the way back in the blue, and they need to deal with that blue as of now. They also need to find a clear breaching point inside of the circle, and that's going to be the only saving grace.
I feel like Revenant Xspark, as a matter of fact, they don't really want to enter the circle right off the get-go. Phoenix Esports, their onslaught keeps on continuing. As yet another player gets caught off guard, and this time it is actually Blitz. Look at that. Soham will be taken down. Shiraj with yet another good performance on board. Has 2 finishes on the charts for Phoenix Esports. That is good news already. 4 finishes, quick ones in fact, and they completely control that entire western boundary of the circle. Now, this is interesting. Blitz Esports, they are quite disintegrated, I must say. One player just getting picked off by another team. Now they are fighting against NoNx Esports. It doesn't really make sense.
Look at these odds. Kalyug all by himself. The cavalry does arrive, but it might just be too late. Chandan, does he know that there's a man right behind that container? And yes, he does! That nade was well placed, and Kalyug gets knocked out. A massive knock in Blitz Esports that will spring back to life. Instant confirmation follows up as well, and NoNx, now they've taken a massive hit. It's Nova 21 to get the confirmation on the block. Speaking of Blitz, with just a 3-man squad, I'm pretty sure even they would not want to be extremely confident inside of the fight. Instead, just play a little bit on the back foot and let the flow of the game take over.
They will have to play this fight on the back foot because NoNx, they do come in from the back door. A potential backstab will be in play if NoNx do manage to win that fight. It is a 3v3 now, with one of their players being taken down by the nade itself. It was brilliant awareness coming in from Blitz Esports to spot that enemy and to actually cook that nade, land it right on the money, get that finished off. But now, next up, the circle does shift on towards the central side. It is on towards the northeastern edge of the blue. So it will force all of these teams from the south side to move in. Revenant Xspark will be one of them. But considering the amount of traffic around Revenant Xspark, I think problems will be there. In the name of Reckoning Esports, in the name of 4TR, who have been very active on the finish field. But have a look at this. NoNx, they are charging against Blitz. Chundam will be picked off, and now it's a 2v3.
Oh no, it's not looking too good for Blitz. They're getting blitzkrieged. Another man down for Blitz, and now it's down to just Sarvar. One last man standing. Well, maybe not so far. At this point in time, even Sarvar is on the verge of being eliminated from this game, but he's still barely surviving on a sliver of HP. Backs away towards cover. He's waiting for Nova 21 to crawl back, and maybe he can get the reset. That's what the game plan seems like, but look at Phoenix Esports. They're probably going to be the one to disrupt the flow, but hold on to that thought. Madkings in a big world of trouble, as it's going to be Oxen who pushes up close and personal and still shuts down Shadow. Tamilan Esports in a world of trouble. Oxen all by himself in the close proximity, and 2 players of Madkings in the front. Oxen's already done the heavy lifting. He's already found the first initial knock. That's going to be the Great Crusher. That's going to be the main opener. But now it's also Revenant Xspark on the fray who make that entrance. And Oxen, he might just have the striking advantage as Sensei gets knocked out by Apollo. Madkings, they're still trying their best to stop the players of Revenant Xspark in tracks. But Revenant Xspark, they come in with full force as even Golden gets knocked out. Massive mistakes from Revenant Xspark. And these comedy of errors, it's going to strike them in the future even more. It's also Vasista Esports from the far fray chiming inside of the fight.
This is a disaster of a third party coming in from Revenant Xspark, by the way. The entire squad, the convoy just rammed in and got rammed out from this entire fight. Both Madkings and Tamilan, they do survive. But Vasista Esports, they follow up right in the shoes of Revenant Xspark, but they don't really commit the mistakes that they did. Apollo is the man who's going to fall. Last man standing will be Clutchcott with the DBS, of course, up close and personal. Can he find his way, maneuver out of the fight? No, wait, a deadlock from Vasista Esports from all different directions as they chew up Madkings. Last one surviving from Troy Tamilan, if I'm not mistaken. That man is still alive. But Vasista, are they aware of that threat?
Yeah, Oxen, he's like a toxin still around the compound. And if the toxin gets injected in your veins, you know you will not be surviving for too long. I'm pretty sure Oxen is just waiting for the right moment to strike to catch someone off guard. This man is not even moving a single muscle. Just letting the flow of the game take over, and then maybe when the moment approaches, he will go for the strike. 4TR is also there around the block. Then you've got NoNx Esports now charging on towards the players of Autobotz Esports. It's going to be a tough fight to be converted, but NoNx Esports, somewhere down the line, you know, this team possesses a lot of firepower. They're impeccable. And look at Oxen. He strikes. He does find the first confirmation too, but Oxen's all by himself. And there, Scary shot is right around the corner, and the nade's going to be tossed to perfection.
Vasista Esports, potentially for the first time, they are in a good position after a 4v4. Of course, Sahil OP has been taken out, but the rest of the team, they're still in good shoes, to be honest. Especially that fight from Revenant Xspark. It was a comedy of errors right after one another. Just following up, throwing bodies at the fight and losing out. But this time, have a look at this. 3 teams in such a close proximity. You've got NoNx Esports, you've got Autobotz, and you've got 4TR right on top of the hill, Necro.
But look at NINZA. They had such a massive split. And now finally deciding to reunite all the 4 players around that same compound. NINZA. I'm liking the fact that once again, we're seeing the OG NINZA back in form. The same form miracle that we saw in the past couple of official tournaments now might just be back in form. They're in the smack center, once again aiming for a consistent game. As 4TR official, they pop up on the screen with 4 finishes all being racked up. Even 4TR is looking pretty impeccable. But now to take a fight against a team like NoNx Esports, things just get even tougher. And for 4TR official, NoNx Esports, they're not just going to be your daily opponent.
Yeah.
There's someone who's going to be a tough pill to swallow.
Not so much for 4TR officials as long as they hold the high ground though, but will the circle help them is the question. It did come towards the southeastern territories, the last iteration of the circle. Meanwhile, have a look at this lovely deadlock. Oh wow, I love this drone shot. 4TR officials on top of the hill. NoNx Esports kind of split in between 4TR and Autobotz. And Autobotz with the compound control.
Oh my god.
But what is this from Z-God? Why did he plunge into battle? Does he know the information? He finds the first connection, moves in, the DBS strikes. The second one locked and loaded. Z-God, it seems like he is shot. 4TR officials, they're absolutely breaking the doors of Autobotz, and they aren't seem to react quick enough as Lobster left the only man to die in this fight as NoNx Esports. They plunge into battle as well, Necro.
Autobotz Esports were caught napping, and 4TR, they took the advantage. It seemed like Autobotz Esports was legit taking a nap in that compound. They did not even try to fight back against the players of 4TR, and 4TR just took over the compound like it meant nothing. Easily chimed inside of the fight. It was a mad dash towards the compound, and somehow Z-God, the way he was able to break the crossfire, it was insane. And now for NoNx Esports, there's still a man they need to deal with inside of the compound. And eventually his position's also compromised. Lobster, he pushes up, and he will also get the confirmation, but no! In the nick of time, they do get the cavalry on time.
NoNx Esports keep on racking those finishes up. 7 eliminations on board already as Veyron in the backlines. Still up in alive, Pain is live, knows that this man needs to be taken care of. The flanks have been set, the wings are perfectly positioned. But can 4TR officials deliver that blow from either side will be a question. Veyron still buys some time for the rest of his comrades. Phantom strikes as Iron if he got falls. Pain is live. The flank has been destroyed right now. 4TR officials all of a sudden in a world of trouble, Necro.
Yeah, the man needs some assistance. And Z-God, what was that? Unfortunately ended up mauling himself. A big misplay coming in from Z-God. And now these problems, it's going to make sure that 4TR will be eliminated from the game. Unfortunately for 4TR, the assistance needed to be there, but they messed up big time. And for NoNx Esports, once again, their prowess, the firepower they possess, it always comes through shining.
What a performance from Shiraj. 5 eliminations on board already, 9 for NoNx Esports. It seems like a table-topper performance, a typical table-topper. But on towards other things, Vasista Esports, the ones who've been struggling this time, did find themselves on the right end of the third party. All of a sudden, just left with 2 players alive. Mysterious 4. Somebody who's known for their survival instincts, who's known to actually thrive under conditions of Miramar. Now, once again, with the 4-man lineup, their split is nigh impossible to break.
Oh, that was a tough trace, I'm not gonna lie. Vasista Esports, given the position they've got, they still need to find a clear breaching point inside of the circle. But here's the main problem. Now the zone's pretty exposed. The only good compound is taken away by the players of NINZA, and there's one compound available towards Victorious Sumus. And I'm pretty sure for Victorious Sumus, getting that compound's not going to be tough, but sustaining it and playing the defensive approach, now that's going to be tough. NINZA taking those shots against the players of Vasista Esports and Hector. The man's still alive inside of that shack in the Smack Center, by the way. Everyone's got Hector's number now. How is Hector going to play that? Inside of the shack, barely taken down to any sort of HP. There's Mysterious4 in the back lines as well. And NINZA, I'm pretty sure they're itching to toss in those utilities.
Yeah.
But they know the moment they shift out in the open, they will be eliminated from the game. And there we go. Reaper finds an off. Now squeezing the confirmation. That's going to require a bit of those efforts and ammunition.
Of course it will. They're afraid that that finish point might just get stolen away by so many teams who are thriving inside of the circle. Have a look at this. Pro just holding on to his dear life. The question is, who is going to get that finish point? Nonetheless, Reckoning Esports, they come chiming in. Veyron gets taken down, but Shiraj is in position. Lovely little flank coming in from him as Flock barely survives with a sliver of HP. Ash goes up, head-on personal against those couple of lads. It's Reckoning Esports. They come back brick by brick. A lot of damage dished out onto Dionysus as well. And now, even Shub is going to fall. Phoenix Esports, how well are they holding on to this compound? How well are they defending this fight? Ninju, last man standing, nades cooked up. He's still trying to find the connection.
What?
Find the knock. Barely any HP to remain alive. He's still doing the magic with that 2MP.
How is he even still standing? And how did this just happen?
Phoenix Esports, they have been eliminated, and what a fight we did get to witness from Reckoning Esports, Necro.
I'm not gonna lie, Ninja was so lucky.
Oh,
the
my
opponents
word.
were missing so many shots. How did Phoenix Esports whiff so many shots? That's my question. How did this even happen? And how is Reckoning Esports even alive? They're not supposed to. There's no business in the world that Reckoning Esports is supposed to survive that fight. But Phoenix Esports, that was probably the biggest whiff in the Showdown 2025. I'm not gonna lie.
Ninja just pulled off a 1v2 Necro with 5 HP on him. That is how close it was. We thought that this team is done for Reckoning Esports, especially after Flock and Shub fell down. Their firepower was cut by half, but Ninja just all of a sudden delivers it back.
That too with just 1 HP, that's another factor.
That is what I said, right? He barely had any HP to work with, but still those jump shots connect. No shotguns and no big crosshairs. No, that was done with the UMP, ladies and gentlemen.
If you think about it, Phoenix Esports just needed to connect 1 bullet.
Yeah.
And they could not even do it. I'm not just speaking about 1 or 2 players. 3 players! They fell prey to that one guy with just 1 HP. Is this a joke? Oh, that's gotta sting when they go back to their hotel rooms and have a look at that replay once again. That's definitely gonna hurt their egos. But now for Victorious Sumus, as they once again found themselves around the prime contention, Victorious Sumus is going to be looking to inflict a bit more of that pain and hurt on the lobby.
Yeah.
All the 4 players still surviving. And now they also spot out the players of Reckoning Esports in the far fray. Reckoning Esports, they need to be a little bit more careful. Blue's on the move, and this time it's going to do a lot of damage. It's going to be merciless. Even the vehicle's on the verge of being completely exploded, and Shub, the man's out in the open. Reckoning Esports, where can they go? That's my question. They're probably going to be exposed soon. The zone's forcing them to move outside of their comfort zones, and that's where Reckoning Esports will get ripped apart.
I think Reckoning Esports, it was a lifeline that has been handed to them. All of a sudden, they find themselves with a second life, and now they can't squander it on towards other things, though. Victorious Summers, they've been charged up against Mysterious4. Snowshot falls. Cheyenne, of course, with that SWLP plus Suppressor. The combination is deadly, but so was the charge coming in from them as well as Bunny. Lands it strike, that was brilliant! From that pump action, beautiful stuff from Mysterious4. But can Victorious Summers keep the ante? Because there are multiple teams looking to third party this fight, as always keeps the last man standing.
Oh no, Mysterious4 constantly losing out on the number. And NINZA, the only team that's looking in the prime contention and in a good spot. Also taking those shots against Mysterious4. Now they're charging up against that one man from Vasista Esports, which is Hector. And Mysterious4 as well. They've only got 2 men standing. This nade from Hector, it might just be detrimental, but no, it wasn't. Another nade tossed out from Hector in the hopes of finding that connection. This one's going to chip a lot of damage away. The second one tossed out as well. Too many utilities tossed out from Hector in the hopes of finding at least one knock, but it's not going to be found yet. And look at NINZA in the smack center. With that only compound available, NINZA, they make sure that Reckoning Esports will be eliminated.
This is already good news for Vasista Esports to be in the top 3, but I don't think Hector will be able to close out this game. There is absolutely no chance in the world. A lot of smokes being deployed, almost a smoke path that has been built up right in front of him. Mysterious 4. No visibility, no lines of sight been given against Hector. Those nades keep on popping through, but none of them are going to connect. But I like this from Omega. Mysterious 4 to keep on charging on up as Hector prepares for that 1v2. With K versus DBS. And a long wait inside of this shack as it has been turned in fire. Molotov strikes, but Hector still finds a safe corner for himself. This is insane stuff.
I know, right? That pixel still available for the man to sustain that spot. And now a nade's being tossed inside, but still Hector is barely surviving. How is this even possible? NINZA from the far fray. They're constantly ripping through the players of Mysterious 4. And at this point in time for Mysterious 4, I highly doubt they can do anything to recover from that spot. Hector, he makes it outside of that shack, but now this nade from NINZA, that should be a deal sealer. Another nade tossed out from them. It does creep and crawl quite close, and now one last man standing for Mysterious 4, but not anymore. NINZA, they're the one to claim the chicken dinner with a supreme spot in the end.
What a game it was. By the way, NINZA just finally looking to get themselves some sort of chicken. Not a lot of positions, not a lot of finishes on them, but it seems like at least those 10 points are going to be valuable.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Even with a chicken dinner, this was the only team on that last page. This one, these 18 points that they have in the bag right now, bring them to the second page, but safety is still not going to be guaranteed to this team. On the other end of the spectrum, I think a brilliant turnaround coming in from a lot of these different teams, especially Vasista Esports. They are looking very consistent again, at least in terms of survival.
At least the good thing for Vasista Esports is that now they've once again got the main playing floor, right?
Yes.
Silo PAF once again back inside of the playing floor. Vasista Esports now looks much more confident. And yeah, just looking at the way the circle is forming out as well, it was out in the open. Let's be honest, for teams like Reckoning Esports, for teams like Mysterious 4 to make it out alive for that long was an absolute impressive move. And yeah, speaking of Reckoning Esports, how are they even surviving in the first place? That one man was literally lucky.
Hey, but let's move forward, have a look at the final few moments of this match. As you were talking about Reckoning Esports, their luck eventually runs out, as you mentioned, out into the open. You can't really do much. Even moving becomes a challenge. But NINZA, I think this was a decent execution of the final few plays. But Necro, one thing you mentioned about NINZA and their chicken dinner yesterday, I think it was the case this time around as well, that there is a heavy involvement of that luck factor into them doing well. If the circle is on top of their heads, that's the only game we see them pop off, and other than that, NINZA are nowhere to be seen.
That's the whole point, right? NINZA's playstyle has always been revolving around that luck factor. Once again, finding themselves in the smack center, the rest of the surrounding was pretty much out in the open. And yeah, if you look at the finish contribution as well, NINZA, they do have a decent bit of finishes on the board. But once again, it's not the nuclear performance that we want to see from NINZA, right? Yeah, these points are going to put them in quite a comfortable spot in the overall standings. But is that really the NINZA standards that we hope for?
See, we can change our statements if they get another chicken in the last match of the day. That's the only way it changes.
Exactly what I was wanting to say, that this performance has to be the consistent basics, but NINZA, they're also very dicey with that.
That's the problem. The inconsistency kicks in at any time for this team. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to head to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. There's one more match remaining after this.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Salty and Icy with me on the panel. And Icy, I'm pretty sure you were sitting in the back lines looking at that game. And Reckoning Esports, that one man, that 1 HP clutch from the guy. Now tell me and be honest, wasn't that lucky?
That was extremely lucky, to be honest. Like, you have to give credit towards Victor Sumus for helping things out because it looked good. It looked like he almost got a clip. But prior to that final 1v1 moment here, you know, it could have been a complete clip. That was half a clip for him.
Hey guys, I mean, I know the clutch was brilliant, but then it seems like you're taking away the spotlight from Phoenix Esports because that team actually held on to that compound for a while before actually Reckoning Esports arrived.
Yeah, but then you just saw that whip from Phoenix Esports, and that really makes you think that holding on to that compound was really a good move or not. But yeah, we've got the MVP for the previous game. It's going to be Reaper with 5 finishes racked up, Siraj as well with 5, and then you've got Hector with 4. Oxen once again from Tamilan Esports. We saw beautiful moments from the guy just around that same compound. He was just camping around that place.
You know, when Revenant Xspark had actually charged against that team, Oxen was the one who was just holding on to his position. We'll discuss about that, but we do have the point standings in front of us right now. Meta NINZA at the top with 18 and Vasista with 12.
Yep, at the same time here, what's really surprising to me right now is Phoenix's performance so far. I thought by now they would be running out on fumes, right? They have been playing 5 games consistently, non-stop. Without any kind of break here, and even with the group change here, new strategies needs to be adapted. Sandhawk, it took them a while to adapt, but even then they were fragging really hard in map Sandhawk. Yes, they may not have gotten chicken dinner. Yes, they may not have gotten like 20 finishes or whatever, but so far they have had almost 10 points minimum per game thus far here in Game 5.
Phoenix Esports was doing fantastic yesterday as well. They were the table toppers. Right now as well, Phoenix Esports are doing extremely good. But I guess a few concerning names are definitely there on the latter half of the board, right? Battle Esports, then you also once again speak of EVOX, pretty much there on the last page. Something needs to be done. EVOX was playing 6 games today, but we haven't seen a single piece of improvement from them.
You're talking about improvements from EVOX. I almost thought that there were signs of life from Medal Esports. Their first few games went decent, but then you see them ball once again on the map of Miramar. I mean, that drop clash against Blitz Esports, yeah, for sure, they can turn things around. They've taken fights like that day in and day out, but it doesn't seem like inside of the showdown, they're showing themselves up at all.
You want to talk about signs of life? You know who's the biggest surprise for me today?
4TR.
Exactly. 4TR official actually kind of surprised me just because of the fact that in that map itself, yes, they may not have gotten a lot of finishes, you know, conversion and everything. They were rotating macroly and they were taking crucial POI spots, which gives them an upper edge. Like that highest mountain there, they actually took it away from Autobotz. Autobotz had the same idea. They wanted to have control of that, but 4TR was a little bit faster compared to Autobotz.
If they weren't faster, Autobotz actually slipped. Ladies and gentlemen, if you actually find yourself a good position, never slip down.
I know, right? Autobotz Esports messed up so much in that given stance. And to be honest, if Autobotz Esports would not have slipped, this game could have been theirs in a good note. And yeah, speaking of 4TR, once again, they have to be the second most consistent team today, other than Victor Sumus. Speaking of Victor Sumus, yeah, they're on a whole different league, to be honest. They're just playing out of their minds today. But 4TR, to be honest, so many things were there to patch up, and it feels like they're quite quick to patch them up as well.
You know, they need that one big game that catapults them inside of the top 12. That is running away, but as of yet, we do have these players lined up. They are intense. They are intensified for sure.
Exactly, and without wasting any more time, we're just going to head on towards the final game of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the KIE BMSD 2025 upper brackets. Not the upper brackets, but this is where both upper brackets and lower brackets play out. This is the quarterfinals, one final game, ladies and gentlemen, and we are flying over the map of Erangel. This time the flight path, of course, does start off from shooting range towards the military base, but it doesn't really matter because as long as your pilots are going to be salty and icy, you're going to have a smooth ride. So to make sure you tighten up your seat belts, all these warriors, they're going to do the same as well as they do decide to descend slowly towards 70, towards Isnaya. All the regions that are up for contention, they are within reach, I see.
Hey, for all things considered here, it is a pretty balanced flight path compared to the earlier ones in the first game today itself here, because that was pretty skewed down south as well, and we saw a lot of drop clash right from the get-go, so it's a little bit unfortunate. But seems like Reckoning Esports, they will get severity for themselves. They've pretty much kicked Hero Xtreme Godlike, even though they're not playing this game. But all things considered, I think this is going to be a pretty smooth sailing for each and every single team here. We are not going to be expecting some major clashes. I think Madkings is going to be A-okay as well. But I want to see how North George is going to be playing out as well here, because as of now, Autobotz, they've been leaning on there for quite some time. Madkings has been playing around the hospital vicinity. But it seems like they are going to be expecting company. I believe that's 4TR official all the way down South George as well. Huh.
I want to see if 4TR officials are going to take that early fight. No, they're not in the South Georgia pool. They are in North Georgia pool with Team Autobotz.
Yeah, I'm talking about Autobotz in South George.
They are... Now, this is a very interesting fight, to be honest, because one team is looking to actually make that bounce back. Team Autobotz, they're already on that run, consistent run, so they are in form already. This is going to be very dicey, but looking at the circle, it seems like majority of that fight needs to be cleaned up extremely quick so that they can go inside and find good central spots. We're moving towards shelter, prison, mansion, ladies and gentlemen, as those are going to be the best pieces of real estate for you. Having said that, I think there are going to be a couple of teams who are in some trouble. EVOX, they definitely did not have the best of time in the first 5 games today, but in the last map, finally something to actually be happy about. They have the better side of the circle.
Yeah, definitely. But before we proceed with EVOX, seems like this stalemate between 4TR official and Autobotz, they have made a little bit of a switch up here, because 4TR seems to be gatekeeping Autobotz' exit strategy, so they know they are going to be expecting some sort of company. Fortunately for Autobotz, they do have a lot of playing field to work with, so the entire region or northwest corner of Georgetown is up for grabs. But the question here is, did they secure enough vehicles to rotate far north, maybe even towards Zorki here, to actually penetrate the zone? But based on how the zone layout is, especially when it's shifting to the east side, it is going to be a very difficult one, because they may need to cross towards Yasnaya Bridge. They may need to cross towards the bridge on Rozok, which is a death sentence. Meanwhile, on finished feet here, guess what? EVOX, they are on the mad hunt, and Mysterious 4, they lose too. How did they actually get those connections? That is insane. We got to have a replay of that.
I think the players were unarmed. There's no way EVOX just wipe out 2 players from Mysterious 4 in absolutely middle of nowhere.
Well, that just happened here. Archie just got 2 finishes, and he was standing on all the way in Rozok Mountain. That is, well, he's got an early 3x, so I know it's possible, but that is insane.
I told you they are in a good position already, and Mysterious 4, they were just lining up their back doors, and as soon as they decide to move about in the search for their loot, it seems like EVOX found the best punishment to deliver. And that is Judgment, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Judgment Day inside of the quarterfinals will arrive today, tomorrow, and the day after. But for tonight, I think 4TR officials, they want to actually find themselves in a good spot.
Huh. 4TR official. Very early exit there from North Georgia Bowl. And based on the utilities, yeah, they've got a decent amount of ammunition. Mets-wise, not exactly the healthiest for everybody else. Seems like they are going to try and prioritize on positioning here. So 4TR, definitely early exit. Autobotz has pretty much put themselves in a situation where they have overthinked a little bit because of that small little pressure of where 4TR shifted their drop spots.
Yeah.
It has delayed Autobotz' overall exit as well. So small little big brain plays here coming from 4TR official. I want to see how much it will impact Autobotz later on. But as we progress on into the next phase of the game, you know, we do see Blitz Esports. They started their journey on towards Military Island, and now how the heck did they get here?
This is Nova Upnoi.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, Nova, my bad.
Yeah, so they take a vehicle outside of military base and they ride next to Nova Upnoi, which is actually inside of the circle, so that is a good decision. But problems might arise when they do try to cross on over from the Novo Bridge, because Revenant Xspark is in position. Then, of course, you've got that pancake region where God's Omen have found a few compounds to hold. With the exit from the Nova Upnoi Bridge being marked by 2 teams, I guess crossing on over might just be a challenge for them. But Mysterious 4 challenges already surmounting on top of them. They've lost a couple of players early on. And have a look at this. NoNx Esports and Vasista Esports, they come head-to-head against each other in a very early stage of the game. Anonymous, a little bit of shots taken against his vehicle, will fall back and regroup with the rest of his squad. But can NoNx take this fight head-on is a definite question.
I don't think they have any reason to actually force this fight here. It's just not worth it, especially this early in the phase when they haven't exactly found their footing here. Vasista Esports, they're setting up a nice ambush. Unfortunately, just could not find any kind of conversions. And back towards what you were saying as well, for 4TR and also Mysterious 4, they had a very, very bad run-in. They went to Watertown just because they want to lay low to get some sort of position. But I'm really surprised that 4TR could not snuff them out. So 4TR, they had to take a small little pit stop just because of the early exit from from Georgiopol. So definitely need to stock up a little bit more before they continue on their journey. But for Revenant Xspark now, the biggest question here is, will they be able to pull a big game? Because now God's Omen with the hovercraft, seems to be a very, very scary force to begin with. It seems like they are going to get Trey Scott back to safety after spotting out that hovercraft. It's just not worth challenging that right now.
Yeah, and this is something which Revenant Xspark have been doing today. Seems like Revenant Xspark, they love splitting their aggressive force, sending a couple of those outliers to try and get information and then fall back. But that mission has been failing for a while. Fierce was the one who actually got taken down on the map of Miramar. We saw that same instance on the map of Sanok as well. Erangel, I hope Revenant Xspark keeps things in check. You've got to be very disciplined when it actually comes to positioning yourself when you go on a free roam and Trey Scott over there falling back. I think that was a lovely little decision to try and avoid that engagement against God's Omen. It's not like they can't take that fight. It's about the risk of whether do you want to take this fight or do you want to preserve that firepower for a later engagement.
Yeah, and NoNx Esports, they were scouted out by God's Omen as well. God's Omen is doing a little bit of work here for Revenant Xspark to try and zone out the rest. And NoNx now has to take a little bit of a long detour down south along the shorelines. Fortunately for them, it is going to be a-okay. But we do see a lot of rotations in to try and push through into his next phase zone. Meanwhile, Meta NINZA a little bit late to the party. They've just entered in towards the zone from the southwest corner. So they are going in towards this rotation kind of blind. And hopefully they are going to be a-okay because as of yet, they're just flooring it all the way through.
There's no threat for Meta NINZA, to be honest, but we were speaking of Blitz on towards Nova Rupnoy. It seems like even they have taken that exit from the military island. Did cross on over. Revenant Xspark nowhere to be found. So Blitz Esports, they find themselves an easy cross on over. Now, only team to actually be almost outside the circle has to be Autobotz Esports because they're quite too late in rotating. You did talk about the delay in plans from 4TR officials because of which they might not have been able to loot up as much. Now still in the backlines, the circle keeps on pushing towards the northeastern region. Have a look at this. There is Vasista Esports almost at the periphery of the circle on the south side. They are holding majority of the traffic coming in from there. The migration is insane, I see, but the amount of lads that Vasista Esports are going to spot, I guess, if they manage to actually hold on to that pressure, they'll get a lot of finishes.
Yeah, seems like on the finish street as well, we do see Reckoning punishing the members coming from Meadow as well. So there's a huge cluster of teams down towards the southwest. Back towards the conversation, you're talking about Autobots overthinking.
Yeah.
Fortunately for them on the map, it is a smooth entry point to Yasnaya in towards the northern section of this circle.
True.
That's the plus side. But the downside is, can they get there in time before the rest of the world, who is currently right now scrambling for space and not get picked off, give them any room to work with? So that's going to be my question here, which again, by the time Autobots gets in the zone, it's going to be like 3 to 4 minutes. It is a very, very long distance to traverse. Most likely, teams are going to be able to, is going to be taking all the usual spots already.
We talk of usual spots. Now, I feel like Autobots, for them, they are going to be finding those barren ends of the rice fields, that is it. But that is not the place where a majority of the cluster does lie. We did talk about the fact that mansion, prison, shelter, these are going to be the 3 pieces of real estate that will be up for grabs. And that is exactly the 3 regions where majority of the teams will try and stack up. That entire northern fringe of the circle, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, it's completely open. So Autobots entering on inside the circle will be quite easy. But to actually find those pieces of real estate, they're going to have to work hard.
They definitely have to work hard. The only way they survive is that the moment they enter and they hear gunshots, they have to go for a hard slam and win that fight.
Third parties will be the only way, I guess.
Just, small little things at 4TR official, but at the same time, it's also on Autobot's fault for not spotting out that they have left early.
Well, we'll find out what happens to Autobots, ladies and gentlemen. They are closing in on towards the circle, but Revenant Xspark, even they are alive right now, quite around the center of the circle, on towards shelter. Now, these are the regions where you don't really find a lot of compounds for yourself, so your vehicles might just be your lonesome covers for yourself for the end game.
Well, early on, just now on the right side, we had the squad finish leaders on top, Phoenix being the topping charts here. All this data is a combination of their journey during their lower bracket finals and also upper bracket finals for teams that has played, and also including the ones in quarterfinals. So these are the rough estimations of all the total numbers that has been tallied on the right side. So Autobotz obviously a huge playing factor during the lower bracket finals, and today Autobotz has made one of the biggest comeback thus far. They were 22 position at the start of the day, and now they were somewhere in the top 8. So
yeah,
that's the biggest comeback so far from Autobotz. But now the question here is, can they do even more? Because this game, things hasn't been looking good for Autobotz, and they're just about to enter the front offside.
I mean, why are we even surprised from Autobotz and that comeback, to be honest? They had 150 points from their lower brackets. That is absolutely nuts. So Autobotz, they always had the scale. They are in the right form. It was just one bad day inside of the quarterfinals, but that is all fine, I guess. Moving on, of course, with EVOX. What is that split from Executor? And why is he all by himself against Autobotz Esports? Doesn't really make sense.
It seems like they want to get some sort of control here. Hopefully he's going to be A-okay. Because 4TR is going to be slamming on him very, very soon as well. But now on screen of Phoenix Esports, they are going to be playing from the Woodcutters camp, coming in from prison vicinity. It's not exactly the greatest spot to be in. Mansion is also occupied by NoNx, and Revenant Xspark is also going to be stalking them as well. So they are going to be nosy neighbors for a bit. And they have no reason to fight each other for quite some time, just because they are in the middle of the zone. So there are bigger threats to worry about, which is everybody else outside this compound. Unless they get an opening knock, which I don't think they're going to get anytime soon.
That is my point. In fact, I guess if you want to be someone's neighbor, don't be a nosy neighbor. Be a violent neighbor. Try and take those fights whenever you can.
Here's a PSA, guys. For those of you guys who just listen to that, do not do that to your neighbors in real life. Only in-game, in BGMI, you can do that.
I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I just apply life advices inside of BGMI. It always works out. I love to be violent, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not share a compound with me ever again. If it's inside of Erangel, by the way.
Okay, fair enough.
Nonetheless, Victorious Sumus. Wait a second. Now, this is a team that were actually inside the blue. They were inside the military base, but somehow always is entering the circle from its northern fringe. Now, this is a rotation and a half.
Yeah, this is a huge rotation swing coming from Victorious Sumus. And I'm glad they actually dodged the bullet as well, because they came in from the south side, right? Like I'm pretty sure they scouted out NINZA, they scouted out a lot of teams as well. There was a huge traffic down south, and that's probably why they backed off. But Vasista now in a little bit of trouble. Hector is down low. They need to go into the reset, and Omen is going to look to challenge this. OP almost gets taken down, and now Lucifer is going to be lobbing a nade in his direction. But Vasista said, before we get the reset, before we give them time to push through, we are going to back out quickly. It seems like the call has been made. Are they going to be able to survive? Sahil almost gets taken out, and they are going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, the pressure continues for God's Omen. They themselves lose Shogun as they get third party from a different angle.
Now, this is bad news, right? Lucifer, of course, needs to bring back that hovercraft. Can be used as a big piece of cover, to be honest. But this is their problem. God's Omen haven't really been able to be quick and efficient on their triggers. Max was the one who was pulling in majority of the hard work coming in from God's Omen, especially in the lower brackets. But come the quarterfinals, it seems like God's Omen, they haven't really shown their true potential, their true side. They're still reeling somewhere on the overall standings, and it seems like Vasista Esports, they were not looking to disengage, but actually huddling up for that high ground advantage. Now they've got themselves a hillside.
Oh my goodness, if you guys were paying attention to the map as well, it seems like the circle is going to shift on towards Mansion, and Autobotz has northern control. That is got to be so lucky of Autobotz there. Meanwhile, the rest of the world are going to be scrambling for some sort of space. Meta NINZA, as usual, they are going to be hunkering down for a valley to try and set up a couple of dangerous pitfalls for this team to actually drive by. But they are not exactly in zone, because as of yet, Phoenix just out-rotated them. At this time, Phoenix is going to be the ones to gatekeep them. Lobbing a name over here is going to be Reaper, and unfortunately, say it does not extend the reach to actually connect on towards them.
It's way too far, to be honest, for Meta NINZA to be even trying those nades over there. the arch, the trajectory just way beyond reach, and the players, they were quite safe. But have a look at this, Madkings, they are going after the lads. Have a look at that, Hector up close and personal. Vasista Esports, they did a good job holding on to this territory exclusive, but did get taken down. Have a look at that, God's Omen. Now they are in all sorts of troubles. Not only can they not push it inside the circle, but also they've lost a couple of players in the process to try and deal with Vasista Esports. Now, this is funny. You try and go and deal with your backstab, well, you actually get stabbed.
Yeah, but at the same time, they have to be quick as well. Look at this. There's just so many people around as well. And God's Omen, they're going to be driving by a long blitz as well. They're not taking any shots, and they're desperately trying to make it inside the zone. Look at this. It's just up in the open. There's no cover whatsoever. And Blitz, they're just flooring it as well. And they're trying to dodge Mansion completely just because they are high ground advantage. And Madkings is going to be the biggest player in this game just because they have the most amount of vision and cover to work with. So every single team will be playing around Madkings unless they go in for a slam. 4TR is going to use them as cover as a stalking horse down bottom here for some sort of protection. But eventually, somebody's got to slam Madkings.
Somebody's going to do that, and it seems like 4TR might actually do it. They are knocking on the doors for sure, but NoNx Esports, it's almost like the God compound right now.
Yeah.
Not only do they have the high ground, I see, but also they've got a squad house to actually maneuver around. They've got a little bit of piece of plateau as well to work with. This is lovely. Right at the center of the circle, enormous control for NoNx Esports. Try and take control of the map of Erangel. But for first, they will have to deal with a threat from 4TR. A lot of nades being utilized.
Yeah, they
Seagod did get taken down. Have a look at that. This one right on the money. But will it explode? The Molotovs, the nades. Morty almost been on the verge of being taken down. And they've got Pain is life. They are barely NPCs at the point.
Oh, they have to go for the push right now. They're low on terms of meds and also ammunition here. Madkings, they need to stock up, but at the same time, the damage has been done for 4TR. But the call here is to back off and play from their position because they are expecting company from the north as well as Reckoning looks to go in for the slam. As Apollo now has to buy time for his team to regroup as well because they are getting pinned by two angles at Reckoning Esports. They're circling around them, waiting for a mistake from Madkings, and it seems like they are going to back out. They are going to concede compound, and Reckoning Esports is able to take space from that.
They certainly do, but have a look at this. NoNx Esports in the middle of nowhere. Meta NINZA did manage to pounce on them. 3 eliminations in the bag, but Meta NINZA still need to keep up their numbers. One of their main mans, Beard Barber, has been knocked out. Look at that from the distance. Vasista Esports did spot them out. Shots towards Smoko WNL. It will force him out of this compound, but I think he does not mind. Meta NINZA, they are in a good position, but this fight, it's so sweaty, I see. Madkings still have control over the compound. Meanwhile, 4TR, they just keep on disturbing them. And with Reckoning Esports coming in the mix of things, I feel like Madkings, they know that they got to finish up this fight extremely soon, and they are en route to actually doing it. INF got bites the dust, but I guess the finish has been squandered away. Just one man survives from the side of 4TR, and that is problematic for them.
Exactly, but Madkings now, they've lost all advantage zoning out of the rest of the WEC just because of the fact that Revenant Xspark is shooting from afar and Reckoning Esports is their nosy neighbors. And currently, they can't really do too much. Meanwhile, from the northeast corner here, Autobotz finally goes into the major fight against Tamilan Esports here. They find themselves a decent amount of cover, and they do have a lot of time to work with before the zone engulfs them. But while this is happening, Blitz Esports is also going to be chiming in as well. A massive nade connects on our Reap, and now Autobotz, they are going to be in a lot of pain as well as Blitz Esports is going to be looking to try and thin the herd as they are going to be forced to defend while Autobotz and Tamilan Esports needs to push through them.
It's very surprising that Blitz actually did not capitalize on that first knock on a read, right? The nade was so well positioned, the knock did come through. Autobotz, they were charging against the lads from Vasista Esports, but now all of a sudden it seems like they have come to a dead stop on towards other things. NINZA, we did spot Reaper having 5 finishes in the last game. Now, once again, being that lonesome survivor, has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. And from the backlines, even Metal Esports are about to arrive. You have a look at that. Altu, seems like he has been knocked out. Shots coming towards him. Metal Esports do not look very healthy themselves. But it doesn't really matter who is in your backstab. The circle is small enough that anybody from even across the terrain can actually spray you down. Have a look at that. Threats from Revenant Esports also hovering in the distance.
Oh, speaking of a threat right now, they're pretty much stuck, but oh, a Reap! Oh, he got picked up, he's pushed through, and he finds a straggler. He wins his 1 versus 1, and now Blitz. They're
Revenge.
stuck, they lost everything, and now Autobotz is able to take space from the north side. And this time they've got so much utility, so much cover to work with. They're seeing gunshots coming from Madkings and realize that, hey, that mountain terrain is still in play, is the highest point in this circle. And as of yet, Madkings and Reckoning Esports is going to be the biggest threat. And from the south side, Metal NINZA pretty much out in the open of nowhere. All his vehicles completely blown up. It's only time left for Reaper before he actually goes out as well. As Metal Esports, they are also stranded out in the open. And look at this, they are going to try and reposition. Hopefully things are going to be for the better. But for TR, they've been hiding under the noses of Madkings for the longest of time. But eventually ClutchGod tries to go in for the push, but gets picked off from EVOX from the other side of the map. Where the hell did EVOX got that shot? Oh, wow, Omen. That is a 220-meter shot from Omen to shut down ClutchGod. That is pretty far short.
Absolutely, and along with that, he's also got himself a good position inside the circle. This is good news for both NoNx EVOX as well as Revenant Xspark. The only problem for EVOX being that numbers disadvantage, I think that will not allow Owen a lot of movement, a lot of freedom inside of the final zone. Will not be able to get those finishes on board, but have a look at that movement coming in from Metal Esports. They are circling around the blue zone. They are looking to actually get those finishes. Revenant Xspark on the move. Fears the first one, who did manage to fall, but it seems like Goten is there to actually deliver that final blow. Revenant Xspark, they've got themselves 4 finishes. They are moving from strength to strength and controlling compounds, which actually matter. In the backlines, of course, Autobotz, they did finish off that fight against Blitz Esports, and now they're up against NoNx. Close quarters, of course, Viper is going to fall. NoNx Esports, all of a sudden, it seems like the entire world is crumbling on top of them, and now only one player remains alive.
Oh, this is huge. This is huge from Autobotz once more, but the nades from Kaliuji. Oh, he drops down Ralphie pretty low there. He is going to be bleeding out very, very soon, but they need to get the resets once more from Autobotz. Meanwhile, Revenant Xspark, they've heard all the commotions, and they are going to try and play clean up. Meanwhile, the top of the hill, Madkings, they wipe the floor with Reckoning Esports, but at the same time, Metal Esports, they've heard all the commotions. They want to go in for the takedown, and the nades from Aimbot was perfect. Madkings has finally been taken down, but look at this, Pain is live! He's inside the truck of Metal. They do not realize that Pain is live is inside, but now he comes out to attack, but he misses his shot, and Metal was able to take him out. Oh my goodness. We've got an imposter in our hands, and Metal Esports almost dropped the ball with that.
This is one of the weirdest moments of the showdown, ladies and gentlemen. 2 teams in 1 vehicle. What on earth is this friendliness, Metal Esports? Did you not spot him? It's insanity, my friend. Pain is alive. What a move it could have actually been. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the finale as the final circle approaches us. 4 teams have actually made it through. 12 players inside of the final circle. Autobotz and Revenant Xspark, they look extremely strong, and so does Metal Esports as well. They did survive a scare, but they can turn it around to get themselves that first chicken dinner. On both, they've been looking forward to it for a while now. Revenant Xspark, I see this is lovely positioning from them, but they got to deal with the threat from Autobotz because they are knocking on their doors for a while now.
Yeah, but considering how Autobotz has been playing throughout this entire game as well, this is the best that I could ask for coming in from Autobotz, considering the positions they were given right from the start as well. This is a position that they have that has been hard-earned from entire fight as well. They've got 9 finishes in the back. And right now, the biggest obstacle is Revenant Xspark. They've used up so much utilities to take space and get inside the zone. Do they have more to fight against Revenant Xspark? And right now, we're down towards the final 14. And unfortunately to say, they need some sort of miracle to help them out because exhausted all the way through. But Arib, he finds the opening. He gets the trade on Gotham. That might be the opener that they need.
Now, this is problematic for Revenant Xspark. I love their formation. Goten tasked with dealing with Autobotz. Meanwhile, the rest of the lads, they are focusing on the rest of the circle as well. But Sensei now will be forced to regroup with the rest of the squad, especially getting Goten back up because this man does pack a punch when it actually comes to fighting against full squads. Autobotz Esports, that knock was crucial, but it did not really have a lot of time to push up against Revenant Esports, cover the distance, and Sensei is already on that mark. Having a look at the replay, have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. The way Lobster just arrives and absolutely destroys teams all by himself is insanity.
Yeah, it is insane here. Madkings also winning that fight against Reckoning Esports' push, but eventually aimbot was able to pick them down when they're low. So Madkings, they did a phenomenal job, but unfortunately they will bow out in this competition for this round here, I would say. But we're down towards the final 4 teams, which is, again, I think this is the funniest one, the biggest imposter in Meadow Esports. That was just hilarious. 4TR, they have been stuck there for the longest of time. There's only so much he could have done, and he missed that one opportunity to get some points against Meadow. So this gives Meadow a shot for the chicken themselves as well. Autobotz currently in a stalemate with Revenant Xspark and Meta NINZA. Reaper, wow, he actually survived to the longest of time. He's in one of the worst possible positions, but based on how the zone has shifted, he's given him top 4 position points.
Absolutely. And also the fact that amidst all this wreckage, you spot a car in fire, there's always multiple crosshairs on it. Just to spot out if there are a couple of lads around it or no, but Reaper still manages to survive. That is brilliant. Have a look at that. The nade was quite close coming in from Sensei. Did not actually explode right on the money. Aimbot surviving over there, just moving across, dodging those nades and the explosions. This time Trace is going to find some sort of connection. Autobotz out in the open, Revenant Xspark out in the open. All 4 teams will be forced to come out of their safe havens and fight it out in the middle of nowhere, I see.
Yeah, seems like Autobotz, they are going to be pummeled here. They do have the short end of the short stick right now. Just because they have those low grounds, they have forced a couple of barricades with those vehicles. Unfortunately, say both Meadow and Revenant Xspark has perfect line of vision to shut down Autobot. So it's all about timing. It's all about an opportunity. And right now, Revenant Xspark is not making it easy for them as well. But Ralphie finds it open on Fierce. Does not go down that easily first. So it forces Revenant Xspark to actually disengage to try and reset this fight once more. So giving a little bit of space for Autobots. While Meadow is slowly creeping up for center control to try and find a jump on Revenant Xspark.
But I think the biggest problems for Metal Esports will be to try and close the distance. They're still 10 meters away from the circle, and this 10 will feel like 150. For Metal Esports, it is a long stretch, but Revenant Xspark, they are confident to be moving around on vehicles, especially in the final engagement. Fierce wants to keep Autobots at bay with the constant nades, keeps the pressure piling up on top. Ralphie, this could have actually been a close encounter if this nade had exploded, but look at Revenant Xspark, they're not taking any chances. The smoke coverage, also the amount of man cover, it is beautiful. So is Goten. The nade was brilliant. Toxic is down. Autobots, they are slowly crumbling under pressure, I see.
It's go time. It's go time for Revenant Xspark. The moment they got that knock here, it's go time. But Ralphie, last man standing from Autobots. And Meadow Esports has been pinning them for the longest of time. And Revenant Xspark, they know they've got this in the bag. Meanwhile, Reaper, how did you manage to stalk Meadow all the way through? And once again, Meadow Esports, we've got an imposter in our hands. And Reaper, he's laying low. He's trying to play for position. He wants to snatch the chicken dinner again. But right now, he needs a major fight to happen as well. He sees everything. But Reaper, he is going to lay low. He's going to try and drop nades instead. But the zone is going to force him to make an action very, very soon here. Revenant Xspark, they pummel onto his Meadow. Reaper sets the nade on aimbot. Goten goes down by Meadow. And this is a scuffle. But Reaper, oh, he gets scouted out by Revenant Xspark.
Revenant Xspark on the move. 9 eliminations already. Just picking apart teams right now and destroying them. And look at this, Sensei. This man is confident, looking to spot that one lad from Autobots as well as Metal Esports. Rams in the vehicle is going to find aimbot as well. 11 on board, and now from the back lines, it's Stormy. He shows himself up, does find Sensei, but he gets cleaned up. Revenant Xspark looking to get this chicken dinner with 13 eliminations. The Ralphie, of course, will come out of his cover, does find Trace Guard, leaves us with a 1v2. Can this man clutch this out, I see?
Oh my goodness, Ralphie, you're an absolute match head, but he was spotted out. He's dropping down pretty low, but with the zone pushing in, does he have enough time to met himself out? Revenant Xspark going to be setting a call, preemptive nades, but Ralphie is going to deny it, but no, the nades actually clip him, and that is going to be Revenant Xspark that takes the chicken dinner. But without a doubt, Autobots has played one of the most difficult games in their career so far, but a top 2 finish for Autobots.
Absolutely well converted, but credits where credit is due. Revenant Xspark, and they control the entirety of the circle at the start till the finish. And this is a good end, to be honest, because Usually we tend to see Sensei kind of give positions like this away, but this time it felt like the entire team was in an extremely disciplined manner.
I know, right? Meta NINZA, then you've also got Autobotz Esports now finally showcasing a string of consistency. And yeah, for Revenant Xspark, that one massive game where they once again bring themselves back in the overall standings in quite a fighting chance. And to be honest, for Revenant Xspark, somewhere downline, we were not even worried about them, right? We knew Revenant Xspark's anyways going to make it. It was all about teams like Meta NINZA and Autobotz Esports where concerns were there yesterday, but right now things are looking pretty good.
It is looking pretty good, at least with the help of Reaper. I feel like they kind of positioned themselves in a way where they're still fighting for the competition. But Meta NINZA, the aggression, the amount of intent that we expect coming in from them, I think it's still not there.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, Revenant Xspark, they played this really smart as well. They understood that there were certain specific combos in the final zone that really was very important for them, and they just closed it out here. So I would say Revenant Xspark played this really smart here. They choose their fights very smart. And because of that, they were able to rack out some points. But I'm not, again, I agree with you, Necro. Like, that you don't need to worry about too much about Revenant Xspark. They are already in the top 8 here. But I want to say props towards Autobotz because they have made one of the biggest comebacks here in day number 2. They started their journey with on the 22nd place out of 24 teams. That is pretty much almost dead last. And now, with this performance, I want to see where they are at.
I know, right? I just want to look at the overall standings and find out how it's looking like once again. Today's day's all been about Victor, Sumus, and even Autobotz Esports, the way they performed. Things are looking so fantastic. Now I just want to look how things are going to look like in the future lines as well. But to be honest, once again, back towards that conversation, right? Even 4TR today has been doing pretty well. Yeah, last game they bombed it, but it's completely fine. We know 4TR now, at least they're going to have that good momentum.
They did not bomb that game. They had the funniest moment in the entirety of the showdown, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody give credit for pain in his life because he was in that position inside of the vehicle. 2 players in the front 2 seats were Medal Esports, and he could have actually been like, hey, you know what? Take this vehicle to where I want. But unfortunately, that mechanic is not available in the game.
Yeah, he pulled his gun a little bit too early as well, because by the time Metal got out, they didn't even realize there was an imposter amongst them. So it was a very awkward moment. He may have dropped the bomb a little bit here, but still, all things considered, today is one of the better performances coming from 4TR officials. So I would say, okay, not bad. You guys have done some work. Now, can you get yourself into the top 12 after 2 more days? That's going to be my question.
It's probably the best performance so far from a banner like 4TR, right? Today's day has been phenomenal for them. And yeah, speaking of Medal Esports as well, this game was pretty good from them. Yeah, it's quite unfortunate, just that one man from Meta NINZA just spoiling the dreams. But even for Medal Esports, now we're finally seeing those glimpses of fighting back moments.
Exactly. And I think Medal Esports, they have a lot of potential in that lineup. I think we've seen that in the past as well. It's just these performances should be their baseline. And then, of course, they should go in for those big chicken dinners as well. And that would absolutely flip things up. But Medal Esports, I think their inconsistencies have been absolutely massive.
Yeah, their timing was really spot on when they tried to shut down Madkings as well. That was really nice. But I must say, Meta NINZA, dude, Reaper has been pulling a lot of work here. That's just insane. If you think about it, they have been just relying on Reaper doing so much work in so many scenarios as well. He almost tried to go for a chicken dinner, but still top 4 finish with position points. I would say it's pretty good. But top 5 here, Trey's God going to be part of the MVP here. We do see Madkings also being part of it, but Lobster stepped up big time today because he was able to get a 1 versus 2 on his own against NoNx when they decided to push from Mansion.
Exactly. I mean, let's move on towards the point standings as of now. And Revenant Xspark getting a 23-pointer. Autobotz Esports getting 16 points. Then you've also got Madkings getting 12. Medal Esports getting 11. Meta NINZA getting 10-2. And today's day has also been about Meta NINZA. That massive comeback, that catapults in the overall standings. It's been impressive. Reckoning Esports, yeah, we're seeing them pop up here and there. Reckoning Esports is bringing that aggressive stance on the board. They're looking decent as of now.
Do you think luck also has been favoring Reckoning Esports because 1 HP, 1v2 clutches? All these things, they don't really happen on usual days in the office, ladies and gentlemen. As the last page of the overall standings does decide one thing, Blitz and God's Omen could not perform at all. Victorious Summers for them, I think the first half of the day was decent, the second half not so much.
To be honest, Salty, for Blitz, I guess now the real concerns are going to start to rise up, right? As we head on towards the overall standings. For Victor Sumus, this has been the best possible day. With 9 games played, 82 points secured. That is insane. NoNx Esports, 87 points. Revenant Xspark, as I mentioned, with that one massive game now pretty much in the top 3. Autobotz Esports, look at that catapult. It's impressive.
Exactly. 64 points. They started the day with 9 points. That is a 55-point lead in one day itself. catapulting them all the way towards top 4. So this is the biggest comeback so far, just for today.
Without a doubt. Then you've also got Medal Esports taking a bit of that leap in the overall standings. I do understand 38 points are not enough in 9 games, but we do know Medal Esports, maybe in the future days, they can definitely capitalize as they just need to be in the top 12. That's it.
You know, Troy, Tamilan Esports and 4TR, 9 matches played, 48 points. I don't think they are safe inside of the top 12 because 3 teams right next to them, they have their matches remaining. Now, some teams, they've played 9 matches, some teams, they have played 6. But tomorrow will be the day of decision, Necro, because I think at the end of tomorrow, every single team will have, I guess, 12 matches played, yeah.
Now, once again, God's Omen, Blitz, and one more team on the last page have played 9 games so far, but they're still around the final block. And that is a really bad thing. We know those teams, they've played the majority of the games, still on the last page, and somewhere down line, now they do not even have a lot of games to go. They need those big performances if they want to make a comeback in the overall standings.
Hey, all things considered, you know, another team here was EVOX that you mentioned as well, right? So 9 games is pretty much done for. So let's talk about Matt so far right now. Biggest comeback in a single day based on quarterfinals performance, 55 points. So technically, let's talk about the potential cutoffs of top 12, right? So based off based off lower brackets, based off upper brackets, you need about 89 points to make it the top 12. So for them, not impossible, but every game onwards, from then on point onwards, means that they need to be chicken dinners, top 5, maybe 10, 15 points per game.
So let's be honest, in the span of 8 games, they need around, what, maybe 60 points? And to be honest, getting those 60 points in the span of 8 games, it does seem possible, but looking at the run of form they have been having, it seems impossible, let's be honest.
Absolutely, and you guys keep forgetting, 12 teams from this stage of the competition will get eliminated. And that is a reality, ladies and gentlemen, and that will happen in the next 2 days, Necro.
Exactly. Hey, we have been speculating quite a lot of stuff. We have seen a lot of comeback moments as well, but now we need to head back to the stage and see what exactly is cooking over there, because our host is ready with a lot of beautiful questions, so let's get back there.
थैंक यू सो मच एनालिस्ट। और आज के दिन पर 4TR उनकी एक वापसी हमें देखने को मिली है। आईएनएफ गॉड हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। आईएनएफ, स्वागत है आपका। कल 3 मैचेस में 5 पॉइंट्स निकाले थे, पर आज का दिन आपके लिए बढ़िया गया है। हालांकि आपने 6 मैचेस खेले, कल और आज में क्या डिफरेंस आप फील करते हैं?
कल और आज में ये डिफरेंस फील करते हैं कि कल हम जो करना चाह रहे थे वो हो नहीं रहा था। हमारी रोटेशन में फाइट हो जा रही थी, कैजुअल्टियाँ हो जा रही थी, तो आज उस चीज़ पे अपन एनालाइज करके आए कि थोड़ा स्लो खेलेंगे, जोन होल्ड करके खेलेंगे, ज़्यादा ओवर एग्रेस नहीं करेंगे और पॉइंट्स खुद ब खुद आ जाएंगे। तो आज ऐसा बेसिक ही खेले, कुछ एक्स्ट्रा किए नहीं हमने।
पर अगर आईजीएल की बात आती है तो मॉटी के ऊपर भी बहुत सारे सवाल उठ रहे थे कि क्या वो मॉटी हैं जो 2 लैन ऑफिशियल क्वालिफाई करा चुके हैं, क्योंकि अगर अभी का परफॉर्मेंस देखा जाए अपर ब्रैकेट में वो भी अप टू द मार्क नहीं रहा, कल भी उतना नहीं रहा था। तो मॉटी के लिए क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
मोटी के लिए ऐसा तो कुछ कहना नहीं चाहूँगा। अच्छा आईजीएल है, बहुत अच्छा आईजीएल है। कुछ गलतियाँ हमारे तरफ से ही हो रही थी, हमारी कोऑर्डिनेशन चोक हो रही थी, लाइक कॉलिंग्स वगैरह थोड़ा बीटी हो रही थी, तो उसका उतना इशू नहीं था। गाइस चिल करो, कमबैक देंगे और अच्छा कमबैक देंगे।
आज वो फनी जो मोमेंट हुआ उसके बारे में अगर आप बताना चाहें। पेन इज लाइफ गाड़ी में थे, मेडल के 2 प्लेयर भी आ गए, क्या कॉलिंग्स रही थी वहाँ पर?
वहाँ पे तो मोटी ही कॉलिंग दे रहा था, हम तो हंस ही रहे थे भाई। हम देख रहे थे ये क्या हो रहा है। वहाँ पे पेन को मारना था इजी, बट पता नहीं वहाँ पे क्या हुआ।
चलिए एक आखिरी सवाल कि ज़ीगॉड के एडिशन के बाद टीम कितना कॉन्फिडेंट है कि इसी लय में वो अपने आप को आगे लेकर जाएंगे, क्योंकि आज के दिन पर ज़ीगॉड ने भी बढ़िया खेला है, आपने बढ़िया खेला, पूरी टीम ने बढ़िया खेला। कैसा है अभी तक उनका कंट्रीब्यूशन टीम के अंदर?
वैसे उनका कोऑर्डिनेशन टीम के अंदर बहुत अच्छा है। मतलब अभी नए तो थोड़ा इशू हो रहा है, बट मेक श्योर के आगे से नहीं होगा। सीन यही हो रहा था कि हमारी कोऑर्डिनेशन ही नहीं बन रही थी, बट अब वो सारी चीज़ें ठीक है, बाकी देखते हैं।
चलिए पेन इज लाइव और बाकी सारे जो प्लेयर्स है बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं। थैंक यू सो मच आईएनएफ हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, और ऐसे ही आप बढ़िया तरीके से खेलते रहें। थैंक यू सो मच। ये थे हमारे आईएनएफ गॉड और इन्होंने बताया कि बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से इनकी जो टीम कोऑर्डिनेशन है वो चल रही है। पर डे 2 क्वार्टर फाइनल्स का यहीं पर करेंगे एंड। कल आपसे मुलाकात होगी इसी जगह इसी समय, तब तक के लिए ख्याल रखिए। गुड बाय एंड टेक केयर।
We'll be right back.
dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dravian Xsuit. Get now.
Front back, roll out. Force collar got pink skin, roll out. Roll out. drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back. Roll out, horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back. Roll out, horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back. Roll out, horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back. Roll out, horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back. Roll out, horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'm a big ball in my name in the S-Star. Key up being left, ain't nobody messed up. Send a big man back with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch him, I'm fessed up. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, wait the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver blue boy, I want the gold. My flow goes silly like Jester. Beat tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'm a big ball in my name in the S-Star. Key up being left, ain't nobody messed up. Send a big man back with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch him, I'm fessed up. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, wait the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver blue boy, I want the gold. My flow goes silly like Jester. Drop back, roll out. Force collar got pink skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin. Drop back, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Force collar got pink skin. Roll out. Right hand. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Right hand. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Right hand. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Right hand. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. I've been left, ain't nobody best off. Send a big man west with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fest. Built too many lines, like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing its time. Ahead of my time, like the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, boy, I want the gold. I'm feeling like just off. roll out, drop back, roll out. Force collar got pink skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out. Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the S-Star. Key up being left, ain't nobody best off. Send a big man west with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on festa. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, but the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, free boy. I want the ball. My flow goes silly like Jester. B tell me that I'm milk cause I'm messed up. Hold your dog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the S-Star. Key up being left, ain't nobody best off. Send a big man west with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on festa. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, but the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, free boy. I want the gold. My flow goes silly like Jester. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out.